Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku and Toga Were Ghouls? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The cool breeze brushing through his hair is the only thing that reminds him of his physical presence. The whir from the ceiling fan is the only thing that reminds him of his ability to still hear properly. His senses are in such a state of disarray that they each lock onto the spin above him, his eyes dizzying with his mind. He hadn't experienced such a state since the time he killed and devoured his mother. He feels lost in a strange place that he doesn't belong. Back then, it had been the wilderness as a child without his mom's embrace. Now, it's an equally hostile environment without the limbs of his Kagun to shield him. Absent-mindedly, Akatani digs a fingernail into the bar counter in front of him. Like a claw, he grinds the wood so that it chips and splinters. The surface already has its fair share of scratches anyways that he doesn't particularly feel bad about adding more. The distraction is somehow comforting that he wouldn't want to stop even if he did. Each time he scrapes away a piece of the counter, he feels like he's carving out his problems. The shavings start to collect to the point of formulating a pile, so he brushes them off and they fall to the floor. Then, something gets slid towards him. He pauses his newfound wood-carving hobby to glance up at it. A small rectangular package rests on the unscathed part of the bar counter, wrapped in what appears to be butcher paper. Akatani raises his head a little more to see who placed it there. The purple wisp of smoke dressed in elegant clothing stares back at the boy. Akatani asks the smoky man, "What's this?" He remembers the villain's name is Kurogiri. Kurogiri doesn't divert his attention, stoic and stiff as ever while addressing Akatani. "You're looking rather pale. Consider it a complimentary meal." Though one of his hands does gesture in reference to the miniature package. Akatani grits his teeth together, blaming his discoloration on his newly appointed sensei. Just thinking of the devil's personification makes him shudder and sweat. When his mind returns to the present and no longer lingers on that dark room which may as well have been hell, he sees Kurogiri waiting patiently. Akatani clears his throat and starts to deny the food offering. "I don't have any money dash. It's on the house," but gets interrupted as politely as possible. Even Kurogiri's tone sounds sympathetically considerate. Akatani eyes the bartender warily, not buying into the act. He's not forgetting the man is a villain that works under the employ of someone far worse. Besides, he has a valid reason for denying the food. "My diet isn't like others." He tries pushing the packaged meal away. But Kurogiri blocks his attempt by resting his own hand on the parcel too. "We at the League of Villains took that into account." He pushes back as gently as possible. Akatani allows the bartender to slide it more into his space out of curiosity. When the package is in front of him, Akatani unwraps the thin butcher paper that's been quadruply layered. He catches a whiff of a familiar scent before his eyes recognize the meat inside as human flesh. Muscle fibers and tendons have been sliced like cold cuts for his convenience. Akatani can't suppress the saliva that starts to fill up in his mouth, so he mumbles a "thanks" and digs in. Kurogiri momentarily watches the boy eat before asking, "Would you care for a cup of coffee as well?" Akatani pauses as he considers the question. He's in a bar, but he's underage. Aside from water, he supposes there isn't much else the bartender would offer. Though it does creep him out to think his new sensei could already know all there is to know about him. He eventually decides to ignore his paranoia and gives in with a nod. Kurogiri returns the gesture with a single nod of his own before brewing a cup. He fusses behind the counter a little bit before grabbing a glass container full of brown squares and asking, "Sugar?" Akatani starts to deny the offer with an explanation, "My taste palette dash. These aren't ordinary sugar cubes," but gets cut off. Akatani indicates Kurogiri to continue with a curious tilt of his head. "Infused brain matter. Designed specifically for you." The explanation has Akatani recalling the humanoid creatures called Nomu that he had fought in Hosu. The Nomu had their brains exposed, which means the validity of that statement in terms of what organs are or aren't hard to come by must be true. Akatani eyes the small brown blocks with a sneaking suspicion. His nose tells him that they aren't drugged or poisoned, so he trusts in his senses. Sure, I'll try it. He figures there's nothing to lose if it'll help quench his appetite. Judging by the upturn of the bartender's yellow slants for eyes, Akatani assumes Kurogyari is smiling. You won't regret it. He adds the cubes to the coffee concoction before placing the cup in front of the boy. Akatani blows on the steaming drink before taking a sip. To his surprise, it tastes better than any other coffee he's had prior. It also helps to sober him to his surroundings and clear the fog in his mind. Glancing around the bar, he questions the first thing that he failed to notice until now. Where's Himiko and Dabi? Kurogyari grabs a rag and busies himself with cleaning a shot glass as he answers, with Tamura. Like you, they were re-evaluated and welcomed into the fold. Remembering Tamura's hostility when first meeting his friends, that explanation doesn't do much to allay Akatani's concerns about their absence. But where? He stresses the emphasis of his inquiry to get a better answer. Taking note of Akatani's worries, Kurogyari pauses his cleaning to assure the boy, they're safe. We have no intention of harming our own allies. And then elaborates on their whereabouts per request. You have a residence here as well. They're being shown their rooms. At that, Akatani raises his eyebrows in a combination of confusion and interest. Food and bed? Is this a hotel or a bar? He tries to play it off as a joke but can't help but imagine what he and Himiko would have done otherwise. Part of him wonders if Dabi would have let them stay with him, if he even has a place of his own. The money he saved from working at Antiku wouldn't have got them further than a few weeks. Are you not grateful? Kurogyari resumes, wiping down glasses now that the mood has shifted to something more lighthearted. Though, that doesn't last very long. Akatani doesn't want to owe a debt to the League. He doesn't want to be shown hospitality by villains. He may be deterred by Sensei. Momentarily, but he refuses to forget his goal. Kurogyari and Tamura are still his targets. He'll kill them. Not today. Nor tomorrow. But eventually. So he answers Kurogyari with a curt, no. I'm not. Meanwhile, Akatani's yesterday catches up with him. There's no outrunning his past when a certain rat is running the maze. After class hours, Aizawa enters Nizu's office for a discussion that he'd been dreading the entire teaching day. He's filled with even more despair when he finds Detective Tsukauchi also there with one of his students. Bakugo. It's after school hours. Shouldn't you be at home? Aizawa fixes his focus on the spiky-haired blonde first. Though Nizu is quick to confirm the teacher's suspicion of the boy's presence. Actually, Aizawa, Mr. Bakugo is here per my request. Much to his dismay. Aizawa sighs before also taking a seat, getting settled in for the long haul of what he's sure ought to be a headache-inducing conversation. And why is one of my students present for this? You'll never guess the coincidence. Tsukauchi glances over at the underground hero before nodding towards Nizu. The principal returns the gesture before turning the computer screen on his desk to face the other way. On the monitor is a green-haired boy with a face full of freckles. Meet Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo frowns. Tsukauchi stares at Aizawa from the corner of his eye. Aizawa finds the face familiar but can't quite place it until Nizu reveals the identity for him. Or, as you may have come to know him, Akatani Mikumo. Aizawa's eyes broaden when he places the features. The outdated picture shows an extreme evolution occurred, but the kid is undeniably one and the same. What's Bakugo got to do with him? Aizawa redirects his attention as he tries to think of a correlation. Bakugo meets his teacher's gaze as he explains, I grew up with the nerd. I knew him before he dash. The pause has Aizawa raise a brow. Before he ran away, Bakugo averts his eyes. The avoidance of eye contact has Aizawa asking, ran away? Bakugo nods. When he realizes his teacher is waiting on a verbal answer, he elaborates, after his mom died he just vanished. His mother. Aizawa's breath hitches as he starts to learn about Akatani Izuku Midoriya's past. She got really fed. His quirk manifested and he bit me. Then he stopped coming to school. Then his mom, she was. The details of Bakugo's recollections start to come fast but end on a more somber note. Vigilante Inko. It suddenly makes sense to Aizawa why the boy was so intent on covering up his past. The disdain for his own quirk and how he had to cope with its effects. He's only a child and he had reformatted his whole identity to accommodate for the danger he saw in himself. All Aizawa can manage to say instead of a swear word is, Christ. Detective Tsukauchi and I had similar reactions, but I'm afraid you're a little late to receiving that information for us to dwell too long on it. Nizu unsympathetically brushes it aside in order to move on with his other findings. But Aizawa is still processing the travesty for him to be as eager. The kid ate his own mother. Let's just calm down. Please, Aizawa, have a seat. Tsukauchi rests a hand on the underground hero's shoulder to keep him from standing up. Nizu also makes an attempt to de-escalate the situation. Would you like a cup of tea? Though all the principal's suggestion does is earn another glare from Aizawa. No. I would not. Suit yourself. Nizu easily shrugs it off. He continues with his casual demeanor to type into the system and pull up a new file. While Mr. Midoriya's mother is no longer with us, we shouldn't neglect the boy's father. Auntie Inko always said the deadbeat BSTRD worked overseas. Bakugo provides his relatively helpful input about the matter from the sidelines. And Tsukauchi bounces off of it to also explain, which is why it'll be difficult to get a hold of him for questioning. Aizawa doesn't like the sounds of that, but waits to hear more before asking anything. The computer screen switches to a new photo ID, this one a splitting image of Izuku if he were aged up by 20 to 30 years. Hisashi Midoriya. Nothing too abnormal about his record. Although, I do find the lack of concern for his wife or son rather odd. He never left America for her funeral, nor did he bother to search for young Midoriya. Nizu provides a rundown of the information he's gathered on the man. But Aizawa doesn't find any of it the least bit helpful. That doesn't mean he'd have anything to offer if we could speak with him. That just means he's an a-hole. My thoughts exactly. Nizu beams with a smile like the lack of a lead is a good thing. Tsukauchi draws everyone's attention to him when he voices that problem out loud. Despite learning more about the kid, we're not left with many leads. Though not without a small caveat towards Aizawa, Nizu and I were hoping you might be able to get something out of this. The underground hero recoils at the implication. He figured the rat would have some delusional gimmick in mind for solving the investigation, but he hadn't expected it from Tsukauchi. He wonders just what exactly they have in mind. They thought you'd be able to get through to me, or whatever. Bakugo's grumbled answer from the corner wasn't what Aizawa had been expecting either. The blonde crosses his arms as he continues to growl. It's not about opening up. If I knew something about the nerd, I'd tell you. I seriously haven't seen him since he ran off. Suddenly, Aizawa has an epiphany. The connection with Bakugo reminds him that there are other students in his class who may also have ties with Midoriya. Todoroki had been mentioned by Eri, as well as Shinso who he had taken under his wing ever since the sports festival. Actually, Bakugo isn't the only student under my tutelage with a connection to aka Midoriya. He starts to find the intel from the meeting all the more insightful now that he's actually got more leads. Bakugo shakes his head in dismissal of the possibility. The nerd didn't have any other friends besides me growing up. But Aizawa shakes his head too. These are more recent, having all the more reason to be hopeful of these potential leads. They might know where to find him. Tsukauchi starts to catch on and agrees that they could make or break the case. Nizu folds his paws neatly, leaning back in his chair with as chipper an attitude as ever. Well, let's invite them in for some tea, shall we? His tiny grin implies that he sees more of an opportunity than they do. Does the name Izuku Midoriya mean anything to either of you? Aizawa stares down at the two boys seated on the most comfortable couch within A's teacher lounge. He figured the setting would be much more relaxing than Nizu's office and as such would make them more inclined to answer his questions. No, he was just hoping for a better answer from Todoroki. One not so curt at the very least. Two. And Shinso's response happens to somehow be even worse. Aizawa refrains from slapping a hand against his face, instead opting for a glance towards Tsukauchi. The detective indicates that neither of them are lying, assuming that's the reason for the side eye. Let's try that again. The teacher sighs in frustration before attempting a different approach. How do you two boys know Akatani Mikumo? Shinso and Todoroki exchange a look between themselves, non-discreetly. A moment of silence passes before they face their teacher and the detective again. Why are you asking? Shinso asks with what sounds like a hint of suspicion. Aizawa likes to believe he knows the boy well enough from their training that he recognizes the tone as inquisitive instead though. Is Mikumo in some kind of trouble? Todoroki, on the other hand, is much more readable as concerned despite his usually stoic demeanor. Unfortunately, we can't disclose any information at this time. Tsukauchi chimes in from the sides to plug any potential leaks in the investigation that Aizawa could cause. Taking that as an indication to treat his students as a little more than children, Aizawa sighs once more before basically begging, "Please, answer the question." We first met in a coffee shop that he works at. Todoroki's heteromorphic eyes settle on Aizawa's gaze as he tries to gauge his teacher just as much as he's being studied. Antiku. I'm familiar with the place. Aizawa nods along but can't hide the disappointment in his tone. He was hoping that this would be a lead to someplace else. Then he introduced me to Shinso. Todoroki passing the torch to the other boy does rekindle some of the underground hero's hope though. I knew Mikumo for longer. Especially when Shinso says that. Aizawa eagerly listens for the boy's backstory. When Shinso blushes in embarrassment, he isn't expecting the explanation he gets. We met at a quirk support group. Only after Aizawa mulls the answer over does he realize, that makes sense. Shinso and Midoriya were both contemptuous of their own quirks. Regardless, he's relieved to discover something new that may help him and Tsukauchi find Midoriya. He asks, "Do you know if he still attends any of the meetings?" "We haven't seen him lately." Todoroki shakes his head as he answers for both himself and Shinso. His head then hangs somberly until he raises it again to ask, "Is he okay?" Wanting to provide some form of comfort for his student, Aizawa assures him, "That's what we wish to know too. Could you provide us with an address to that support group?" Tsukauchi reinserts himself to get things back on track and away from emotional vulnerability though. In his hands are a pad and pencil to write things down. Aizawa isn't sure how he didn't notice the detective was taking notes until now. Sure. It might be worth checking still. Shinso goes along with Tsukauchi's request while Todoroki seemingly stares off into space. Not wanting either of his students to be left to their own musings about the matter, Aizawa clears his throat to ask, "Is there anything else you might be able to tell us about him?" He has a younger sister named Eri, but Shinso is still the only one to continue providing any intel. Though the info does hold its fair share of surprises, he said she's in America with her father right now. I see. Aizawa and Tsukauchi share a quick glance that's easily missed by the boys. Midoriya had lied about Eri's caretaker to Shinso considering Aizawa is currently her guardian and he's far from America. Anything else? Tsukauchi continues prying for more information as he notes the potential relevance. No, but Todoroki finally speaks up to shut them down. That's all we know. Aizawa knows Tsukauchi will want to keep applying pressure, but he gives in before the detective can. Okay then. It's a judgment call only he can make considering they're his students. If there's anything else, you know to grab me after class. Before or during if it can't wait. He gestures for them to leave. Thank you for your time. You're dismissed. See you at the summer camp. Todoroki is the first to stand. He gives a short bow before going, Shinso following shortly after him. Seems Midoriya keeps his friends at an arm's width. Tsukauchi finishes writing his final takeaways before closing his notepad and turning towards Aizawa. But Aizawa is much too consumed by his thoughts to return the gesture, if he even considers them his friends at all. The mystery of who Izuku Midoriya is himself is just as elusive as the people that he acquaints himself with. His strange girlfriend who's also an enigma. His childhood friend who is no longer in contact. Shinso and Todoroki. The Yakuza and Eri. And that mask shop owner. Aizawa turns to face Tsukauchi, coming up with yet another potential lead based on his pure hunches. Yuta stands in the center of his store, gawping at the group of customers that currently occupy the space. Quite frankly, he hadn't encountered such an oddball group since the Yakuza, and they paled in comparison to this wacky bunch. All he can manage to get out of his mouth is an uttered under the breath, What the F dash? Standing beside him, Akatani Mikumo is well within earshot to hear it. And he has no qualms about agreeing with the mask maker, I know, right? One of the bunch that's been brought in is currently looking over a hockey mask. Hey, this one's pretty good. He grins while weighing it in his hand. I think I'll take it. He's a large muscular blonde with a missing eyeball, but yet somehow still doesn't manage to stick out from the crowd as the strangest. Not when a man in a black and gray skin-tight bodysuit agrees that it's not bad, before immediately going back on his own word, it's horrendous. Too generic. Do you have any gas masks? There's also a boy in a school uniform. He looks younger than even Akatani and Himiko, the age of which one can turn to villainy bewildering. Yuta points in a general direction while giving better verbal directions, third shelf to your right. But his focus is still on the two that he knows the best. He turns back towards Akatani and Himiko. When I said bring your friends, I wasn't expecting. Disinterested in their conversation or shopping for a disguise, Dabi rolls his eyes before interrupting to ask, is it okay if I smoke in here? Yuta spares a quick glance towards Dabi, I'd rather you not, before brushing him off. Dabi shrugs, I'd rather wait outside anyways, heading for the exit, let me know when you're all finished shopping for Halloween. No fun, Himiko pouts as she watches him leave. Yeah. Party pooper. The man wearing a bodysuit agrees before going back on his word for a second time. This place stinks. I want to leave too. The extreme bipolarism earns a few looks. One of the judgmentals is a villain covered in scales. I'm going to stick with my stain apparel, if you all don't mind. He's one of the few to already be wearing an outfit. You mean stain cosplay? Himiko teases him a little about the obviously inspired costume. It's not cosplay, but he's obviously touchy about the look. Pretty. So pretty. Another suited individual mutters to himself in a corner. He fidgets and twitches as he repeats himself, no. Can't. No. It's as though the leather harnesses and straitjacket he's got on is barely enough to restrain whatever psychotic urges he's holding back. So uncivilized. A man with a top hat dismisses the odd character before lifting up a mask of his selection. It fits perfectly over his face. I've taken a liking to this one. Rather fitting to my theme, is it not? Meh. The bipolar villain both disagrees and agrees, dashing. You're all crazy. I'm joining Dabi outside. Another of the large group shakes their head in disapproval before also leaving. Much to Himiko's disavowal, oh, come on Mag. Don't spoil the fun. This isn't exactly my definition of fun either. Himiko. We're not here to make friends. Akatani crosses his arms as he watches the crowd carefully. Tamura and Kurojiri increased the number of members in such a short span of time. Now it's more enemies that'll have to die. But we're a team. We've got to bond a little. Himiko grabs onto Akatani's arm so she can JRK and shake him per her usual exaggeration. It was her idea to go out as a group that he doesn't know whether or not she's caught on to the fact that the League are still enemies. And what better way than to go mask shopping? Flesh. Pretty flesh. The reclusive villain in a leather straitjacket brings his knees to his chest as he continues muttering to himself. What he's saying doesn't go unheard by Himiko. See? You two sound like you'd get along. But when Akatani looks at the man, he sees the worst side of himself that he'd never want to associate with. He sees someone who's truly villainous and lost to the hunger of evil. He's not even sure if what sounds like a fellow cannibal is capable of functioning with the group. To lose oneself to the craze and never return. To lose all sense of self and be driven out of your mind. What he sees is what he himself could have become. What he could still become. He hates it. He hates them. Just like all the other villains. Hell no. Akatani's eyes burn as they glare at the cannibal. Sensing the boy's hostility and noticing the emergence of his Kakugan, Yuta tries redirecting the focus and attention back to himself. This isn't going to be a repeat of the Yakuza, is it? He recalls the last time things went awry and wishes to avoid another situation like that. Akatani gives a non-committed shrug in response. It's difficult to know whether he's joking or not when he says, "Don't tempt me." As if the ghoul needs any more reasons to get riled up, the leader of the League enters the shop to join them. He's currently got a hand attached to his face, red eyes peering out between the finger gaps. His gaze is just as angry as Akatani's as he barks a question, "What the hell's taking so long in here?" Himiko, undeterred by the harsh tone, makes a cheerful suggestion. "Hansi, you should get a new mask too." Her nickname for him earns a glare. "Don't touch father." Tamura protectively places his own hand over the one covering his face. "Father?" Akatani doesn't miss the odd affection in Tamura's tone as opposed to the usual disdain he hears. Neither does Yuta. This group is sounding more freakish by the second. Who's clearly had enough of the bunch. Ignoring everyone's remarks, Tamura fixates himself solely on Akatani. He approaches the boy, stopping short by just a few feet to stand over him. "Ghoul, I want to speak with you." He tries giving an order. "That makes one of us." But Akatani isn't the least bit intimidated. Overhearing the interaction, the burly blonde member of the league excitedly turns to face them. "Ghoul? No way. You're just a kid." He grins ear to ear in amusement over their standoff while also fantasizing the future. "Man, that makes me excited to see what you'll do when you're my age." Akatani's just further irritated when the muscular villain adds, "Big fan. I wonder what Stain saw in you." The Stain cosplayer with a reptiliation mutation quirk also takes an interest in Akatani upon discovering his identity as the Tokyo Ghoul. Akatani sighs. He'd rather deal with Tamura individually than have to handle the whole group of villains. Besides, Sensei restricts him from eliminating Tamura that he may as well play along for the time being anyways. Suddenly, getting out of here doesn't seem like such a bad idea. He agrees to speak with Tamura privately for his sanity's sake. "You can use the back office." Yuta helpfully gestures with his single hand towards the private area. To which Akatani gives a grateful nod in return. "Thanks, Yuta." Tamura follows Akatani into the back room when he shuts the door so they can be alone and unheard. Akatani turns on the villain leader and asks, "So, what is it? What did Sensei want to speak with you in private about?" Tamura scratches under his chin down to his neck as he gets straight to the point. Akatani raises a brow, wondering why Tamura cares to know. That kinda defeats the purpose of a private conversation, doesn't it? He's not even sure if All for One wants his protege to know about their meeting anyways. "You work for me, brat. Just tell me." But Tamura quickly loses his patience. Knowing Tamura has a tendency to lash out when losing his temper and that he can't fight back, Akatani decides to just lie. "He was interested in my reputation and wanted to know my reasons for joining." He shrugs it off as no big deal so the questioning can end. "Nothing special. Nobody other than me ever caught his special interest before." But Tamura isn't quite convinced. "While your ranking on the scoreboard is impressive, I'm not convinced that you're more than an NPC just yet." Akatani rolls his eyes while thinking of the other people they recruited. "Compared to the group that you put together here, I'd beg to differ." Clearly not expecting that sassy response, Tamura can't help but smirk beneath the hand covering his mouth. Maybe, though he'd never admit to finding the snarky comment amusing. A brief moment of silence passes between the two, Akatani expecting to be asked another question. When nothing comes, he takes the opportunity for himself. "Can I ask you something now?" Tamura's smile quickly drops. "Depends." But he can't help but be the least bit curious. "When you attacked Yue, who was your target?" Akatani eyes the villain as he searches for motive and reason other than causing havoc. He's not sure what it is that he'll find the longer that he stares. That wretched excuse for a hero, All Might of course. "Why?" Tamura dismisses the question as though the answer is obvious though. Akatani thinks of Aizawa covered in bandages. He remembers Todoroki is part of that class. So everyone else was just collateral damage. He holds a grudge that only reignites tenfold the more he thinks of how Eri could have also potentially been dragged into the conflict. NPCs always are. Tamura scoffs without any consideration that collateral damage is wrong. But he does find himself more intrigued by the ghoul. "Why are you so interested?" Akatani finds Tamura's eyes, green meeting red. Because not everyone is an NPC, he hopes his words resonate as he tries to speak in a language the villain will understand. "You might have strength, but there's always someone with higher stats. Like yourself?" Tamura narrows his gaze. He's taking it as a threat. Maybe, which Akatani doesn't mind. Though he did originally mean all for one in regards to himself, hoping to reach Tamura through relatability for whatever reason. He shakes it off and regards it as just trying to know his enemy better. What's your quirk, by the way? Tamura doesn't respond at first. He takes a second to huff in laughter before grabbing a stray mask with 4 fingers. When the 5th joins the other digits, the mask starts to crumble. Would you really like to compare? Tamura holds his stare with Akatani as his quirk decays the face covering until there's nothing left. Akatani would be lying if he said he wasn't impressed, but he doesn't show it. You know you're gonna have to pay for that, right? He instead points to the pile of dust with a deadpan expression. Tamura does this before facing away and placing his hand on the door handle to leave. Let me know when you're ready for Kurogiri to warp us out of here. He gives one last parting sentence of acknowledgement before exiting. Devil horns jut out from the top of the cardinal red mask in Yuta's hand. It's his most recent work of art, a wood-carved masterpiece painted to perfection. Tiny details like the number of fangs in its artificial mouth are accounted for the same as pointed elf ears. The craftsman takes a second longer to admire his own work before placing it on a shelf with some of his other finished designs. Then he hears the chime of his shop's door opening. He expects a customer to walk in and discover his latest tour de force, but instead finds himself face to face with 2 police officers, one of which he's familiar with. Yuta unenthusiastically greets the man in a futile attempt to hide his disappointment. Detective. I can't say it's too good to see you again. Detective Tsukauchi takes the cold welcome to heart, brandishing a document that he prepared just in case the shopkeeper tries turning him away. Which is why I brought a warrant. He holds the paper up to the store's neon lights for the mask maker to see clearly. But Yuta is looking past the form, his eyes instead on the officer that Tsukauchi brought with him. The store owner nods in the cop's direction, and back up. But when the detective turns around to also acknowledge his partner, he finds Tamakawa trying on a kitsune mask. The oblivious officer turns his attention towards them, tabby head barely concealed by a similar cat covering. Huh? Tsukauchi rolls his eyes at his partner's antics, intimidation clearly off the table now. Not exactly. The detective sighs while returning his focus to the shopkeeper, more like moral support. What can I do for you? Yuta skips past the pleasantries and keeps his guard up anyways. He doesn't doubt there's a reason that the law is paying him a visit after all. Izuku Midoriya. Tsukauchi throws the name out to test Yuta. When the store owner doesn't react, he uses the boy's alias, Akatani Mikumo. The detective gets the reaction he was expecting, the masker's eyes widening. Those same eyes narrow when Tsukauchi uses the boy's nickname, the Tokyo Ghoul. Tsukauchi shakes his head before also getting straight to the point. Whatever you refer to him as personally, he's gone AWOL. Yuta looks away, trying to act natural as he asks, and what makes you think he'd come here? It's Tsukauchi's turn to glare. He crosses his arms while stating the obvious. It seemed to me that he was making quite a fashion statement during his public debut on the news. The strobe lights either switch to a shade of red or Yuta blushes under the lamp's heat. Either way, he sheepishly rubs the back of his neck with his single hand. I made that for him a long time ago. He recalls the leather mask that Akatani now wears clearly. Tsukauchi raises a brow, his quirk registering that what Yuta said is the truth. However, the detective isn't ready to give up a potential lead just yet. This also serves as the perfect opportunity to ask, he hasn't come by to pay you a visit since then? No, Yuta immediately shoots down the question with as much feigned bravo that he can muster. However, no amount of confidence can trick Tsukauchi's lie detection. He levels his gaze with Yuta's upon registering the answer to his question as a lie. You do remember what my quirk is, don't you? Much to Yuta's credit, he doesn't break eye contact this time. He hardens his stare and swallows before also hardening his tone. Unfortunately, I do. A moment passes before Yuta tries giving validation for the reason that he's putting his foot down. He's just a kid. Tsukauchi exchanges a look with Tamakawa, who's finally put down the kitsune mask and joined him in his own stance. The officer motions to the HNDCFFS attached to his belt, but Tsukauchi shakes his head. The detective tries breaking through Yuta's rough exterior with compassion before taking such measures, which is exactly why we need to find him. Kids require guidance or they can wind up running with the wrong crowds. Which those words seem to do the trick, judging by how big Yuta's eyes get and his open-mouthed audible reaction, "Oh shit." What? Tsukauchi isn't sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing though. He was with a group. They were all buying masks. Yuta staggers back like he's about to lose his footing and faint. Tsukauchi almost believes the mask maker actually will pass out when he presses a palm against his head. Tamakawa realizes why first, hair standing on end over the same revelation. They're planning something. He turns towards his fellow officer with mild panic starting to set in. Tsukauchi feels that same anxiety, pushing Yuta for more information. "Can you identify any members of the group for us?" Yuta shakes his head, face turning pale. Whether he's sweating from the heat of the store's lights or if he's just that disturbed by what's happening nobody knows, but it may as well be both. There were too many to go over. Yuta recalls the number of people in the group was high. And that's enough to plunge Tsukauchi into action. The detective grabs a hold of his partner by the shoulders, grip tight as he orders, "Tamakawa, call Aizawa." "I don't think he's gonna get reception from where he is." Tamakawa fumbles with his cell phone as he tries pulling it out of his pocket. "Call him." But Tsukauchi is already running to get in his vehicle. Unfortunately for both the detective and his partner, they won't be able to contact or reach anybody in time for a proper warning. The League of Villains has already deposited its latest members on a mountain via Kurojire's warp gate. The team stands right at the tip of a bluff, overlooking a vast stretch of forestry. Behind them is the open mouth of a cave, the moonlight hitting it just right that they're able to see through the shadows, but nobody can see them if anyone were to try. "Are we going on a camping trip now?" The reptilian-stained fanboy glances around the environment with mild interest. He's got the same attire he had on when visiting Yuta's shop, but now carries a massive mishmash of blades bound together with belts. It stabs the ground as though he's pitching it like a tent. Is this another bonding exercise? The more gentlemanly member of the bunch removes his top hat so that it doesn't blow away in the breeze that brushes against his overcoat. And then there's the chaotic member with a bipolar personality. If the outdoors is so good, then how come all the bugs are always trying to get inside, asking the real questions? "Shut up, the whole lot of you, and I'll explain." Dobby snaps at them before pulling out a flask from his coat pocket. The constant bickering has driven him to take up drinking, having a swig every now and then the only way for him to stay the only sane member. Booze runs down his scarred chin as he discloses the reason for their drop-off. "Our honorable leader confided in me that this is where our first mission is going to take place." "Really?" Akatani looks at Dobby with wide eyes. He wasn't expecting Tamura to give Dobby exclusive details, nor Dobby to keep those things a secret. The burned villain shrugs as though it's no big deal to have kept it hidden, but Akatani still can't cope with the slight feeling of betrayal. Flesh. The crazed cannibal is still among them, occasionally providing his less than helpful input too. Luckily, he's also still got on a leather straitjacket with straps restraining him. "What are we supposed to do out in the middle of nowhere?" The villain wearing shades raises a skeptical brow and places their hands on their hips while questioning the integrity of Dobby's claim. To which Dobby rolls his eyes. "It's not just the wilderness," and points towards the horizon of the treeline. "Look." Everyone follows the villain's finger to find it aiming towards a collection of cabins in the distance. "We have a target. They should be somewhere there." And the group comes to the same conclusion that they're supposed to raid whoever occupies the residence. "Well, what are we waiting for? I'm itching to go. Let's hurry up and move." The muscular member of the villains stomps forward eagerly. Since Yuta's mask shop, he's adopted a look combining the hockey mask he bought with a hooded cloak to cover his body. "Wait, it's too soon. We need to scope the place out first. Bide our time." The boy who bought a gas mask chimes in while trying to step in front of his much more imposing comrade. He nearly gets trampled, but sighs in relief when the muscular villain stops short. "Who died and made you boss?" Dobby shoots a quick glance over his shoulder with an expression of disdain. But Akatani stands up for the boy by agreeing. "He's right. We don't know anything." He's sporting his own annoyed look behind his mask as he directs his next statement at Dobby. You didn't even tell us who our target would be. I usually like surprises, but we're supposed to be friends. Himiko sides with her boyfriend while giving an exaggerated demonstrative pout. Though the exaggerated movement and gestures do help convey her disappointment better than her facial expression considering she's got on her own mask now. A loose black tube wraps around her neck like a scarf, decorated with pieces of pale metal to form the shape of a carnivorous grin. Our shadowy orchestrator has planned everything. There is sure to be sound reasoning behind it all. The elegant villain returns his hat to his head now that the wind has stopped blowing as hard. He seems to be siding with Dabi. Who the hell cares? Let us get down there. My blood's pumping over here. And the muscular villain is still as eager as ever to get the mission underway as well. Job. The crazed cannibal is drooling like a dog now. A job. However, his new word replacing flesh makes his standpoint clear. Shut up, you whack jobs. But Dabi disregards them all regardless of who they agree or disagree with. The only two he bothers acknowledging are Akitani and Himiko. He pulls out a photo of none other than Katsuki Bakugo, showing it to them first. No wonder I was the only one entrusted to know what we're doing here until now, but not without muttering under his breath how exasperated he is by the group's consistent commotion. Kaken. Akitani instantly recognizes his childhood friend in the picture presented. He's that guy from the sports festival. As does Himiko. She grabs onto Akitani's arm in an attempt to comfort him, already understanding the impact the revelation must be having on him. Dabi moves on from them to address the others. We're gonna retrieve this angry Pomeranian and keep him as a pet. Do not kill him. He's a potential recruit, not a bounty, showing them the same photo. Buskill. The hulky-ish hooded villain grumbles over the order not allowing him to murder the target. But Akitani is still too busy processing the order himself to notice or care. This'll never work. What a stupid FANG plan. You don't think he'll join us? Himiko and he start to have a private whispered conversation separate from the main group. Kaken would never. He shakes his head at the mere thought that Kaken would become a villain for any reason whatsoever. But he also falters when Himiko asks him, not even if he sees you? Akitani and Himiko stare at one another, gauging each of their emotions despite the masks concealing their facial expressions. Akitani doesn't have an answer for the question he was just asked. He finds himself looking down at the rest of his outfit. Much like the large margin of others, he's adopted a full costume appearance. The form-fitting black makes up a combat suit, covered by a buttoned high-collar jacket. The sleeves are short, stopping at his elbows, the same as his pants' legs cut off at the knees. However, tactical dark leather continues and covers what would have been otherwise exposed skin. He's not sure how Bakugo would react to seeing him like this, fully embracing the ghoulish persona. What's you talking about? Don't be flirting on the job. Akitani is suddenly startled by an arm being slung over his shoulder. He finds himself being jostled by the black and gray suited villain, much to his displeasure. Enough. Dabi barks for the Deadpool knockoff to quit goofing around before turning his attention to the youngest of the team. Oi kid, think you can hit the forest with your mustard gas? He asks for support as a plan of attack begins to formulate. Yeah. The boy's gas mask bobs up and down in confirmation when he realizes that he's being acknowledged. Then let's start a signal fire together. Dabi grins as much as his stapled cheeks will allow and emits a blue flame from one of his equally marred hands. We'll begin putting them in their places. Now we're talking. The muscular villain cackles with glee before playfully slapping Akitani on the back. How about it, ghoul? He's shocked to see Akitani doesn't stumble from the push. But he's even more surprised when Akitani doesn't respond with the same enthusiasm to get in on some action. I'm staying behind. We're mobilizing too early and everyone here is a loose cannon. Dabi doesn't care, not bothering to read into it. He shrugs before sliding down the slope. Suit yourself. Akitani, but Himiko does pause to express an amount of concern. She looks her boyfriend imploringly in the eyes. The gaze he returns to her is soft and she's soothed by his nod that it's okay for her to go, or rather, she feels it's a non-verbal request that she does go. So she nods back and does. Shall we? The gentleman of the group gestures for everyone to mobilize and they begin to disperse one by one. Pretty soon, the only ones left at the mouth of the cave are Akatani and the brutish muscular villain. What's the big idea? Is it cause we're not allowed to kill that blonde kid? The hooded Hulk PPS his head to the side as he tries to guess the reason for Akatani staying behind. Akatani frowns but tries not to show his annoyance otherwise as he responds, "No. Nobody said anything about the others. Come on, we can still have a good old-fashioned massacre." Though it's proven much more difficult than one would imagine when he's interrupted by an enthusiastically carefree desire to kill. "You," Akatani growls as he struggles to contain his own bloodlust. Though the muscular villain would probably be surprised to learn who that murderous urge is being directed towards. But before either villain can act upon the wafting aura, they're drawn to the sound of non-rhythmic taps. The source is a small pebble that bounces on the dirt of the hill when it reaches them. Akatani follows the direction that it fell from, spotting a boy that looks about Aries' age staring down at them with a terrified look. Well, Akatani redirects his gaze with worry when the muscular villain stomps past him to get a view of the boy too, a face that isn't on the list. The small child is paralyzed with fear, and that's only knowing half the danger that he's in. Akatani starts to move for the boy too. "What are you doing out here?" muttering under his breath in disbelief. "Hey, that hat is pretty slick, kid. Why don't you trade me for this lame mask?" The muscular villain towers over the child as he removes his faceplate to unveil his one-eyed monstrosity of a face. When Akatani catches a glimpse of the manic grin that's plastered there, his legs move on their own. Wah! The kid turns to run, but there's no chance of him escaping the muscular villain's raised fist. Not without Akatani swooping in to rescue him. The boy is transported in nearly an instant, wrapped in Akatani's protective arms. A crater is left in place of where the kid once was, his life saved. "What are you doing?" The one-eyed menace pulls his fist back from the indention he left in the ground while staring at Akatani incredulously. Tendrils sprout from the ghoul's back, one of the limbs slashing the rock and creating a mark much deeper than the one that the other villain made. Cross that line. The ghoul's single exposed eye now glows red as it meets the other one-eyed monster's gaze, "And I'll kill you." The muscular villain's perturbed features last for only a second, replaced by the same earlier manic grin he had when attacking the young boy Akatani is swearing to now protect. "Oh, I'm gonna have fun with you." He rips his cloak off to expose his huge physique and muscle fibers begin to triple the size of those muscles. "I hope the gang doesn't mind a small internal conflict between two powerhouses." Powerhouse? Fun. Watching the villain display his quirk gives the ghoul a different centipede though, you're an all-you-can-eat buffet. Before engaging his opponent, Akatani takes care to safely place the boy he rescued in a tree with one of his tendrils. He can't have the child getting in harm's way or hindering his combat abilities. He also doesn't want to risk losing control of himself during the indulgence he's about to have when feasting on the muscular villain, not with a kid cradled in his arms. The one-eyed tank charges, no longer waiting for Akatani to safely distribute the child. The ghoul meets the attack head-on, unzipping his mouth covering and unleashing his kagun. They collide with one another, full force put into their rushes. It takes all of his tentacles to stop the pressure of the muscular villain's punches, two at a time wrapping each arm by the wrist. With all four limbs occupied, Akatani grinds his feet into the ground to try and push forward himself. The dirt and rock crumble, the earth uplifting. A huge draft of dust envelopes the two villains as they struggle with one another. Akatani pulls downwards with his tentacles, forcing his enemy to the ground. That same tugging launches him skybound, resulting in a cartwheel kick aerial maneuver that connects with the back of the muscular villain's skull. Closing the distance, the ghoul takes the opportunity to sink his teeth in. The ghoul rips a chunk of flesh out from the villain's muscle fibers, slurping it down and swallowing it whole. The villain roars in a mixture of rage and pain, twisting in an attempt to knock Akatani off his back. The brute backs into the cave's wall, trying to use it as a means to crush his opponent. He's met with opposition, Akatani planting his feet and pushing back. Akatani then ducks under a heavy swipe, taking a quick bite from the outstretched arm as he does. He rolls between the bigger villain's legs, getting behind him again. The ghoul goes for the calf muscles next, tearing into them. Another furious shout erupts from the hulking menace as he tries to bring a fist down on the ghoul, cannibalizing him. Akatani leaps over the punch and lands on the villain's shoulder, chomping down. The villain shrieks, spiraling as he tries to grab the ghoul and throw him off. The two slam into the already dented cave wall, pebbles and dirt showering them. Akatani rips out another piece of flesh with his hands before finally getting flung off. He lands with an arm poised and the other ped back, legs spread. Tentacles whipping around frantically like wagging tails, he moves along the ledge of the cliff with haste. The muscular villain is barely able to keep track of the speeding blur, almost missing a last-second block by raising his arms to deflect a tentacle whip-lashing. The force of the blow does manage to knock him back though. He nearly trips over himself as he tries to defend against a second strike. Akatani flips backwards to avoid a counterstrike and follows up with a third swipe of his tentacles. The muscular villain snatches one of the limbs, ignoring the other three that slash open his chest. Then he uses the single tentacle as a pulley to hoist Akatani up and fling him across the mountain. The air pressure does more damage to the cliff, causing it to crack, than to the throne. Akatani spears the dirt with his limbs, planting them into the ground and stopping his momentum. But that's what the muscular villain wanted. He clears the distance with a punch primed to obliterate Akatani, who now has his body exposed. Akatani hadn't expected the big lunkhead to actually have half a brain cell. He raises his arms, doing his best to absorb the critical hit without taking too much damage, but finds himself being launched into a tree. The base of the trunk shatters into splinters and Akatani spirals out of control before crashing through three more. The blowback only stops when he collides with another mountain wall. The force causes a miniature landslide, dirt pouring across the peak. He'd have been buried alive if it weren't for his survival instincts to grapple from there back into the trees. The muscular villain huffs as he shoves a robotic eye into his empty socket. Guess I'll have to take you seriously. Though he appears to clearly enjoy the thrill of the fight, judging by the grin that's returned to his face. Akatani growls as he darts from one tree to the next, utilizing the branches and their leaves as cover. He severs a few of them to carry with him as he goes along, coming up with a new plan. The rustling of the treetops draws the muscular villain's gaze, his eyes enhanced by the animatronic one. Since the ghoul is out of reach, he tries chucking a boulder instead. Akatani springs from his current tree to another, dodging the rock barreling towards him. Pieces of bark spray from where he once had been. The muscular villain laughs as he boasts, "Come back down here and fight like a man." Twigs snap and fall. The muscular villain's grin grows and he throws another rock. Except, he doesn't see the ghoul move to avoid the assault. Instead, dead tree limbs fall in his place. Having lost track of his opponent, he quickly turns to search another side of the cliff. More dead branches rain down from where leaves had been shaking. A diversion. The trick. The ghoul comes out behind him, able to get another bite in with his back turned. The muscular villain screeches, royally set off. The ghoul just continues his assault, tentacles ripping into the exposed muscle fibers as much as his nails do. Gnashing teeth destroy the makeshift armor of flesh easily. Blood flies left and right as the muscular villain gets torn into. The ghoul shows no mercy, bringing the villain to his knees as he pleads with agonizing cries for the torture to stop. Every new layer applied is just another platter set out to be eaten. Eventually, the villain would rather stop trying to shield his real body than to continue enduring his suffering. His screams are silenced once his throat gets torn out and eaten like the rest of him. What remains of the carcass slumps over once the ghoul is finished, now a lifeless husk of shredded meat. Akatani wipes his mouth with the back of his hand as he turns around to face the blue flames behind him. A rising inferno has overtaken the forest, burning it to the ground. Thick black smoke rises into the night sky, blending with a purple cloud that snakes through ashes. He can see the cabins in the distance are burning too, also shrouded in a colored fog. He remembers that the League of Villains are targeting Kaken. He remembers Todoroki is in that same class. He remembers Aizawa teaches that class. He worries that Aizawa may have thought it was safe enough to bring Eri along. Akatani pulls the zipper on his mask, covering his mouth. Then, he gives the boy that he rescued a parting look, ensuring that the kid will at least be safe out of harm's way. And he dives into the hell below. Azure flames flail in blinding white flashes, flying from tree to tree in a rapid spread. The destruction is as swift as Akatani, the ghoul sprinting within the wildfire. Burning branches break off from charred trunks and transform to ash in the dense black air. Akatani's mask keeps him from swallowing the dark smog, but his heightened sense still revolts towards the acrid smell that chokes his lungs. Fumes fill what remains of the forest, stinging Akatani's eyes as he searches for anyone other than himself within the inferno. He's run deep enough into the withering wilderness that he's reached the equally charred cabins. The facility's collapsed, consumed by Dabi's fire. Akatani swallows as he peeks at the piles of burned wood. Nobody appears to be buried, but there's not a soul in sight otherwise either. There's a chance that everyone was outside for a nightly activity and didn't get caught up in the conflagration. Or so he hopes. That's more than wishful thinking. Suddenly, a resounding boom shakes the ground and returns Akatani's attention to the burning forest. A major updraft of dirt came from the west where more sounds carries across the treetops. Signs of a fight. Signs of life. The ghoul takes off, breaking into another sprint. He's got more than enough energy to spare, his intake of muscular fibers giving him a massive boost. So when he comes across a thick tree trunk that's fallen in his path, he simply bounds over it. Akatani just isn't prepared for what he finds on the other side. The underground hero, Eraserhead, also comes to a dead stop. The two had intersected one another's routes on their way to the explosion source. Aizawa's pause lasts shorter than Akatani's upon initial reunion though. Having years of experience and training under his belt, the underground hero lashes out with his capture cloth to contain the Tokyo ghoul. Akatani acts purely on instinct, evading the winding material with a twist of his torso that backs him into a burning tree. The flaming tree licks his back and pushes him back into the fray. Wait! Akatani tries talking Aizawa down but clenches his teeth mid-sentence when he's forced to dodge another swipe of the hero's scarf. His calves tighten and his feet plant themselves firmly, body tensing in preparation to dart forward. Before he can use his strength to clear the distance between himself and his opponent though, a familiar feeling weakens the effect. Aizawa's hair rises above his head, reaching towards the sky like the flames that surround him and the ghoul. Behind his yellow goggles are red glowing eyes that lock onto the villain. Akatani's quirk loses its full ability, erasure slowing him down. He just barely manages to jump away from a third sweep of Aizawa's capture cloth. Eraserhead stretches a leg, taking out Akatani's. Akatani's back hits the ground. He doesn't need to see more than the sky to know he needs to roll out of the way of whatever attack is coming next. Aizawa lands in the spot that the ghoul once was. Akatani clambers to his feet, holding out his hands to try pacifying the hero again. But the underground hero wraps him in his capture cloth, binding his arms to his sides. You have a lot to answer for. Aizawa tugs on the cloth so that it tightens its hold. Akatani's struggles cease when he realizes he won't be able to escape without his quirk. But seeing his girlfriend creep up behind his captor helps him maintain his composure. Maybe some other time, is his only warning to Aizawa before the blonde Villainous leaps out from her hiding spot. Aizawa manages to duck under her attack, but that also forces his eyes off the ghoul. Akatani's quirk returns to him, allowing him to break free of the capture cloth's hold. The underground hero curses under his breath as he faces down the duo in front of him. Stop this while you still can. A shimmer of light that doesn't come from the fire draws Akatani's attention away from the hero. He's shocked to see it was a glint from a knife that Himiko has in her hand. Don't! He tries stopping her but gets interrupted by another blinding flash of radiance. He shields his eyes with his arms when a burst of flames overtakes the area. Our fight isn't finished yet, Eraserhead. Akatani uncovers his face and blinks to see Dabi has arrived as well. The underground hero is outnumbered 3-1 now, and lacks his weapon that's been reduced to tatters. Akatani can't help but wince in sympathy. But Aizawa isn't one to give up easily, making use of his environment by throwing up a handful of ash to blind Himiko. The blonde swings her knife wildly in response, trying to cut anything or anyone near her. Akatani hops back so that he doesn't find himself in the crossfire when the underground hero engages Dabi next. Why attack the summer camp? Aizawa grunts as he throws a punch at the villain he's currently locked in combat with. Wasn't my first idea, Akatani replies as he tends to Himiko. She rubs at her eyes as he wipes around the corners. He's not so sure Aizawa would believe him if he said he just found out what was happening anyways. You should be more worried about yourself than the kiddies. Dabi keeps Eraserhead's focus on him by unleashing another onslaught of blue flames. The wide spread of fire forces Aizawa back, tall trees catching the tail end of the attack instead. Suddenly, Akatani notices a drop in the temperature despite the heat of the inferno. A breath of condensation is his second warning before a stream of ice comes crashing through the undergrowth. The ghoul grabs Himiko and jumps away, the two of them avoiding becoming encased. Dabi, however, gets covered by the freezing force. Akatani turns his head, single exposed eye widening when he recognizes Shoto Todoroki has also joined the battle. Get away from my sensei. Todoroki's tone is cold-hearted as he steps into the small clearing that's been made from a combination of quirks in battle. Dabi sneers at his brother, not even bothering to squirm from within his ice imprisonment. Son of Endeavor is the only acknowledgement that he gives his sibling. His voice is just as frostbitingly bitter. Steam rises as the ice begins to evaporate. Dabi's heating himself up, melting away the casing. The rest crumbles and chips apart so that the villain can break free, weakened enough from the opposing heat. Both brothers wind up for another attack, forcing Akatani to spring from his perched spot to intervene. Aizawa leaps in at the same time though, intersecting the trajectory. Akatani tumbles with the underground hero, away from the incoming crossing of fire and ice streams. He doesn't have enough time to brace himself before an eruption. A flash fire collides with an iceberg head-on, shattering it into flaming fragments. Huge chunks of burning glacier spread across the forest, coating trees with rime instead of flames. Akatani coughs as he fans away the updraft of smoke, ash, and frosty mildew. The zipper to his mask became undone in the explosion, exposing his gawking mouth at what remains of where his friends once were. Dabi's burns have increased, staples and stitches having popped loose so that he's bleeding heavily now. As for the other Todoroki, he's not in the best of shape either, sprawled out in a crater. Himiko's bloodshot eyes water when she catches sight of Dabi. No! And she runs over to grab him before he can fall over. His legs give out at just the right moment, and he falls into her trembling arms. Todoroki. Akatani staggers towards his other friend with just as much concern. The Utada student looks confused at first, but then recognizes the villain that's worried for his well-being. Akatani. Todoroki's wide eyes stare in disbelief. As if the chaos is never ending, another disruption intervenes with the brief calm moment. A shadowy beast comes howling through the foliage, locked in combat with what looks like the cannibal Akatani had found himself compared to. He can see more of a similarity now that he sees what the fellow cannibal's quirk is, elongated teeth acting as limbs akin to the ghoul's kagun. The lengthed molars manipulate like web strings trying to snare a buzzing fly. The battle between some other Utada student and the villain passes overhead, carrying over into another section of the woods. The fire in that part remains, still spreading and rising, though the purple toxin that had been aiding in its extensive touch appears to be receding now. Rocks and bark scatter across the sky from the battle that crosses from one end to the other. Akatani looks between there and his own personal dilemma. Aizawa is back on his feet, reaching into one of the pouches on his hero uniform. Akatani doesn't know what to expect. Caltrops. Smoke pellets. Ichendiciaphithus. It doesn't matter though. He just knows not to let the hero get his hands on whatever it is that he's reaching for. Akatani unleashes his kagun and strikes Aizawa with one of the limbs. Not hard enough to kill or break any bones, but just the right amount of force to stop a fight before one can begin. Sensei, Todoroki exclaims in shock before redirecting his gaze at who he had believed to be his friend. Once widened heteromorphic eyes now glower at the boy. Akatani. Flames ignite from Todoroki's one side, making Akatani recluse. The bright orange glow rekindles the scorched trees that make up their area, finishing the job and making them finally collapse. Several thick trunks fall left and right, causing the ghoul to scramble in order to avoid being crushed. The flames lead him to find Himiko knocked unconscious, Aizawa standing over her with a hand covering a bloody side. Before he can react though, more trees land in his way. Sharpened teeth return, stabbing through the forestry. The ghoul swings his tentacles at them, shattering the molars. The shadow monster that had been fighting the other cannibal villain appears to have been affected by the flames, shrinking in size. More elongated teeth replace the ones that were broken. Akatani carries himself away from the sharpened fangs to regain his bearings. The villain towers over the forest, teeth jutting out and lifting him to such heights. Akatani looks back down at where the fangs stab into the dirt surface. He figures if he destroys them all that the villain will come falling down. And so he does. The ghoul viciously slashes with his kagun at the teeth pillars, leaping from one to the next as support beams. With the carriers severed, the fellow cannibal can no longer hold himself up. Akatani steps forward to finish the job, but stops when he feels pain once applying pressure to his leg. Through the adrenaline rush, he hadn't realized that one of the teeth had snared him. A deep gash slowly heals itself. It's a mild handicap, but one that slows him down. It's a temporary weakness that leaves him vulnerable to an attack he doesn't see coming until it's too late. An explosion comes out of seemingly nowhere, flaring up his back and forcing the air from his lungs. Torn leather melts and bubbles with the blisters of exposed flesh as Akatani skids across the dirt mound of an equally charred surface. His vision blurs as he bites down his pain. When he's able to see clearly again, he has to blink twice to make sure that he's seeing correctly. You want to any piece of me? Well, here I am, a hole. None other than Kaken stands atop a scorched boulder with miniature sparks popping from the palms of his hands. Akatani trips over himself as he tries to get away. He's not ready to face his past. Especially not in his current condition. But Kaken knows what he is. A monster. A villain. Get back here, you shitty scumfuck. And the hero in training doesn't let him off the hook so easily. The ghoul raises his appendages, shielding himself from a blast that sears the skin that's been exposed through his suit. He tries using a tail to push off and get away, but Kaken lets loose another explosion that stops him in his tracks. The fight is kept grounded and enclosed, detonations purposeful and not as reckless as they appear to be. Akatani raises a tentacle to separate himself from his attacker, but another explosion goes off directly in his face. He's rocked from the blast, mask charred and flickering with small flames. He reaches for something to brace himself and grabs onto Kaken's wrist. Big mistake. The living firecracker spins like a bottle rocket using his free hand to let off a round of explosions. Dizzied from the spin, Akatani is unable to resist being lifted up and over, and then body slammed. Akatani isn't expecting the cold rush that hits his face once his mask is pulled off. Not with the heat wafting through the air around he and the camp. But it's almost refreshing as much as it is unexpected. He feels his head become less clouded and his vision refocuses. Kaken has him pinned under his weight, a hand primed and ready with the palm glowing a subtle tinge of orange. The glow fades when Kaken's snarl shifts to an expression that mimics Akatani's. Izuku, the blonde boy, speaks despite being breathless. The dark in the ghoul's eyes are as warm as the night. The tiny red orb at the center of the cracked web stares back at Kaken's equally crimson gaze. Then, a blue coating consumes the youth at a hero in training, and he's shrunken smaller than the ghoul's pupils. The villain with the top hat stands in Kaken's place, holding a small marble. This turned out to be easier than anticipated, and he reaches out to Akatani with his free hand. Akatani falters, but then realizes Kaken was just compressed and captured. He sits up despite the pain that shoots through him and reaches out to accept the extended hand. Easy isn't exactly the word I'd use. He's still breathless from the entirety of all that's transpired, but it does feel good to finally lower his guard. Though that's his mistake. Since if he hadn't relaxed, if he had still considered the other villains his enemies instead of trusting them as comrades for even a split second, he maybe would have seen his own capture coming. The villain's fingertips brush up against Akatani's, and the ghoul is turned into a red marble that contrasts his childhood friend's blue ball. No. I suppose you wouldn't. The villain rolls them both between his fingers before shoving them into his coat pocket and leaving to reconvene with the rest of the league. The villains Twice and Mr. Compress had gotten acquainted with one another after joining the League of Villains. Through their mutual associate, Kurogyri. The barkeep had sat them down with a shot of whiskey each to speak about a private matter. It turns out that who they had originally believed to be leading the villain organization wasn't actually in charge. Even Tamura Shigaraki answers to a sensei. A television monitor was placed on the bar counter, and from it the voice of the League's true leader spoke. For your upcoming assignment, I personally have a separate mission for you two to conduct. The deep foreboding tone left no room for questioning or refusal. Each villain downed their shot of whiskey right then and there, prompting Kurogyri to refill their glasses. You will not just be capturing and retrieving Katsuki Bakugo from U.A, but another prospectively transferable student. The reason for this silent meet is that he is already assumed to have joined our ranks. Kurogyri showed them a photo of Akatani Mikumo for elaboration, and it must be done just as subtly as this arrangement. A plan had been made that night. Twice would plant the idea in Mikumo's girlfriend's head that it'd be a good idea to team bond by getting everyone a makeover. That's how Twice would have the opportunity to measure Mikumo, granting him the ability to make a clone with his quirk. You will replace him with the copy so that the other members of the group remain none the wiser. It goes without saying that Tamura in particular does not know of this side quest, as he would call it. And then the plan would be enacted with only Twice and Compress knowing of All for One's hidden intent. Which members were aware of Bakugo's capture was also kept to a minimum in order to avoid suspicion of an ulterior motive. Dabi being the most detrimental. All for One was fully aware of the burn victim's family history and took advantage of it as a way to gain his silence too. Dabi's fixation on his brother at the summer camp as a motivation to participate would blind him to looking closer or seeing a problem with keeping the plan a secret from his friends. Since All for One was also well aware of Mikumo's past with Bakugo as Izuku Midoriya and how that would negatively affect his scheme, he had to take such a precaution. It wouldn't be until after Mikumo is already on site that he should learn of the mission. The strategy worked in All for One's favor, gaining his new experimental protege with his current one being none the wiser. The clone of the Tokyo Ghoul was fed a lie that he is the original so that he wouldn't act any differently from his real self either. He would go along with them once he saw his childhood friend was caught unharmed and suspect nothing. And with everyone else in the league preoccupied either searching for Bakugo or combating the heroes stationed at the camp, they would suspect nothing either. Twice climbs up a hill with the clone he created of the Tokyo Ghoul, each of them heading for the rendezvous point. Kurogyri provided coordinates and a compass for them to find where the warp gate exit would be. The time frame from arrival to departure was deemed also detrimental in the makings of the plan, adding haste to the flow of action, leaving no room for error. So once the two arrive at their predetermined destination, they find Mr. Compress already there. The villain leans on his cane, having waited patiently, only twirling it from its propped position to standing once he notices them. It's about time. Compress presents the two marbles in his hand for Twice's sake before placing them back in his pocket, and here I was beginning to think that I must do everything myself. Each of the conspiring villains held up their ends of the plan, success but assured. Now it's just a matter of carrying out the final act for a proper conclusion. Shut up. We're early, Twice shouts back incredulously as though he's offended before doing a double take and apologizing. I can't believe we got here late. Sorry, pal. Regardless of which outburst he feels more sincere about, he winds up pausing afterwards when actually taking in his surroundings and asks, "Where's everyone else?" You might have had it right the first time. Are we early? Akatani's clone speaks up when he realizes he has no CNCPTN of time. Under his mask, his face scrunches up in confusion. He has no recollection of how he winded up with Twice in the woods. The last thing he remembers is adamantly refusing to join them in the raid. A problem with the clones Twice makes is that they all share memories with the host up to the point of creation, making any brief PRD in between null and void. Compress slides back the sleeve covering his wrist to check his watch. We're right on time. And as though on cue, the undergrowth behind him begins rustling. The leaves shake and twigs snap, making way for whoever's coming through. Akatani's clone tenses. In anticipation, sharing the same ghoulish instinct as his host. Twice PPS his head to the side, expecting a bunny rabbit or something as equally cute from nature. Compress pivots, facing the same direction the others are looking with a feeling that's in between those two. Nobody expects Spinner and Magna, the Stain fanatic and Himiko's big sis, to be the ones who come running out from the weeds. Especially for both of them to be covered in so much blood, panting frantically. Magna's sunglasses are missing, probably broken in whatever skirmish that she found herself in. Spinner's magenta hair is messied and his already tattered clothes are even more torn. The two sporting their disheveled appearances stagger over to their comrades. Those hero kids are crazy. Spinner gasps in between huge intakes of air. He sounds as traumatized as he looks. The massive makeshift weapon he had been carrying back when they arrived is noticeably missing. They got mustard. The kid won't be making it back with us. Magna reports the loss of a comrade with a shake of her head. The downtrodden demeanor meshed with Spinner's look makes for a colorfully imaginative turn of events. How they were beaten and why the mustard gas evaporated so quickly during their attack crosses everyone's mind with different ideas or reimaginings. Practically a perfect replica of Akatani, the clone's recalled friends still missing from the rendezvous point after receiving this news causes him to worry. "Where's Dabi and Himiko?" he asks. Playing hooky, Twice gives an unhelpful suggestion that earns a glare from the Tokyo Ghouls copy. Sensing the clone's hostility, Twice holds up his hands in mock surrender before trying again, or they could just be dead, you know, though that one's probably worse. If they're not here soon, I'm afraid we'll have to leave without them. But Compress is quick to redirect the ghoul copy's glare. Even Spinner and Magna are taken back by the villain's careless comment. Everyone knew the risks involved when they joined. It doesn't help that he does a poor job of defending himself. "We can't just abandon our partners," Spinner argues with the other villain through bared teeth. Akatani's clone's mask shares a striking resemblance. "I agree," Twice raises his hand courageously, before immediately swinging it down and frantically shaking his head. "I disagree." He adamantly goes back on his word as always. Magna facepalms. "I should have just gotten a regular job," regretting her decision of joining the chaotic club. As equally annoyed, Akatani's clone starts to head for the woods. Twice notices first and calls after him, "Hey, where are you going?" "We shouldn't wander from here at this time." Compress turns to see the sudden cause of commotion and forms a pit in his stomach at the thought of their plan falling apart when they've already come so far, being so close to success. The clone of Akatani doesn't bother stopping, nor does he even spare a glance back. "Go ahead and leave without us if you want, but I'm not abandoning Himiko or Dabi." His resolve is loud and clear with his only response of acknowledgement. Just like his host, he has a one-track mind. "Stain was right about you," Spinner whispers to himself with admiration twinkling in his eyes. Hastily, he hurries after Akatani's clone with an almost desperate urge to tag along. "Wait, I'll help." But before they venture off, they're fortunate enough that Dabi and Himiko find them first. Though the two are in extremely bad shape. Himiko, Akatani's clone, rushes to take what his mind tells him is his girlfriend from Dabi's arms. The blonde girl is unconscious, body limp. Dabi looks like he went through hell and back to carry her, collapsing in Spinner's arms. "I've got you." Spinner holds Dabi upright as blood soaks into his torn fabric. The villain's burns have increased and spread, dried purple skin remelted and red muscle tissue exposed. Akatani's clone pulls his mask off, pulling Himiko closer. Hey, you gotta wake up." He pleadingly stares at her closed eyelids with the hope that they'll open. "Hey, they're okay." Twice remains obliviously ignorant with a childlike innocent happy reaction as opposed to Compress and Magna's quiet and reserved grim responses. That is, until somebody else comes crashing through the undergrowth. The white lens of Twice's mask widen when he sees none other than Eraserhead leap out from the bushes. Oh shit. Though the underground hero does give pause when he sees what looks like Akatani without his mask on. Seeing the boy's actual face is different from combating the Tokyo Ghoul when wearing his guise. Suddenly, the harsh reality of the situation hits Aizawa and stops him in his tracks. "We have to go. Now." Compress urges everyone to retreat through Kurogiri's portal while the hero is distracted. Twice doesn't think twice, fleeing with a girlish scream into the warp gate. Magna runs in right behind him, minus the yelling. As Spinner drags Dabi and Akatani's clone carries Himiko, the ghoul's copy meets Aizawa's gaze. They each share a sad exchange through their stare. Then Akatani's clone bids the hero farewell with these parting words, "Don't come for me." Something is missing. Deep within, a part of himself is gone. The boy trembles, his body no longer feeling the same as it once did. It's not just that something was taken from him. He feels violated just as much as he does deprived. A thief had stolen more than just his dignity from him. It's as though he had his kidney carved out in his sleep. He's fragmented, broken, damaged. He had never known the true definition of those words until now. He realizes with an incomprehensible dread. What he could be dreading, what could possibly be worse than what he feels right now, he doesn't want to even imagine. He stirs, trying to put action to his thoughts. He tries to move at least a fraction of an inch. However, there's a strong resistance keeping his hands together behind his back. The same constraining force is applied to his legs in front of him. He wiggles in place and comes to the conclusion that he's sitting down. He's bound to a chair. The boy tries to wrench his arms free first, but he feels narrow straps dig into the flesh of his wrists in protest. There's no breaking free. No getting loose. He hangs his head in solemn defeat. How he lost the will to fight already. So quickly. So easily. He knows for sure now that something was stolen from him. The boy swallows the pit in his throat, the emptiness within. Echoing the collision the pit makes within his stomach. All of his strength has been sapped from him. He has no stamina. There's a lack of aroma in the air, the smell stale. He can't even hear the room's ambience. He tries calling upon his predatory instinct to escape. No animal, monster or not, can be held in captivity without repercussions. But no claws nor fangs are a part of him anymore. A hand, calloused and large, reaches through the darkness. The boy realizes then that his eyes hadn't been closed or covered. The void had merely been the room's shadowy state. His vision just never adjusted. He shirks away from the sadistic touch as best as he can, but the rough fingers grab his cheek. Poor boy. You must be hungry. A voice just as callous as it is sardonic beats at the teen's eardrums harsher than any physical beating could. The boy's eyes widen and water as he strains to see in the dark. Yet, he doesn't need to see to know who it is that he's in the company of. He recognizes the voice clearly. A voice that makes his ears on the verge of bleeding. Sensei. The boy whispers words of acknowledgement and full-fledged terror. All for one in the flesh. The man who can. The captive's breath hitches in his throat. The man who can take other people's quirks for himself. The boy realizes then what had been stolen from him. He had always fantasized the non-existence of his ghoulish quirk. A life where he had been born with a different quirk or quirkless. Other times, he had dreamed of a world in which he had never been born at all. So why he feels so distraught and overcome with despair by the loss of his curse, he doesn't know. He reaches for the clawed hand of the ghoul but doesn't receive any requited touch. Akatani Mikumo, who he had crafted as his new identity, doesn't exist anymore. Tied to a chair in the presence of the world's most powerful villain is just a useless quirkless Izuku Midoriya, a long-forgotten footnote. All for one's fingers drag across Midoriya's frightened face. Then the hand they belong to recedes back into the darkness. The good doctor will tend to your diet. The heinous villain holds light humor in his tone. Midoriya shakes when shivers run down his spine in response. The boy shakes harder, flinching roughly, when he catches movement in his peripheral vision. A glint in the shadows draws his gaze. Circular glasses. And a lab coat. A doctor, just like All for One said. The man is of a portly and short stature, balding with a bushy mustache. Midoriya watches as his elder walks out of sight. The tap of shoes is the only indication of where the man resides. Midoriya fixates on that noise. The doctor is behind him now. He can hear the rustling of a fabric. Then a touch. The doctor is grabbing his wrist. Not too roughly or forcibly. Not like All for One. The touch is tender. Cautious? Careful. Calculatively careful. For a fleeting moment, Midoriya actually believes that the doctor is going to undo the restraints. But then he feels something cold clench onto his left index finger. The hard press is metallic, Midoriya deduces. It's a tool, like a wrench or pliers. Midoriya sits up straight when he realizes what's about to happen. The tool tightens just like the doctor's grip upon receiving resistance. No. And in dash. Midoriya's pleas morph dramatically into a blood-curdling cry when he feels his finger being crushed by the metal tool's strength. The pressure increases, breaking bone and closing around flesh. Opposing ends being pushed together crushes what's in between. The process is slow and agonizing as the single digit is chopped off. Midoriya thrashes in the chair that he's bound to, more so from the torture being inflicted upon him than to escape, but doesn't accomplish anything other than rougher treatment from the doctor. His pinky is next, the tools bend on the brink of the finger's knuckle. Midoriya screams at the top of his lungs as the tool carves into his flesh, easily breaking past the skin and tearing into tissue. The bone snaps like a twig and the pinky is severed. A searing hot sensation spikes from the cut points and spreads into his full hand. Warm blood pools out and drips to the floor where the fallen fingers lay. A phantom pain lingers from where the detached digits originally resided. The boy yells as loud as he can again, tugging desperately with all of his might to shrug the doctor off of him. Merciless. Relentless. Onto the next finger. This one is cut at the bend, just short of the knuckle. That hurts more. The bone joint there shatters under the crushing force of the torture instrument, tiny shards splintering as the tiny limb gets amputated. Midoriya wails in excruciating torment. Tears increase the blood puddle beneath him. Please. Stop. His begging hysterical and hoarse has no power in preventing more spillage to continue growing that puddle. Each finger shares the same treatment. Until all 10 are removed. They split and sever, bending in directions that they aren't meant to twist or turn. Each one torn off from an unnatural angle, the amputations aren't exactly clean cuts. Sometimes the doctor tugs with the tool, ripping the fingers free from their sockets before completely slicing them off. Every abnormal removal contorts and disfigures what remains of Midoriya's blood-soaked hand. He gasps and wheezes while trying to breathe through intense sobs. The dismemberment begins to numb now that it's finished. Spittle spills from his quivering lips, streaming down his chin with his tears. His crestfallen face raises when he sees the doctor walking around to his front. He holds out his hand, in between two of his still attached fingers one of Midoriya's detached ones. Whimpering, glancing between the severed digit and the doctor, the boy begins to realize what's being requested of him. Not asked. Ordered. With his quirk removed, his taste palate and cravings have returned to normal. And yet, Midoriya timidly tries to take his own finger with his mouth. The doctor practically shoves it down the boy's throat. Midoriya GGS at first, but knows better than to spit it out. He almost vomits. But he clenches his mouth shut, teeth clacking together. He's breaking out in a sweat as he tries to resist his acid reflux. The boy fiddles with the finger using his tongue, like playing with food that he doesn't wish to swallow. Watery eyes close as he tries to visualize anything other than the texture that he tastes. He forces himself to bite down. Chewing his finger is like gnawing on a piece of tough meat. But the harder he clenches his teeth, the softer it gets. Remnants of bone crunch under the pressure of his jaw strength and warm liquid oozes out. A metallic copper taste floods his mouth that makes him bite down harder. The fingernail pops loose and slides down his throat. He grinds his back fangs together to tenderize the flesh of his finger before swallowing that too. The doctor waits patiently for Midoriya to finish cannibalizing a part of himself before holding up another finger to repeat the process. Fresh tears retrace old ones as the boy opens his mouth to accept the offering. The doctor slides it in slowly this time, sadistically savoring the teen's humiliation. A smirk furrows the stout man's bushy mustache. Midoriya's blood-stained teeth gnash together with his pinky in between. He mangicates the small appendage like it's a bite-sized snack. This time, he chews a lot harder and faster to get it over with. His taste buds sting from the rapid rush of blood. A noise rises in his throat that's a cross between a and a groan. Satisfied for the moment, the doctor stops feeding Midoriya his own fingers, much to the boy's relief. That solace is extremely short, however. The doctor bends down, rebrandishing the metallic tool he was using earlier to cut those fingers off. Midoriya can see the torture instrument now that it's in front of him. No longer left up to the imagination, he can see the craftsmanship intended for splitting and gripping. Ichor stains the sharpened ends of the tool like rust. Midoriya looks down to see the doctor reaching for his bound and exposed feet next. Panicking, Midoriya curls his toes in an attempt to resist what's about to happen. He shakes his head frantically in denial and his body twists in a mimication of the movement. No. And no. His desperate shouts do nothing to help him though. The doctor forces Midoriya's big toe to uncurl and places it between the shears of the cutting tool. Cold steel sends a sharp stab into the boy's foot before it can even actually draw blood. The metal severs his flesh and begins sawing off the toe just like what had happened to his fingers. Midoriya's body releases various liquids as he undergoes the process of torture. Snot streams from his nostrils and tears pour out from his eyes. Spit flies out of his mouth with every agonizing scream that echoes throughout the dark chamber that he's in. Blood splashes across the floor with each toe that's chopped off. The torment is too much for him to endure that he winds up pissing himself, urine running down his leg and mixing with the rest of his DNA spillage. The foul odor mixes with the smell of his intense sweat, clothes soaked and stuck to his body. Midoriya's feet reflexively twist in an effort to avoid the doctor's touch. The restraints around his ankles dig deeper into his skin, sawing just the same as the torture tool. Festering flesh begins swelling, extremely inflamed. And Midoriya feels it all. His mind processes the pain for what feels like an eternity, all 10 toes taking a long time to remove. The boy's heels dig into the floor as his feet continue recoiling from the pliers that turn and snap his bones. But to no avail. The final toe bends upwards as it too is broken off from the foot. Midoriya's rising scream matches its slow climatic removal. Midoriya's head bends all the way back as he releases a full body wail. Then it slumps forward. His chin rests on his damp heaving chest. His hair is matted to his forehead and face, hanging over. His shoulders roll forward as he tries to sit up straight but fails. He feels as though he's on the verge of passing out. He's surprised that he hasn't already. Nausea creeps up from his abdomen to his head, rattling his brain. His mind is swirling and his vision grows darker than it already was. You may not rest yet. But the deep demanding voice of his sensei doesn't allow him to slip into unconsciousness just yet. The procedure has only just begun. A tiny sting in his arm has Midoriya drawing his gaze back to the doctor. Through obscured vision, splotches of color bouncing around the black chamber, he can see that he was poked by a needle. Whatever was injected into him by the syringe only worsens his state. The energy in his system significantly drops like a sugar crash. Why are you doing this to me? Midoriya rasps. That same large calloused hand from before reaches through the shadows once again. This time, Midoriya has no fight left in his system to recluse from it. Before, you were nothing but a stray. Then you became housebroken. All for one's palm covers one of the boy's eyes. I wish to now make you greater than both. My personal attack dog. A shock of electricity runs through the boy's system, supercharging him in an instant. There's a burning sensation that spreads throughout his entire body at once. It jumpstarts his heart, blood flow fluctuating. The touch shocks his brain and restores what had been missing. The eye that's left uncovered bulges as it stares into a darkness that begins to creep into its sclera. The pupil shrinks and burns bright red like a fire that's just been set. His mind that had been shattered peers through the cracks of his eye like a mirror. His ghoulish instinct returned to him, his scream becomes a roar. He calls upon his returned power, flexing his arms and legs to break free of his bindings. But nothing happens. All for One releases his grip as he explains, the doctor has injected you with a serum that diminishes your RC cells. Your quirk requires such substance that it will take you a lot of trial and error to adapt to. The ghoul looks down at his feet, noticing now that his toes are taking much longer than they should to regrow and heal. The flesh is fluctuating as it tries to repair the damage that's been done. Through repetition, this process should theoretically cause a quirk evolution. The doctor tacks on his own explanation behind the torture that's being inflicted. Intense stress or emotional catalyst has resulted in a phenomena called quirk awakenings that I would very much like to manifest within you. The ghoul growls as he twists his wrists in a continued attempt to break free. His fingers regrow over scabbed skin, dried blood dyeing his new fingernails black. They twist and contort as bone structure reattaches and pop back into proper placement. His former self restored, Akatani Mikumo bites back a shout when his toes go through the same painful process of regrowth. He can still taste his own blood in his mouth as he swallows his saliva. Shall we continue? The doctor goes around Mikumo's chair to get at his fingers again. As promised, he plans to repeat the procedure of amputating the appendages. All for One's hand comes through the shadows again. Sparks sprout from the ends of the villain's fingertips as they reach for the ghoul. Akatani Mikumo yells as his face is obscured and his body is drained of its energy all over again. The blood in his system boils before flash freezing. The dark void of the room is reminiscent of how he feels without his quirk. It had been an extension of himself. A part of his identity. The diminishment of his RC cells had seemed so prevalent before that he'd forgotten about his aching wounds. He'd almost forgotten what the cold steel pressed against the skin of his fingers felt like. All for One's hand lingers over the boy's face, holding it up in an iron grip. The villain's sleeve rustles as something crawls beneath it. A centipede. The insect skitters out with its many legs, looping around its owner's wrist and then across his hand. The boy wants to pull away and resist, but his sensei's aura warns him not to. Visions of his own death flash through his mind. Drowning in his own blood. Choking on the red liquid until he suffocates. The centipede crosses the threshold between All for One's hand and Izuka Midoriya's face. Midoriya trembles as the elongated metameric creature crawls across his cheek. He feels every tiny leg that treads his skin. When the insect reaches his ear, its preformal spines tap the lobe in order to feel out the area. Midoriya opens his mouth, but his breath is baited. Then the centipede enters the canal. He screams. He yells. The centipede crawls into his ear, and he can longer resist his desire to let loose. All for One releases the grip on the boy's head, allowing Midoriya to swing and shake it haphazardly. The insect doesn't come out. The age-old villain watches as the doctor begins cutting fingers again. The boy's expressions shift drastically as he twitches in his chair. A smile comes over All for One's face. You've got to break a mind before you can repair it. He remembers being barefoot like he is now. His feet had ached for a different reason then. Glass shards from broken bottles in back alleys had dug into the soles. The coarse pavement pricked at his skin. Now, his feet are numbed by the lack of toes on them. A completely different development. It's no comparison. But to a child who had been babied by their mother, back then was the worst of times with the worst of pains. Living on the streets by himself was nowhere near as awful as now. All for One may have been right that he was astray. But it was a short-lived PRD of time. After he had run away and adopted a new identity for himself, he took to hunting vermin. Not rats. Mice scurried away into small crevices much too quickly for him to catch during the level he was at back then. But raccoons and possums. Critters that would dig into dumpsters and trash cans, larger prey to snatch in his fangs and tentacles behind restaurants. Those were fair game. He was ripping out the intestines from a rodent one night when he met the man who had given him his apartment and job at Antiku. The man's hair was graying and he had to use a cane to walk with his limp. But he was strong. Big broad shoulders and muscle structure of a hero, the kid in the alley took caution. The man's left eye was completely scarred over. He had years of experience on him that the ghoul didn't have back then. The man's name was Iwao Aguro. He had been the vigilante, knuckle duster. And he just so happened to wander the same alleys he would patrol in his prime, still watching over them. Aguro took the homeless child into his home. He overlooked the boy's quirk. When it came to food, Aguro had the ghoul eat the fingers of criminals as a multitasking interrogation tactic. The ghoul still eats fingers now. Just not of his own accord. Though they are his own. It was a good deal during those days. Aguro was like the father that the boy never had. But it didn't last forever. One night, the vigilante bit off more than he could chew. He got ambushed and outnumbered. Knuckleduster fought them off as much as he could for as long as he could. He may have been old, but his punches still packed a punch. He may have been slower because of his busted leg, but he could still dodge their attacks. Until he couldn't. His side got torn open. Then his shoulder. The boy, as young as he was, feeding on only scraps, was unable to resist. It was a repeat of what he had done to his mother. He lost control completely. A primal state of savagery put him into an instinctive mode to kill and eat. The ghoul may have torn apart and devoured the criminals, but he had also ripped into the man that showed him kindness. The boy was overcome with grief. Aguro had welcomed him into his home and cared for him with no judgment. And like his mother, he repaid that kindness with evil. From that moment on, the boy closed himself off to anyone and everyone. Aguro had left him a home and job to lay low in, so he took to being a recluse. He shut out the world with books and fictional stories. The only times that the ghoul would venture out was to honor Aguro in what little way that he could, by limiting his meals and killings to criminals as a vigilante. Akatani Mikumo took to patrolling the routes Knuckleduster used to, and henceforth, the Tokyo ghoul had made his home within the hunting grounds he had claimed. Mikumo disrupts his own memories with a yell that strains his vocal cords. The agony that climbs from his feet to his head is unbearable that he needs some form of release. Sour stomach acid burns his already flaming throat as it gushes forth like a volcano eruption. Mikumo vomits all over himself, only some of his inner contents landing on the floor. Through strained vision that eases in and out of focus, he sees what looks like his toenails and fingernails mixed into the bile. His head throbs so much that he clenches his eyes shut. He can feel it crawling around in his brain. The centipede destroyed nerves and cells, eating him from the inside. His memories haunt him, coming and going. The day he bit Kaken. The night he ate his mother. The night he ate Aguro. The look of betrayal on Todoroki's face. Mikumo screams. His mental fortitude is beginning to break again. But any time that it does, the doctor reminds him of how to retain his sanity. What is 1000 minus 7? Math questions force him to STMLT his mind. He stays mentally aware, constantly feeling the pain instead of trying to ignore it. He remains consciously engaged throughout it all, making him painfully aware of the constant pain cycle. It keeps him alive. It keeps him mentally stable. Keeps him from becoming like the Nomo. Genetically altered, engineered, and enhanced. Their broken brains are exposed at the base of their skulls. They float in cylindrical tanks filled with a preserving yellow liquid, awaiting the time they are needed to be released from their pods. Failures. Unable to think for themselves. Powerful, but empty slabs of meat reduced to cannon fodder. He had been moved. His Achilles heel had been severed so he couldn't flee. Unable to walk with cut tendons, he was dragged and forced to crawl. A bloody trail made the path from his torture chair to a torture table. There he was strapped down and plugged into various monitors to watch his vitals. Shock therapy. Electrocution. Different frequencies of voltage would make his quirk factor spike and drop exponentially. The sparks would also STMLT the centipede, its writhing and aggravated claws ripping at the ghoul's brain. Mikumo retches as his pants are removed. He thinks that after all this time, finally, they're going to give him a change of clothes. But his body was less naive than his fractured mind. The doctor brandishes the pair of pliers he uses to remove the boy's fingers and toes. The torture tool then goes for his reproductive organ. Mikumo shrieks, thrashing and tugging at the restraints around his wrists and ankles. The chafing due to his resistance pales in comparison to what happens below. When he's brought back to his chair, his healing factor does nothing to fix his posture for hours. He's whimpering in an undignified state, counting backwards at sevens from 1000, muttering the numbers to himself. The regrowth of his body parts pushes pus out and clears infection, but doesn't stop the burn. Tears drip to the floor with a mixture of blood, re-wetting the dried stains from the previous times he'd undergone this same process. Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugo sits also bound to a chair. Though minus the torture. He's in the company of more accommodating villains. The group surrounds him, varying from casual poses to stances with their arms crossed. Though the brash blonde refused to speak with any of them. Not without speaking to one specifically first. When Bakugo demanded, "Let me see Izuku," none of them knew who he was talking about. It was only through trial and error did they eventually deduce the member of the group avoiding the U that a student must be Izuku. Akatani Mikumo pulls his mask off so that he can look his childhood friend in the eye. Despite being a clone, he has all the mannerisms and memories to be anxious during their reunion. Finally done being a coward and come to see me man to man, huh? Bakugo barks at the familiar boy. He looks him up and down before softening his angry expression. "You kept me waiting days, dork." "Yes, sorry, Kaken." Mikumo awkwardly glances around the bar. All the other villains are watching with curious gazes. Especially Tamura Shigaraki. The boy's clone sighs to himself before taking a chair to sit across from the blonde. "It's been a while, huh?" He lets out an unamused huff next. "Where the have you been? What the hell are you doing here?" Bakugo begins spitting out questions that have the other boy looking ashamed. Especially when the final question is, "Why didn't you come back to me?" earning a flinch as though it were a verbal blow. Before Mikumo's clone can give any answers to those inquiries, the leader of the bunch stands up from his bar stool to intervene. "He's with us now. You should join too." The whole point of Bakugo's capture had been to convince the boy to join them. Tamura Shigaraki believes their connection could be the key to getting what he wants. "I keep telling you. You can shove your offer and go to hell." Bakugo snaps at the blue-haired villain viciously over being interrupted before redirecting his attention to his reunited childhood friend. Why would the Izuku I knew link up with a band of misfit villain wannabes? At that, Mr. Compress steps forward. "We apologize for the rather forceful measures taken to get you here. We need you to understand that we're no mere thugs working in the name of aimless evil. Not in the least. It wasn't by accident that we spirited you away. We all have a story to tell, but the bottom line is that we all suffered." The villain leader retakes control by dismissively waving off Compress. "Mikumo. Or, Izuku has suffered too." Himiko moves closer to the clone of Akatani, wrapping her arms around a single arm of his. "Hey! Why is he calling you Izuku?" She keeps her voice down to a whisper. Later, Akatani returns her gaze apologetically with the promise of explaining things eventually. Even for a clone, he feels the same guilt the original version would. "Oi, I asked you a FNG question," but he has to deal with Kaken first. Bakugo looks between Himiko and Akatani, expecting answers. He's right. The clone recalls the ridicule over his quirk and the other difficulties he had to face. "Society did this to me just the same as it did to them." "That's bullshit and you know it." Bakugo growls out through clenched teeth. Mikumo's eyes lower and see that the bound blonde's fists are in a similar state. "Maybe," is all Akatani can say in response to that. Suddenly, the sound of a rapping at the door draws everybody's attention. Nobody was expecting the knock, let alone any visitor in general. Pizza, let alone a DLVY driver. "Did someone here order a FING pizza?" Shigaraki shoots the group a glare, but none of them fess up. "Well, other than twice being twice." "I did." "Hell no, I woulda got takeout." He earns a sharper stare from the villain leader. And then, All Might smashes the wall down with the door. "We are here." He announces his arrival through the self-created entrance. But he's not alone. Branches snake around the room, wrapping around each of the villains and capturing them. Kamui Woods crouches on a stack on crates, using his quirk to subdue the group. Dobby's blue flames start to ignite as a counter to the wood. However, Vlad King is another hero that makes his presence known. The blood manipulator hardens his plasma to reinforce the flame user's imprisonment. Kurogyri. Shigaraki calls for warp support next. But Edge Shot takes out the bartender before he can use his quirk, moving faster than the speed of sound. The villain group are completely outclassed. All Might stands at the center, his gaze meeting Akatani Mikumo's clones. Recognition crosses the hero's blue eyes and he opens his mouth to speak. But the Tokyo Ghoul unleashes his Kagun, predatory organ shredding Kamui Wood's branch like processed paper. Don't try it. All Might moves just as fast as Edge Shot did. A big bulky hand snatches the ghoul by his much smaller arm. In an effort to escape, the clone contorts to dislocate his shoulder. Instead, Akitani's arm breaks. And gray gushes out instead of blood. Izuku? Bakugo stares in shock as he witnesses both his childhood friend oozing away and the heroes having come to rescue him. Akitani, Himiko shrieks in horror and confusion too. I don't understand. Shigaraki fidgets in his wooden restraints. His bloodshot eyes land on Twice as he wonders. Where is the real Tokyo Ghoul? In that same instance, eggs that the centipede had laid dormant in the original ghoul's head hatch. Before the eggs hatched, the ghoul underwent one final removal. A declawing. The predatory organ that resides within the base of his back flourished in a frenzy. Each red limb flailed haphazardly, lashing out violently with a mind of their own. However, the futile attempt to preserve power and dignity did nothing but prolong the inevitable. The Kagun had been severed, cut through by an ability from one of All for One's stockpiled quirks, none of the doctor's tools enough to do the trick. Then, just as he had been forced to feed on his own fingers and toes, he was also compelled to devour his own tails. The direct consumption of his RC cells implanted through those appendages trigger the STMLTN of his quirk. Simultaneously at the moment the centipede's abnormal eggs hatched. Rather than spawning a plenitude of offspring, the insect had been altered genetically to produce somatic mutations from its germ cells. The ghoul's regeneration begins to coincide with this amplification and the formative stage of RC cells making a repeated web complete a more compact bond to a fixative state. What erupts from the base of the ghoul's back is a new and improved predatory organ, a kakuja armoring enveloping the flexible limbs. Each fold of black shielding hitches with pointed forcipules per segment, red liquid flow streaming beneath the protective covering. Trailing out from behind the ghoul are a collection of centipede tails, much bulkier than the previous Kagun. The base coverings click and close as they slowly twist around in an entrancing spin. All for One grins ear to ear a white-toothed smile. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Admiration in his tone over the success of the ghoul's experimented evolutionary cycle. I do believe that you have outdone yourself, Doctor. The stubby scientist stares in equal fascination, captivated by the fruits of their labor. He hadn't expected the result to be so extraordinary. Not to undermine myself, but I should perform a few tests to ensure it all went accordingly. He snaps out of his entrancement with the eagerness to have a closer analytic study of it. But it's the room that replies, quaking in response. Dust dribbles from the foundational structure, weakening. A distant boom draws the doctor's gaze. The bar in which the underling villains reside is lit up like a holiday in red and blue lights. It seems I have business to conduct elsewhere. In the meantime, continue your research. All for One senses the situation without seeing it for himself. And he warps himself away, leaving the doctor alone with the ghoul. The ghoul is curled in a ball, eyes clenched closed. That entire time, his body had been SBMSSV. The coiling tails had been absent-minded. The doctor turns his attention back to the boy, clearing his throat and pushing his glasses up his nose for a proper adjustment. The room is colder than it was before. The drop in temperature must be the reason why he's shaking so much. Surely, the boy can't be the reason, he thinks to himself. When the ghoul's eyes snap open, flaring red within dark voids, the doctor reconsiders. At the bar, All for One makes his arrival known. Nomu are transported from their preservation tanks, no longer needed to be reserved for a time of usage. They vary in form, shape, and size. One with chainsaws for arms cuts through cups. Another tackles Endeavor. All for One walks through the havoc undisturbed, Aura crossing the street and entering the bar. Kamui Woods, Edge Shot, and Vlad King fall to their knees immediately. The intimidating presence is enough to make them GG on their own blood. Only All Might remain standing, though not without shaky knees. All for One. He growls through gritted teeth in recognition of his old rival. The sinister force wears a special mask to compensate for the need of life support machines, free to terrain the grounds. Come to kill me a second time, All Might. The villain greets the hero with a presentative spread of his arms to show that he's very much alive. Or shall I be the one killing you? His fingers start to fold in preparation for an attack. All Might's eyes broaden in anticipation. Run! All Might tries to warn the others of just how powerful this man truly is. But it's too late. All for One devastates the area with a mere snap of his fingers. All the number one hero can do is make the judgment call to save one person. He chooses Bakugo, still just a kid. He shields the blonde boy with his muscular body and takes the brunt of the blow. Blood seeps out from the corners of the hero's mouth, but he wipes it away to hide any signs of weakness. Then he spins back around to face the imposing suited figure of his arch-nemesis. You've gotten weak. You would have rescued everyone in time during your prime. All for One taunts his rival with a tone of amusement. Out from the corner of his eye, All Might can see the charred corpses of his allies. He yells in a fit of rage, charging the villain responsible. Wasting no more pretenses, the battle begins. All for One spins his still raised hand, calling upon the raging fires surrounding the area with pyrokinesis. The flames flash focus to a centered ball, combining to make one big blast. The inferno burns brightly as it's launched at the hero. But All Might intercepts, pausing his rush to bring his own hands up and claps them together as hard as he can. The collision causes a shockwave, the gust of wind booming with a thunderous sound as the flames are dispersed. That same air begins to vibrate before it can disperse like the flames. All for One utilizes the noise provided by All Might's power, weaponizing it and redirecting it as a sonic boom. The air pressure is an aftershock of the sound being centered. All Might brings his hands to his ears next, covering them as tight as he can to block out the deafening noise. Even with that defensive move, sound seeps in and causes his ear canal to bleed. The lack of fire and heat in the air starts to become known. The temperature drops rapidly, controlled by All for One. All Might gasps, a breath of condensation, his massive body beginning to frost over. Before it can completely be encased in ice, though, he flexes his muscles and makes the hardening shatter. His body freed up, All Might takes the opportunity to go on the offensive. He closes a hand into a fist and brings it down. His punch hits the ground, making it shatter like glass instead of concrete. The unstable surface would trip up anyone other than All for One. But for the villain, all it does is give him a proper push-off to begin levitating. The monstrosity is now airborne. All for One whips an arm back and then swings it forward, fingers jutting out in a crazed spiral. All Might leaps back and watches as they morph into a reptilian form. A giant serpent bares its fangs, striking just as quickly as a real snake. All Might catches the bite before it can close on him, holding back its jaws. The bite force isn't strong enough to rival All Might's power, but it does force him to dig his feet into the ground for a good grip. The floor starts to grab onto All Might's legs, holding him just the same as he's fighting back the snake. He glances down to see the rubble shifting and covering his feet, but he can't move without compromising himself to the reptile. He has no choice but to pull in separate directions with his arms, snapping the serpent's jaw. It slinks to the floor. Then All Might rips his feet free. Meanwhile, the ghoul is about to rip into the villainous doctor that caused him so much grief. A centipede limb crawls around the mad scientist, preventing his escape, pointed pedipalps stabbing him in places to keep him still. Gigantomachia! The doctor squeals in agony as he writhes with pain. His call for help reaches the radio he's plucked from his lab coat. And the ground gives in. Then the ceiling. Then the walls. Everything collapses as something colossal rises up from the depths of hell. Debris rains down as the ghoul leaps from rock to rubble, Doctor screaming in the centipede-modified monster's grip the whole while. A body as jagged as the stone that's being broken climbs out from the enormous pit that's been made. The ghoul's limbs rattle in warning as the doctor is raised higher up. Let him go, the living calamity booms through protruding canines. The scale of the equal monster is that of a skyscraper towering over the buildings that haven't been demolished by its arrival. The ghoul's response is tightening his hold on the doctor. The hardened limb wrapped around the scientist's waist constricts, snapping the man's spine. His lungs burst next, cutting off an inescapable scream from the doctor's blood-gurgling throat. Sharp legs tear at the bent flesh, ripping it apart and exposing raw muscle tissue. Behind fogged lens, the doctor's eyes widen until they pop out of his skull. Watching from close by, Pro Hero's best genist and MP lady are appalled by what they're witnessing. The more experienced hero recovers first, stumbling over his words only slightly as he shifts his focus from the ghoul to the giant. That one looks like a job for you. But the blonde heroine shakes her head, mouth agape as the ghoul sprouts more centipede limbs. Each additional appendage is larger than the last, dark armoring reminiscent of a dragon's scales. Risen up to the same height as the giant, the ghoul becomes his own imposing monster. I don't think I'm the only one who can increase their size, she murmurs out in horror of what's transpiring. Earth plates shift from the blows being exchanged by combatants in the Kamino ward. Panicked crowds topple over one another, the stampede stepping on the fallen and stomping them to death. Officers who attempt to evacuate the crazed civilians get knocked over and trampled on as well. Mayhem moves the screaming storm into traffic where cars are running people over or crashing into one another in an attempt to also flee. A news copter captures the chaos as it flies overhead, reporter clinging to her microphone with a sweaty, shaky hand. The pilot tries not to fly too close to the destruction for fear of being caught within the blast radius. The cameraman zooms in on the ground, lens focusing. Two figures are across from one another in one of the many craters that have been made. All Might primes himself to take a mighty leap, planning to jump for his enemy. But pauses when a resounding roar encompasses the battlefield. The hero whips his head in the direction of what sounded like an angry scream, searching for the source. But smoke begins to envelope his surroundings. Another one of All for One's stockpiled quirks. With his environment concealed, All Might is forced to ask, "What was that? What did you do?" instead of seeing for himself. All for One replies, "My latest creation. I think it's time you finally meet another renowned monster." The tittering of a centipede's legs just as loud as the ghoul's war cry. Armageddon overtakes Kamino ward. Buildings reduced to rubble and air turned to ash, only fire rises. Any civilians that were in the area are either buried or crushed. Cars lay overturned and on their sides. Anguished yells of the dead haunt ground zero, cries morphing into monstrous roars that continue to shake the trash terrain. Forcipules skitter up the leg of the giant villain that had appeared on sight not too long ago, venomous claws of the equally massive centipede stabbing into the behemoth's thick hide. The predacious arthropod wraps itself around the thigh of its prey, constricting to cut off blood flow to the limb. Black armoring pads each segment bearing of the much longer appendage belonging to the ghoul. The giant tries pounding at the scale shielding but to no avail. A second centipede ties itself around one of Gigantomachia's arms, hindering the large villain's movements even further. The Calopoda squeezes at the hulking Goliath's elbow, tightening until the bone joint bends inwards. Flaming plots of collapsed structures flicker out from the updraft that the giant's yell causes. A third centipede wraps itself around the villain's waist, adding friction, and a fourth snakes around the giant's neck, cutting off oxygen to the monster's throat. Gigantomachia's screams are silenced as he gasps for air. He tries using his free hand to pry the centipede off, but the predatory appendage of the ghoul has already sunk its forcipules into the villain's flesh. But rather than hung up by a noose, the death trap tugs the giant down. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Gigantomachia digs a grave, a crater of his own creation making his tomb as the rubble buries his body. A timbering tree would be putting the collapse lightly. The draft of dust and debris that flies up into the sky reaches the clouds, where the news chopper currently resides. Fog fills the air and conceals the vision of the helicopter pilot. The system beeps haphazardly when the rotors get resistance in the direction that they're spinning, causing the aircraft to hitch up and down. Everyone aboard grabs onto something tight and screams. Pebbles pelt the hull and the windshield, leaving dents in the metal and a few cracks in the glass. The pilot pulls hard on the joystick, trying to regain control of the aircraft. It takes a few spins, but the helicopter stops shaking and comes to a fine altitude. Though the sensors are still going haywire and everyone's vision is still obscured from within the equivalent of a sandstorm. Everyone okay? The aviator glances over his shoulder to check on the cameraman and reporter. The cameraman is about to speak but covers his mouth before he can to prevent himself from puking instead. He uses his other hand to give a thumbs up regardless. The reporter gives a shaky nod alongside him. A moment passes before the pilot returns the gesture. But then, the reporter's eyes broaden and she points, drawing the aviator's gaze back towards the front. Is that a kid? She sounds as panicked as she had looked. And disturbed. Indeed, levitating like some sort of hanged man in the midst of the dust cloud is a young boy's silhouette. But as they draw closer, they realize what they're seeing is no ordinary child. Attached to the young man's midsection are tentacle limbs sprouting from his lower back. Those limbs are one and the same as the giant centipedes that had brought down the giant villain. The helicopter occupants realize too late what they're flying into when one of the monstrous appendages rises from beneath them like a living dragon that has also taken flight. Pull up! Pull up! The cameraman shrieks alongside the reporter as they hang on for dear life. The aircraft bucks as the pilot tugs on the joystick to steer it away from the enormous centipede, barely unscathed by the close call. As the news chopper ascends, the members on board get a good view of what's below and through the foggy dust. The giant villain is still pinned down, struggling to pry himself free with one hand and pushing with his feet. He digs into the ground, legs shoving his massive body forward. But all the giant does is further deepen his own grave. The centipedes that have the behemoth bound continue constricting tighter and tighter, armored shell versus scale plating. The giant is losing. The camera captures the devastating scene, broadcasting the footage through a live studio feed. Families watching at home are on the edge of their couches, paling at the shocking sight. But certain viewers in particular are especially grieved by what they're seeing. Hitoshi Shinso runs a hand through his puffy violet hair while exhaling in disbelief. He recognizes the ghoul at the epicenter of all those centipedes swarming the sky. From within the dorms of Yurei, Shoto Todoroki also watches with a frown and clenched fists, emotions high from witnessing who he had believed to be his friend being a part of two major villain attacks. But not everyone watches with disdain or anger. Some watch with sorrow. Like the girl that had been rescued from her captors by the one that the world is ridiculing as a monster. Eri watches with watery eyes as her hero is called a villain. Her current guardian, Shota Aizawa, tears his own gaze from the television to her and hurries to wrap her in a hug. He's not the best at comforting someone, but considering the way he himself feels watching this turn of events, he's in need of a good cry too. Kyuzen Yoshimura, the ghoul's former boss, takes a long sip from his cup of coffee. It's a slow night at Antiku. Without his star employee, business just hasn't been the same. The television puts him in a worse mood, his drink also turning bitter. Yoshimura grabs the remote and switches it off. Then he grabs his coat, flicks off the lights, and closes the cafe. All Might watches from the actual war zone itself, physically present. He's disturbed by the cataclysm to say the very least. But he has his own battle to fight. His arch-nemesis attacks with another of his billion quirks, a bolt of electricity craning across the cracks in the ground. All Might leaps away before he can be made into an electrical conductor, but jumps right into a maelstrom of sewer water risen and controlled by All for One. All Might fights the cyclone, using his signature Detroit smash to clear the weather. The punch is powerful enough to help him land safely, but only momentarily. All for One is relentless, hurling steel beams and chunks of wrecked cars using a level of magnetism. The hero dodges and weaves, but also confronts some of the metal pieces head-on. A front somersault to build up momentum and air pressure results in a California smash. Scrap metal scatters the area. All Might clears the football field distance between himself and All for One in an instant, winding up for a Carolina smash. His hands in a cross position, he does a downward chop aimed for the villain's head with the intent to destroy the life support mask. But a seemingly invisible barrier puts a stop to that. Nice try, All Might. All for One says smugly before the force field expands and pushes All Might back. Once again, the ground is uprooted and rock crumbles. All Might staggers back, huffing heavily as he tries to recover from the blow. The villain's killing aura weighs on the hero, a crushing pressure that makes his muscles sore and his quirk tingle in the base of his skull. Another shockwave crosses the expansion, and All Might braces for it. No time to dodge. He has to endure the force of the impact. Suddenly, an explosion lights up the sky with the color orange. All Might turns his head to see the news chopper was struck by one of the ghoul's limbs, back rotor burning as it spirals out of control. It's going to crash. All Might squats down, calf muscles primed for takeoff. But he's suddenly blindsided by something swatting at his face. It was in his peripheral vision so fast that he had no time to avoid it. A long limb with a claw at the end of it cuts across his right eye. The hero cries out and instinctively places a hand over the wound. His one good eye sees that the limb that cut him recedes back into All for One's hand. "Keep your eyes on me, All Might." The villain continues taunting his opponent with a tone of amusement. All Might growls, vision in his damaged eye completely fading. It closes on its own, eyelids glued together by blood. But All Might is only momentarily hindered. He forces himself to push beyond his limits and moves as fast as he can to intercept the falling helicopter. It's just about to collide with a weak structure when All Might catches it in his bare hands. The chunk of metal leans against the hero and makes his back arch as he tries to fight its momentum. The top rotor spins still, resisting All Might's grip. While All Might is preoccupied with prioritizing a rescue, All for One begins prepping the fatal final blow. A culmination of powerful quirks transform one of his arms into a killing strike. Hypertrophy to enlarge his fist, another quirk that generates rivet-like growths, drill-like bone structures also applied, and several kinetic boosters combined with strength enhancers. Impact, recoil, and multipliers are added to the spring-like limb quirk to top it off. The crucial combination aims for All Might to kill him with his back turned. But one of the centipedes intercepts the strike, getting in the way. The armored scaling absorbs the hit, shuddering but not cracking or denting. Legs skitter along the ground before lifting off the earth to take to the sky. All for One retracts his arms so it doesn't get snared by the predatory pursuit. He's shocked by the interruption but only for a second. His pet project is clearly distressed, not in the right state of mind right now. The ghoul is running on pure instinct. And the ghoul's pure instinct is to kill. All for One generates a wall of flames to act as defense, trying to ward the centipede appendages off. All the fire does is irritate the crawling Calopida. All for One. But the villain is forced to return his attention to his arch-nemesis when the hero charges once again. All for One curses under his breath. He had been too distracted by the ghoul's sudden intervention that he didn't put up his force field. He reacts to All Might's attack by intercepting it with his killing blow. Their fists collide, sheer strength disrupting the crater they're in and sinking the surface even deeper. A sonic boom erupts from the power output. Blood dribbles down from All Might's knuckles, his fists still grinding against All for One's. The amount of effort that he had to put into that punch drained him. Literally. Half of the hero's body has sunken in, muscles shrinking and steam wafting off his skinnier form. The time limit of his power is starting to reach its breaking point. The reporter that the hero had rescued gasps when she sees what his true form looks like. The cameraman pulls back from the video recorder that he's holding, checking to see if what he's capturing is actually real. It very much is. All Might's true appearance is exposed to the world. Demon you. All Might growls through gritted teeth as he continues struggling against All for One's fist. Ashamed that you can no longer obtain the symbol of peace you made yourself out to be? Well, have fear then. Have fear. Because I am here. The villain speaks with the voice of the devil with the accompaniment of a demon behind him. Where is your smile now, All Might? The ghoul has reoccupied himself with the giant, finishing the villain off for good. Devastating roars of distress beat on All Might's eardrums, the external cry of torment sounding a lot like a vocalization of his inner feelings. It only gets worse when All for One continues to gloat. Perhaps this will provide some solace. Nana Shimura has a grandson. All Might's one good eye widens, and his name is Tamura Shigaraki. In that moment, the hero is just Toshinori Yagi, fragile and small. And he's always hated you like me, The weakened symbol of peace starts to fall as he's pushed back by All for One's mixture of sheer power and his revelation. All Might recovers, coughing on his own blood, but fighting back still nevertheless. His feet dig into the ground and he pushes against All for One's fist again. His body begins reverting back to its muscle form as he puts in overtime and denies the villain's claims. You're lying. This is too good to be a fabrication. You know it's true because it's the kind of thing that I do. All for One counters casually in contrast to All Might's desperation. I've engineered the encounters between you and he like it. You defeated him so soundly. You won, with a smile. So proud despite your ignorance. So sure of your own superiority. Toshinori becomes more anguished with each sentence, feeling the truth behind the words like they're backhanded strikes. Who is superior now? All for One laughs gleefully. How dare you? All Might yells back in the villain's face. Blood and spit splatters against the scarring. All for One takes delight in his sworn enemy's rage, relishing in his anger and goading him to continue. I haven't seen you this angry since I killed Na-Dash. Keep my master's name out of your vile mouth. Toshinori's throat shouts in protest over his own yelling as much as his arm groans in pain against All for One's. Katsuki Bakugo gawks at the entire exchange from where he's been knocked on his butt time and time again. He tried running in to help. He tried running away. Every time, the wind gusts or All for One's aura would put a stop to his movements. Not to mention whatever the hell his childhood friend has become. The blonde hero in training shifts his attention from his idol's battle to Izuku Midoriya's full-blown transformation into a ghoul. Centipedes went from restraining the giant villain to crushing him. Arms and legs bent inwards, the defeated Goliath may as well have been gift-wrapped and tied into a bough. Atop the now battered and beaten behemoth is the ghoul, back appendages encompassing him in a circular formation victoriously. Tears in his eyes, Bakugo clambers to his feet once more. But not to interfere or flee. To shout at the top of his lungs as loud as his throat will allow and as far as his voice will carry. Win, All Might. He screams for the number one hero to hear him. After witnessing the battles that had just taken place, he hates to admit not even he stands a chance, that only All Might can come out on top. Only All Might has a chance. The other three spectators capture the Uta student's encouragement on camera before joining in. The pilot tosses off his helmet to be heard better. The reporter holds the microphone to her mouth. The cameraman tries not to shake the camcorder too much. All Might's ground teeth begin to upturn. He gives them his signature smile, albeit his usual pearl whites stained red with blood. Of course. That's why I am here. He promises them victory despite his muscle form collapsing. All that remains is the single arm holding back All for One's death blow. You're too weak. All for One activates another quirk that amplifies the power of his arm's force. Additional arms begin to unfold from the original limb, also pushing down. That's because I wasn't putting my back into it. All Might yells back while keeping his smile all the while. He gives it all that he's got. Everything that's left in the tank. From one arm to the other in one crucial swing. A power transfer from his occupied hand to the other. All for One had manipulated Nana Shimura's grandson into becoming a villain after killing her. He had stolen away that boy's life and now another. The boy ridiculed for his quirk, called a ghoulish monster, set on that path because of this one true monster. No more. All Might vows that he'll never allow this man to destroy anyone's life ever again. The whole color spectrum radiates from All Might's left arm to his right. Red arcs like an electrical surge, shifting to green and then sparking purple. His veins glow red and then yellow. He can feel the power of One for All's previous users culminating for this singular moment, united. He calls upon each of them to come together and make a decisive attack. The arm holding All for One back breaks, becoming crippled, power leaving it in favor of the other. All Might's remaining arm bulks up, swelling in size and gleaming with energy. States of, all of the moves that he created are nothing compared to his finisher, smash. The mask covering All for One's face shatters on impact. The scarring that had healed underneath reopens, muscle tissue and blood fresh. And the villain is carried down into the ground by All Might's most powerful punch yet. A cyclone comes forth, all of the wind channeling into that singular swing. Windows beyond the destruction site shatter from how far the sound carries when the hit connects. And All for One is buried into the ground, a grave just for him. The last of One for All within All Might's system is gone. The red and blue suit of All Might hangs loosely from the skeletal frame of Toshinori Yagi, bloodied and tattered. He's just as worn down and bruised as the villain, the first time ever that the #1 hero has been shown to sweat in combat. Ash and soot darken his face, splotches of dried blood crusting over his wounded eye. But the hero's single remaining eye still stares ahead, through the smoke. And at the Tokyo Ghoul, Toshinori's blue eye meets the red orb within the dark chasm. From across the way, they look directly into one another's souls and acknowledge the damage that's been done without any exchange of words. The ghoul's weaponized limbs reseed into his body, centipedes shrinking down to his size. He stands atop the giant villain the same way All Might stands over All for One. Neither of them make a move, but they agree that the fight is over so that whoever does move first does not break the peace treaty. All Might moves first. He raises his unbroken arm up, high above his head. It's the stance he takes after every fight he wins. This is his final victory. The world sees him standing triumphantly in front of the only remaining threat. Until All Might falls over. In what feels like slow motion, the camera captures the hero's descent. The symbol of peace's legs give out. He drops to his side, arm outstretched, and dies. Rubble where the bar of the League of Villains once existed begins to shift. Slabs of cement and piles of brick topple over so that Himiko Toga can crawl out from beneath. She coughs, a broken rib poking her liver. She's covered in so much soot that she's as dark as a shadow. Her hair's undone and matted to her face, caked in both blood and sweat. Through the locks hanging over her eyes, she sees the ghoul. "Akatani," she calls out to him as she tries to stand up but topples over. She looks back to see one of her legs is broken. When she faces forward again, she sees that her shout got his attention. He's looking back. Behind her, more bricks shift and give way to other survivors. Tamura Shigaraki gasps for air, only able to get on his knees. Dabi and Kurogiri also pull themselves from the wreckage. The remnants of the League of Villains are in no better shape than the dead. But despite seeing that, the ghoul still turns his back on them. Himiko lets out a choked noise, watching his receding form as he leaves her with them. "Akatani." She tries calling out again, but he doesn't stop and acknowledge her this time. "Akatani. Don't go. Don't leave me." Himiko tries forcing herself to stand despite her broken leg, pushing off with the other. She hits the ground hard, scraping her hands and knee. Tears wash away some of the ash covering her woeful expression as she wails her boyfriend's name a final time, "Akatani." As she watches him leave, she has a feeling that's the last time that she'll ever see Akatani Mikumo. It's like he's somebody else completely. Across the way, Bakugo shares her outlook. There was no revival of his former self either. Izuku Midoriya truly is no more. Any reminiscence of then is gone completely. Now he is just the ghoul. Above, the glassy sky breaks and rain begins to fall. Himiko's heart shatters too as she weeps. The setting sun glints off of his glasses as he watches the casket go down. Sir Night Eye, All Might's former sidekick, stands beside the fallen hero's successor as the body is buried. Togata, among the other funeral attendants, don't bother holding back their stream of tears or choking down their sobs. The burial ground had been turned into a monument, the symbol of peace ikted as a statue in his iconic pose as though he still stands victoriously. But the stone smile does little to comfort their mourning. The crowd gathering there still hold their own. Arms high over their heads anyways, candles flickering bright in their hands. The plenitude of little flames lights the area, orange glow radiating a glimmer of the hope that can be found there. Just as many people place flowers around the grave, a massive garden offering equal semblance. Pink petals flutter in the wind and red roses emit a vibrance like the fires that are lit. Parting gifts placed upon the ground weigh down goodbye letters and pictures that honor the departed. None of this was in the vision that Mirai Sasaki saw. Just the horror that had been televised. A bloodied and beaten hero, broken down to his last efforts. As predicted, All Might died giving it his all in a gruesome battle. He wants to be angry that he hadn't tried harder to prevent the outcome of his idol's death, or to weep in despair, but he's oddly more relieved. Relieved that despite the harsh beating, his partner can be laid to rest and honored in such a way. In all the hero's glory, All Might's much-deserved love and adoration helps put Nightai's grief at ease. Across the way, Sorahiko Torino hangs his head. He's also wearing a black suit and tie. The older man had already watched one of his apprentices die. Now he's lost another. Night-Eye wishes he could work up the courage to go over and say something, but he's too caught up in his own distraught emotions. He turns his gaze towards the sky, its reflection gleaming off his glasses. At least the weather is nice. At least it isn't raining. Sir, Togata's voice draws Night-Eye's attention back to the ground. Through the lens of his bifocals, he can see the hero in training has stifled his crying. Night-Eye's heart bleeds for the boy, but he holds strong, not allowing himself to tear up in the blonde's place. He clears his throat so that it doesn't crack when he responds, "Yes, Mirio?" Bloodshot eyes that had once glowed so vibrantly like Toshinori's stare lifelessly into Night-Eye's. It really does feel like all of his idol, his partner, his friend, is gone. Togata helplessly, pleadingly asks, "What now?" Night-Eye is at a loss for words himself. Despite being able to see the future, he has no idea what to do. Though that doesn't stop him from racking his brain to think of what All Might would say. The symbol of peace had entrusted his legacy to Togata, and it's up to Mirai to pass on that reminder. I'm sure what Toshinori would say. He removes his glasses to stare directly into the next one for all wielders' eyes. Is that your next? What comes next and who the next generation of heroes will face, though, remains to be seen. The company building, Detnerat, overlooks the same orange horizon. The sun sets on the city in waiting. From that high office view, Rikiya Yatsubashi massages his chin in contemplation. With the fall of All Might as well as All for One, there will likely be a power grab. As the leader of the Meta Liberation Army, and successor to Destro, he hopes that now is the most opportune time to strike and claim that high position for himself and his cause. The echo of footfalls alerts the conspiring villain to the presence of another. Much to his shock, the shared company is a boy in his teenage years. To be more precise, he recognizes the kid as the one from the news footage during All Might and All for One's final battle. Except, the unruly hair that had been as black as his uniform is now bleached a pale white. And the tattered ghoulish mask covering his face looks more fixed to his skin. Redestro. You and I have a common enemy. Even the boy's voice sounds more matured. More convicted to his own cause. The wind's sharp sting against her face, the way that it blows through her hair and brushes against her clothes, it doesn't feel the same anymore. There's no exhilarating rush of adrenaline as she bounds from one roof to the next. She feels the strain on her ankles when her feet make an impact. The full weight and pressure of bending her knees to push off and continue moving extracts a heavy toll of oxygen. Without the proper energy to endure this type of physical activity, the harsh reality of how much effort the body requires to pull it off really settles into her flesh and bones. In the back of her mind, the blonde wonders if this is some form of depression that has weakened her. It's not the first time that she's been abandoned and left alone. But it is the first time that she's been unable to recover and bounce back. A flock of pigeons disperse from a nest that they've made atop a chimney as she sprints by. Feathers float gently down behind her as she carries herself from that building to the next. But her descent is not as soft and delicate. The girl's foot catches the ledge and she flips forward, arms bent at the elbow to brace herself unconsciously. She instead lands on her side and rolls onto her knees, skin scraping off and exposing raw red flesh. The blonde hisses through her pointed teeth, seething in both annoyance and pain from making such a stupid mistake. Stopping, and so suddenly, has also taken the metaphorical wind out of her sails. If she had been exhausted and breathing heavily before, then now she's practically wheezing on the verge of comatose. A stray lock falls over her forehead as she wipes away a bead of sweat. She curses under her breath, damning everything. She's not sure whether she had been running toward or from something or what that would have even been if anything at all, but now it's finally caught up. It's been a number of weeks now since her boyfriend disappeared. Not just days anymore. And he hasn't once tried reaching out to re-establish contact with her. To be fair, he must have been hurting just as much as her after the Kamino Ward incident. It took the first week for her to recover and heal most of her injuries. But now, especially with his quirk's healing factor, she had expected him to return to her. Yet, he hasn't. She closes her eyes when tears threaten to spill, the waterworks brimming at the edges. She won't allow herself to cry. Not anymore. From up high, she can hear the hustle and bustle of nightlife below. Car horns honking. Trash bins being loaded. Pedestrians crossing the street. Families and friends laughing. That last one pulls at her heart just like the sole thought of her missing boyfriend does. Friends, they seem in short supply. She wasn't even sure if she could trust Dabi anymore after what had happened. During their recuperation, the surviving stragglers of the League of Villains had a thorough discussion about the events that had taken place. Well, was it an argument then a conversation? Fingers had been pointed. Blame had been casted. It was a matter of who could shout profanities louder than the other at some points. And yet, the entire bull session replays in her mind as clear as day. Out of everyone that could have asked the question on all their minds, she hadn't expected Tamura to be the one who had addressed the matter. And he had put it so eloquently too. Shouted through his chapped lips was the brilliant formulated sentence structure, "What the F happened back there?" As always, Kurogyari scolded the man-child like the parental figure of the group that he is. Language, Shigaraki, the misty member of the team, had sounded more exasperated than usual too. Just enough to seem suspicious to Tamura. "Did you know anything about it?" Tamura spat like the drops of saliva were venomous. His hissy fit was much more than a tantrum that time. If everyone weren't still recuperating at that point in time, his rage would have no doubt triggered a fight of some kind. Instead, the danger simmered under the surface of angry expressions. "To what are you referring? The heroes?" "Of course not. Don't be preposterous." Though Kurogyari had to mostly express his own frustrations through his tone, considering his face is pretty obscured by the purple smog enveloping his body. "He meant Mikumo, dipshit." It was at that point Dabi ran out of patience and lost his own temper. Or in hindsight, it could have just been an outburst from the aggravation he had over having to restaple his burnt and sagging flesh. The blonde recalls her own outburst being based on pure emotion though. She knows that for a fact. She had been said, "You definitely had something to do with Akatani. That icky gray goop was your quirk." She had accused twice of being involved with Akatani's absence, considering the way there had been two of the ghoul. Me? And twice had the ghoul to act innocent. Even behind his mask, he feigned complete shock when it came to being blamed. The Psycho Beach is right. You cloned him, though she had been grateful at the time for Tamura backing her up. He had even gone as far to force himself to his feet, hands twitching at his sides with the urge to turn the supposed traitor to dust. Why? Tamura demanded answers for both herself and him. Likely he had been more so thinking of himself though. "I didn't." Twice denied his involvement with Akatani's absence at first, but was just as quick to fold and confess, "Okay, you got me." After being silent for so long, Compress sighed and finally chimed in. "Enough of this. Now that he's gone, I can tell you," and his input had silenced everyone since he knew more than he had avoided letting on. He looked at Tamura while admitting, "Your master put us up to it." "Sensei?" Tamura hesitated with that information. He was shocked. "Put you up to what?" So the blonde villainess had to step up and ask questions for herself again. When Compress had tried avoiding eye contact with her, she had gotten a little more assertive. "Hey, I'm talking to you." I had also known about the plan to swap out Akatani Mikumo, but Kurogyari had bailed him out before she could get stabby. That reveal had shaken Tamura even more, despite his earlier suspicions and accusations. Though it may have helped that Kurogyari apologized, "I am truly sorry for keeping it from you." But why? Tamura wondered aloud. Master deemed that the ghoul had a greater purpose, and all Kurogyari had divulged was that single elusive sentence. Hardly an explanation. What did he do to him? The blonde villainess had erupted again. She remembers pushing past her pain to stand up, challenging the others in an attempt to intimidate them. Relax. But Dabi had stepped in to prevent a fight from breaking out. He told me that your boyfriend would be fine. It couldn't have been that bad. He instead shifted the feelings of animosity towards himself. You knew too, the girl had felt betrayal at the revelation. Even if she hadn't been injured then, she would have still probably staggered and lost her balance. I'm sure he had his reasons. Dabi hung his head in shame. I know I had mine. Why didn't you tell me? The Villainous couldn't help but wonder why her friend would keep such a thing hidden. I told you. I had my reasons. And Dabi had snapped at her for it. The anger in his burning blue eyes had the same look as when he would talk about his father. She's sure that had been the reason to which he had referred. But still, she couldn't believe he'd sell out Akatani for his revenge. So the Psycho Beach and I were the only ones left out of the loop. Tamura scoffed with disbelief as he looked around the room at the remaining members of the League. Practically all of them had betrayed him in his eyes. Tamura grumbled with a roll of his eyes. Brilliant. Kurojairi stepped forward and tried placating the League's leader. We shouldn't devolve into distrust amongst ourselves. The heroes delivered a major blow. And whose fault was that? But only received another fit of anger for his efforts. Tamura scanned the room a second time with wary red eyes. None of you are giving me any reason to trust you. Akatani was right. He and I should have never trusted any of you either. The former member of the League recalls that being the moment that she had decided she would leave them like her boyfriend had. Look. He must have ran away for a good reason, though Dabi had tried getting her to stay more than once. That first time had earned him a glare. She shouldn't have expected him to back down. He only glared back while asking, or are you forgetting that he left you? He'll be back. She had protested his claim, not knowing that Akatani had indeed left her. At that time, she foolishly believed he'd come back to her and didn't hesitate to give him her defense. Now though. So it's settled then. We wait and see if the ghoul returns. Kurojairi took that opportunity to dissolve their first shouting match. He had opted for their recovery over arguing. Until then. We lick our wounds. And the rest is history. A few more arguments. A couple attempts to kill one another. Or at least the intent to. And eventually she left them. She slipped away like a thief in the night. Now here she is. Terraining the rooftops in search of nothing at all, running from nothing as well. Or so she had figured. Something to flee from eventually does arrive. In the form of an underground hero. The flash of something yellow is what alerts her to the man's arrival. The Villainous snaps out of her rumination when she senses that she's not alone. In the old days, she wouldn't hesitate to attack. However, nowadays her fight or flight response leans more towards running. She still hasn't recovered fully from the Kamino Ward incident and she feels already worn down from parkouring that getting into a brawl doesn't seem like a good idea. The blonde turns and flees without taking the time to see more than a glimpse of her pursuer. Wait! There's a shout behind her but she ignores it and bounds across the gap of buildings. This time, she doesn't tumble or grate her knees. Her feet slap the rooftop that she lands on and carry her across to the next ledge. Behind her, she hears another pair of shoes smacking the roof's surface. There's a few gasps of commotion from the sidewalks below. The Villainous is giving the civilians quite the spectacle, crossing entire buildings in single bounds. A few lucky guys even get a glance up her skirt, until she takes a sharp turn and drops into an alley in order to shake off her chaser. There's an electrical wire hanging over her that she has to twist and avoid before landing on the lid of a dumpster. More startled shouts from pedestrians come from behind her before she takes off towards a chain-link fence. She doesn't bother looking back as she hops the gate and lands on the other side. She's sure that her pursuer is still on her tail if they aren't an immutier. So she tosses a garbage can aside to spill its contents in her path for extra measure. It won't stop her chaser, but it might slow them down. As well as the street intersection full of cars slamming on their brakes while she runs through. The blonde comes into another alley, this one with turns to take. After two, she starts climbing a brick wall by using its crevices as handholds. She thinks this is where she'll lose her pursuer. They'll likely run by and not know where she went. When she puts one hand over the other and scales the ledge, she isn't expecting to find the person chasing her already on the roof. He's an underground hero, waiting for her from a perched position on a ventilation system. Himiko Toga, Eraserhead addresses the girl he's been following with a small nod. His capture cloth billows in the wind like a regular scarf. For a moment, Himiko thinks that he's going to use it on her. Instead, he says, "I think you and I need to talk." The blonde sighs, plopping into a crisscross seated position. Her legs finally gave out, unable to hold her up anymore. "Sure. Why not?" She surrenders with a tired tone. Sensing no hostility or intention to flee again, Eraserhead steps down from his own spot. He undoes his goggles while stating, "I've been looking for you." "To lock me up," Himiko huffs. She has a poor posture matched by Eraserhead when he also sits down. The underground hero shakes his head, "Not exactly. This is more about Izuku Midoriya than you." The blonde blinks, showing no reaction to that name other than confusion. Eraserhead tries again, "Or as you know him. Akatani Mikumo." Akatani's real name is Izuken. Himiko tests the name on her tongue by twisting it around a little. She's suddenly swept up by another wave of emotion upon remembering her boyfriend. She wishes he were here so that she could hit him for keeping his name a secret. Then she'd tease him a little before admitting that his real name is actually kinda cute. Then hit him again for leaving her and making her cry. "Have you been in any kind of recent contact with him?" Eraserhead puts drops in to fix his dry eye as he talks. "It's important that we find him." "I know that." Himiko can't help but snap at the hero. She's wanted nothing more than to find her boyfriend. She knows how important it is. She simmers down just as quick though, "It's just. No, I really haven't seen him." "That's a shame." Eraserhead shakes his head with a disappointed sigh. "I wanted to help him and I believed you were the only one who'd be able to make that work." Himiko sits up a little straighter at that. "Help him? How?" His reputation has been more muddled than ever recently, but Eraserhead is as despondent as ever. The underground hero runs a hand through his long hair in exasperation. Despite some property damage and going against his probation, he helped bring down a villain instead of aiding and abetting. "I think that's worth something in court. I don't really know anymore. It might be futile." Himiko stares at the man in shock. And maybe even a little admiration. "AKA, Izuku. He was right about you." Her voice is just a whisper but the hero hears her. He looks up to see the blonde's expression softening. "You're one of the good ones. You seem to actually mean well. I don't think I've ever met a hero quite like that." Eraserhead offers her one of his rare smiles. Not one of the creepy toothy grins he uses to scare his students, but a sincere smile. There's a first time for everything. There's an odd sense of humor to his reply that lightens the mood as well. Himiko smiles back while realizing, "Hey, you're watching Eri, right?" "Yeah." Eraserhead PPS his head in curiosity as to why the blonde is bringing up the girl he's taken in. Can I see her?" But it all makes sense when Himiko tentatively requests visitation. The hero remembers the times that Eri would call Himiko her big sister. "I'm sure Eri would love that." He agrees to the meeting with a nod. But the mild happiness subsides when he thinks about the other elder sibling-like relationship Eri has. "Do you think he'll ever come to see her again?" Eraserhead has a distant look as he glances at the city line. Himiko already knows who he's referring to. "I hope so." Himiko finds herself staring off in that same direction. She wonders if he's out there somewhere. Or if he's someplace else entirely. "Me too." The hero somberly sighs before his face furrows into a frown. He seems pretty busy with his new band of buddies though. Which catches Himiko off guard. "Huh." Eraserhead looks back at her with an equal amount of confusion. "You mean? You don't know? The rumors recently. You don't." He searches for any sign of deceit or recognition to what he's talking about, but Himiko truly doesn't understand what he's getting at. "What are you talking about?" she asks with a hint of urgency to figure out what it is that she doesn't know. After leaving the League of Villains, he's made his own group, and Eraserhead drops a major bombshell on her. Her heart thumps in her chest as he elaborates further. It's an organization called Aizawa. The cracks in marble floors run with streams of blood. Corpses strewn around the facility continue to ooze more of the crimson liquid. These are the latest victims of Aizawa, a cult group called the CRC which rejects any more physical abnormality mutation quirks. Pale cloaks have been drenched red, stained permanently. The League of Villains arrive much too late to have dealt the killing blow themselves. They walk into the aftermath, the stench of death hitting them hard. Twice lifts up the bottom of his mask, puking out his dinner. They had planned on pillaging the place for themselves, but they are now no more than scavengers here to pick up the scraps. Tamura scratches at his neck in annoyance. He had wanted to dust something, but he stops when he realizes that the massacre had saved him the trouble of having to exert himself. Admittedly, he's gotten lazier while in hiding. Biding his time has turned into nothing more than survival. He and his small band of misfits get by on scraps. They haven't been able to rebuild what they've lost. Today's just another day they've gotten lucky enough to take it easy. Or so he thinks. Until the set of double-chamber doors slam shut behind him, sealing him and the League inside. Dabi. Light. Tamura orders the fire user to spark a flame for them to see in the dark. Whoever slaughtered the cult group didn't leave. They're still here. Perhaps even, this whole thing had been a trap. When Dabi ignites a blue flame in the palm of his hand, there's just enough illumination for the small squad to make out something crittering around in the dark. Spindly legs skitter along the floors and up the walls before the group can get more than a glimpse. What was that? Twice shrieks like a stereotypical schoolgirl that just saw a bug. Quiet, Tamura snaps with annoyance. He's had just about enough of Twice that he would turn the psycho into dust if their group weren't already so low on numbers. Instead, as much as he would hate to admit it, Tamura knows that retreat is their best option. Kurogyri, get us out of here, he orders the warper to give them their exit. When there's no response or portal to go through, Tamura spins around. Kurogyri is gone. Do you think something took him? Twice continues to panic as he fidgets and casts glances in each direction. Maybe it's Batman. Batman's not real. Compress tries to calm Twice down before Tamura loses his patience. But that doesn't help their situation any. Again, the sound of something skittering along the floor. Behind them, Tamura lets out a war cry as he extends an arm, lashing out at the source of noise. But there's nothing there. Damn it, he hisses under his breath. Dabi waves his hand so that the small flame he's made burns even brighter and expands. A trail of fire stretches across the room and spreads along the floor via blood as though the liquid is lighter fluid. The blue flames are hot, but they allow the group to see at least. And what they see terrifies them. They suddenly wish they had just stayed in the dark. Centipedes thicker than their arms and legs combined tread the ceiling and walls. They stretch longer than the room itself, looping back and around to float in the air. And at the epicenter is a ghoulish visage. Hair bleached white, but body covered in blood, the ghoul levitates using the appendages sprouting from the base of the back. Below the ghoul stands 5 other freakish-looking beings. One a cold contrast from Dabi, dark blue parka covering their full body with the hood drawn up to hide their face, breathes a mist of condensation. Another is a woman with lilac hair and pale blue skin, a jacket with black fur around the collar hanging from her shoulders. Beside her, a man with a red iron mask covering his mouth and white hair like the ghoul matching his cloak. And beside him, a robed figure with their hair tied into a ponytail and an eyeless mask with just a fake mouth etched into it. Lastly, shorter than the rest, someone wrapped in so many bandages that they'd look like a mummy if it weren't for the maroon hooded cloak draped over them. What the foo? Tamura doesn't get the chance to finish. A centipede wraps around his throat, crushing his windpipe and snapping his neck with one squeeze. Before Twice can let loose a scream, he's impaled by another of the armored appendages. Only then does he cry out, "Oh God, I can feel it inside me. I'm real. I'm Aridash." He's broken apart from the inside out by the limb and dies. Compress raises his hands to use his quirk, but they're sliced off by the pincers attached to the centipede that comes for him. All he can do is fall on his backside while desperately trying to scramble away from impending doom. "I'm sorry. I'm Dash." His cries are also cut short. "Oh my." The blue-skinned woman below the ghoul covers her mouth with her hand to feign revulsion. But behind that covering, she's smiling. The shorter of the bunch cheers with a small applause, not hiding their delight while watching the horror show. The others' reactions are hard to distinguish considering they all have concealment for their faces. Dabi staggers back, glancing between the fallen members of the League and the group opposing him. Other bodies from the previous bunch to go down also scatter the floor. Knowing he has no chance, no matter the amount of firepower, he falls to his knees and holds his hands up in surrender. The ghoul undoes the zipper across the mouth of his mask. What sounds like Akatani brings some mild relief to the remaining member of the League. Hey Dabi. Long time, no see. Hey man, Dabi sweat drops. He doesn't know whether it's due to the heat from his flames or his nerves that are on fire though. Wanna join Aizawa? No hard feelings? Akatani's voice doesn't quite match the dark glow coming from his eyes, but Dabi still feels some type of relief upon receiving the offer. I think you'd make a valuable asset. Dabi can't stare into the shattered lens of the ghoul's eyes for too long. He breaks contact, seeing the dead bodies scattering the floor that he's on. The cult surrounds him and the dead members of the League as he basically bows down like a sacrificial offering. To do what? He has to wonder what sort of agenda this group has if it isn't like Stain's ideology. After working with Tamura, he should have figured the answer would be to set the world ablaze. The blue of the atmosphere is fractured, darkening as it splits into a cracked web. Lately, it's as though the sky has been falling. A non-reflective mirror as fragile as glass has shattered and everyone below is left to pick up the broken pieces. Or so, that's how Tsukauchi feels as he stares upwards into the not-so-heavenly heavens. The detective opens a black umbrella, hoisting it over his head and blocking the view. Should any more shards rain down from above, he's hoping that the covering will be enough. From here on, he stares ahead. The police cruiser that he borrowed stays stationary, parked behind him. And he moves forward. Even though he feels he's always looking back, going nowhere. Not only had the world lost one of its greatest heroes, if not the greatest hero ever, but Tsukauchi had lost his dearest friend. And the case he'd been too fixated on to set time aside for that friend still remains open. There's a lot of guilt weighing the detective down that he feels pulled back. But as Aizawa would say, there's still work to be done. Speaking of the underground hero, that's exactly who he's come to see. The case involving the Tokyo Ghoul has gotten out of hand, but they started it together, and that means they'll end it together no matter the grief it gives them. Tsukauchi's grip on the umbrella's handle tightens ever so slightly. He tells himself that it's in case the wind begins to pick up so that it doesn't fly away. He'd been kicking himself for giving the kid a chance all this time, but he can't imagine how Aizawa must be feeling. So when he knocks on the underground hero's door, he isn't expecting to see what's on the other side. Or rather, who he finds behind the veil. Is that Himiko Toga? His bewilderment leaves him slack-jawed for a few seconds. The League of Villains member sits on the floor of the underground hero's home, Eri across from her. The two girls have a set of coloring books between them, colored crayons scattering the carpet. Both of them pause their doodling to look at the newcomer and wave, but it's the blonde that greets him verbally, "Hello." And with the nerve to be casual about it no less. Now that we've established that, get inside before someone else notices, Aizawa grabs Tsukauchi by the collar of his trademarked tan overcoat and pulls the detective inside. The underground hero slams the door shut behind them before letting go. Damn it, Aizawa. What's a villain doing in your house? Tsukauchi has trouble reining in his frustration and shock still. After all that has happened, this is the last thing he'd expect from the underground hero. He massages his forehead with his thumb and forefinger, trying to rub out the creases that are bound to become wrinkles. She's a valuable asset when it comes to finding Midoriya. Aizawa crosses his arms over his chest as though he's confident about what he's saying. However, Tsukauchi is sure he hears a hint of doubt in the statement. The detective folds his own arms to match Aizawa. Oh yeah? How so? His stare is skeptical, not so patiently waiting for the answer to the question. Aizawa looks away, unable to answer at first. All the people that he'd seek out are in one place, but eventually his gaze finds Himiko and Eri. Then, the underground hero turns his eyes back to Tsukauchi, And his face becomes somber, expression soft despite the rough stubble around his chin. The kid has nobody else. But Tsukauchi remains stone cold, setting his jaw. What makes you think Midoriya would come back to us? He asks the question bitterly. When the underground hero doesn't answer, the detective sighs. Face it, Aizawa. We effed up. It's his turn to avert his gaze as the feeling of guilt returns. Aizawa stares down at the floor too, still having trouble finding the right response. I refuse to believe he can't still be saved. He eventually settles on a self-indulgent whisper. But after all that has occurred, all the lives that have been lost and the destruction left in the ghoul's wake, the reply from Aizawa only upsets Tsukauchi further. The detective reaches into his overcoat to dig out what he brought and originally came here to give the hero. Then maybe you should have a look at this. He shoves a book into Aizawa's arms. Aizawa falters, looking down at the novel. It's a hardcover. He bends it open to flip through some of the pages while asking, "What's this?" A lead. Tsukauchi prompts the hero to keep skimming the pages. They call themselves the Meta Liberation Army, and they're working with Midoriya. Turns out Hajirai Tree is just a branch connecting to them. The connection between the Book of Propaganda and Tokyo Ghoul comes as a shock to Aizawa. How did you come by this? The underground hero glances up from the book to look into Tsukauchi's rectangular eyes. It's a pleading gaze, expressing Aizawa's desire to know more. Tsukauchi breaks eye contact. We've got someone on the inside, but the detective still discloses some of the inside information with a hushed tone. However, who? That only prompts Aizawa to dig deeper for answers. But he can only get so far. Tsukauchi glances around, appearing on the brink of paranoia. Not here. Not with her present. But his sights settle on Himiko and all is clear to Aizawa then. The underground hero relents. Fine. But this doesn't change the fact that she can be useful. He follows the detective's gaze to the pair of girls coloring together on the floor. We should arrest her. Tsukauchi grumbles just loud enough for Aizawa to hear him. And he doesn't once take his eyes off of the blonde Villainous. She can be useful, Aizawa repeats himself with more insistence. Despite sounding so adamant, the hero doesn't get the detective to deter his laser focus on Himiko. She's killed people. Tsukauchi reminds Aizawa of the girl's crimes. There's an unspoken part of that reminder that correlates with Izuka Midoriya, who posed as Akatani Mikumo during his time as the Tokyo Ghoul. Give me a break. And the underground hero finally breaks. He shakes his head and throws his hands up in the air. Admit it. Neither of us know what we're doing. We're in over our heads. At this point, there's no wrong choices. Finally, Tsukauchi takes his gaze off of Himiko to assess Aizawa. Though he doesn't turn his head fully. He sighed yes the underground hero, silently evaluating the emotional outburst that's a tad uncharacteristic. Sensing the investigation and plentitude of cases combining have taken their stressful toll, the detective humors the hero by asking, "How exactly do you plan on putting her to good use?" Aizawa stops short, clearly not having expected that question. After a moment, he hesitantly tries. You said you have somebody inside the Meta Liberation Army? Though that only prompts Tsukauchi to continue staring with expectations of elaboration. Two are better than one. The underground hero gives a non-committable shrug as he provides his suggestion. What makes you think we can trust her? Tsukauchi raises a brow as he questions the proposition. He leans heavily to one side, planting his foot down. Who would Midoriya trust more than her? I'm sure they're both in dire need of a long-awaited reunion. Aizawa turns to face the detective fully. His own feet settle into place, his legs standing firm. Tsukauchi casts the underground hero a withering look. Aizawa. I can't even begin to list the number of reasons why that's a bad idea. First and foremost being because their emotions for one another could cause a conflict of interest. He voices his disapproval as delicately as he can though since the hero has clearly gotten so emotionally attached. I'm literally right here. But Himiko herself interjects before Aizawa can begin to respond or Tsukauchi can continue. The fact that she may as well have been listening in on their conversation the entire time has them balking slightly. You're not even whispering. Himiko squints at them teasingly. Why did you think this was a good idea? Tsukauchi turns on Aizawa with a much lighter volume of voice. The hushed tone is slightly hoarse to keep conveying his aggravation though. You can't start now that I pointed it out? Himiko deadpants. Eri blinks in confusion, glancing between her sister role model and the adults. I told you at this point any idea is a good idea, but Aizawa ignores the blonde in favor of disputing with Tsukauchi. He too has lowered his voice to a quieter level. What happened to being logical? Tsukauchi snarks again while keeping the same angry whisper. He levels his gaze with Aizawa for added emphasis. You haven't exactly been showing the best judgment lately either, the underground hero responds with his own refute while maintaining eye contact. The staring starts shifting to a set of glares. What's that supposed to mean? Tsukauchi's face forces a frown as he pps his head incredulously. Wow. You two bicker more than an old married couple? Himiko chimes back in. She hadn't stopped eavesdropping, much more keen to listen in now more than ever. Not helping, Aizawa turns his glare from Tsukauchi to her in order to quiet her down. The blonde holds up her hands in a sign of mock surrender. When Aizawa returns his attention to Tsukauchi, the detective just shakes his head. Tsukauchi then jabs a harsh finger at the hero's chest. Look at the book. Stay in touch, before using it to switch aim from Aizawa to Himiko, and as for her. The blonde waves. Figure out what you're going to do. I'm not involved. Tsukauchi turns away with a slight flourish of his overcoat. Only after the detective has left and Aizawa is left contemplating with the book in his hands does Himiko speak up again. I think that went well. Aizawa casts her an unamused glance with a tired tilt of his head. But she's already back to playing with Eri, too occupied to notice. I need a cup of coffee, the underground hero sighs to himself before reopening the lead that Tsukauchi left him with. As for the person on the inside at the Meta Liberation Army, they just so happen to be making their introduction to the ghoul momentarily. Led there by Redestro himself, the turncoats steals themselves for the meeting. The Tokyo ghoul has quite the reputation after all. Behind closed doors that lead to his quarters within the Meta Liberation Army compound, the ghoul clutches his throbbing skull with pale fingers. Nails blackened by dried blood during his torture dig into the pulsating flesh beneath his bleached hair. Just like the design of his leather mask, his teeth are gritted together. Sweat drips down his face the same as a few tear droplets coming out of his bloodshot eyes. My fingers in my mouth, his hands fly from clutching his head to in front of his face so that he can see the scarring of where his fingers had been severed, centipedes crawling in my ears. The panicked boy smacks at his frontal lobe, trying to shake something out. In my head, he shouts while pivoting in a mismatched fashion to how his mind is spiraling out of control. A memory. A distant memory. Mother. He calls out to the image in his mind of a green-haired woman covered in blood. Realizing that she's dead and that he's the reason for her death, he comes to a jarring halt. Ugh. I'm so fed up. He whines through ragged breaths before sensing the presence of others than himself. The ghoul snarls, turning to glare at whoever dares enter his den without knocking first. He finds Rikiya Yatsubashi in the doorway, standing next to another familiar face. Red feathered wings and ash-blonde hair that matches the yellow visor covering his eyes. The pro-hero known as Hawks has joined their ranks the same as Sliden Go betrayed the heroes. He can't say he's too pleased to be working with either of them if they're such frauds to heroism, but he also doesn't have much of a choice. He forces his sneer to morph into a more welcoming expression. The expression Hawks had throughout witnessing the whole mental breakdown stays on his face after seeing how quickly the ghoul changed his mood and behavior. I've met some crazy villains over the years, but you got to be the craziest one yet. He shakes his head in disbelief. Hawks has no idea how true that statement is. The tap of shoes treading tile echoes through the hall. A hall that's barely decorated, paintings only periodically giving some semblance of style or taste. The paintings aren't very artsy. There's no colored carpeting. No tasteful ceiling. Like above, the walls hold a dull pale coating of white paint. The recently recruited hero Hawks walks side by side with the Tokyo ghoul, venturing through the Meta Liberation Army compound, trying not to judge whoever coordinated design plans. With not much of a scenic sight to look at, Hawks breaks the equally boring silence with a glance over at the moody teen accompanying his trip. So, No glance or reply back from the kid. The hero tries not to take it too personally. I didn't expect you to be so young. He instead tries creating the conversation himself. Still nothing. They just continue walking. A few more seconds of the silent treatment and no hint of acknowledgement almost makes the hero lose hope in having a discussion. But eventually, the boy glances over and replies, "Don't you hold the record for the world's youngest hero?" Hawks lights up, ecstatic not just from receiving a response but also because of the mild trivia knowledge. A hero fanatic, huh? A grin finds itself on the hero's stubbled face as he tries teasing the kid a little. Or just a fan of me in particular? The boy shrugs, either unfazed by the playfulness or really good at hiding his embarrassment. He looks forward instead of at the hero, attention divided between the hall and the conversation. Pick your poison. His tone sounds as dull as the place looks, but Hawks still notes the mild humor hidden within. The hero chuckles, finding it funny how much attitude the kid has. With a shake of his head, Hawks spares another glance. The teen appears to be going through his gothic phase, trying out for Edgelord of the Year. Black leather adorns the boy's body, and his mask looks like something straight from a horror movie. And Hawks can't help but wonder what the deal is with the white hair. "You've got quite the personality," is all he manages to say about it all. The boy returns the glance, surprising Hawks. Especially since the eye he peers into doesn't look like any other. There's a deep dark dive of darkness, only accompanied by a single small orb of red. Shocking the hero even further, he doesn't quite understand what the boy means when he asks, "Which one?" "Huh?" Hawks falters as he tries to shake off the strange feeling that he gets. He forces himself to break eye contact, trying to set his sights on what's ahead instead. Turns out that was a good idea. There's a set of oak doors that they're quickly approaching. Never mind, the Tokyo Ghoul presses past the hero to push them open. "We're here," and announces what's on the other side as the intended destination of their travels within the facility. Hawks catches sight of a round table, chairs circling around it with some of those seats occupied. 6 people in total occupy the space. One of the group, short like the kid with a maroon cloak and floral scarf, springs up and runs towards them. Hawks braces for impact, tightening his muscles preemptively. But the person blurs past him and tackles the boy he came with instead. Or, well, tries to anyway. The kid barely budges, getting wrapped up in a hug as he stands there stoically. "Ghoulie!" A girlish squeal of delight comes from the cloaked bundle of bandages. Ghoulie doesn't return her cheerfulness though, trying to pry the short girl off of him. "I told you not to invade my space." He chastises her with a tired tone that says this has happened enough to not come as a surprise to him. Hawks clears his throat, reminding the two that he's standing right next to them. Gaining their attention, he tries teasing Ghoulie again with a sly smirk. "This your girlfriend?" he asks. "No," comes the immediate response from the boy. Though the girl just as quickly says, "Yes," overlapping and contradicting him. The two stare at one another as though they're silently arguing over the answer, both as shocked by the other over their responses. After a brief moment, the boy sighs and introduces her. "This is Ito," the girl waves. "Ito, I'm sure you know Hawks." He gestures between the two of them to finish the formalities. "Hiya," and Hawks returns the bubbly attitude with a friendly greeting of his own. He smiles and waves, returning the favor. If the girl is indeed the boy's girlfriend, then he guesses it's true what they say, opposites do attract. "Would it hurt if I plucked out your feathers?" Ito tilts her head as though the spontaneous question is one from childlike innocence. Hawks raises a brow, starting to reevaluate his earlier thought, understanding why and how two villains would be attracted to one another in other ways. "A little bit," he answers her honestly while forcing a smile to stay on his face. He figures it's probably best to be polite considering he's outnumbered and there's no telling what they can do. The bandages around Ito's mouth furrow a bit, indicating that she's smiling back at him. Good to know. Her cheery tone suddenly sounds a lot more malicious than it previously did. Hawks feels a nervous bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Quickly, he wipes it away by running his hand up and over through his hair, subtly hiding the potential sign of weakness. Charming. He has to maintain the charade that he's been putting on. The sound of heels clicking against tile announces the arrival of another person coming to introduce herself. A blue-skinned woman tosses her lilac hair over her shoulder, but not as dashing as you, Hawks. The hero knows that out of everyone here, she certainly had nothing to do with the building's poor decoration, considering her sense of style is rather formal. A shoulderless black dress contrasts a salmon-toned jacket in a fashionable way. I would love to interview you sometime and find out what makes you tick, though the way she talks like the other femme fatale reminds him quickly of how she's a villainous. This is Chitose. She's overzealously curious, so she may come across as forward at times. The Tokyo Ghoul continues serving as a mediator and unenthusiastically introduces the woman to the hero. He's lost his flourish despite never having had any to begin with, throwing up his hand and letting it drop with a haphazard gesture. Guilty, Chitose shrugs with some over-exaggeration. Her lips raise into a smile that comes across as anything but kindly. Charmed, Hawks takes her hand and kisses the backside of it to show some chivalry anyways. He also figures he may as well indulge a little in his performance for the villains. Speaking of the others, the Tokyo Ghoul gestures broadly at the ones who didn't bother to stand up and introduce themselves. And the rest are Giton, Tatara, Noro, and Dabi. The last one at least acknowledges the hero with a small nod. They're less rowdy than the females. The ghoul provides an excuse on their behalf for the lack of a warm welcome. Considering the glares that Hawks is receiving from the majority of them though, and his previous experiences with the others, he can't say he doesn't mind. So this is Hirai? He takes in the group with a sweep of the room. All of them seem dangerously deadly. We're one big happy family tree. Ito returns to her seat with a light plop. She props her feet up on the table, leaning back and lounging with her arms tucked behind her hooded head. Clearly, Dabi scoffs and rolls his eyes after making a sarcastic comment. It doesn't seem that he agrees with Ito's sentiment. She sits up, taking her legs off the table and moving her arms to cross over her chest, pouting. Redestro saw it fit to put you with us considering the subdivision was created fairly recently. The Tokyo Ghoul snaps Hawk's attention back to him as he passes by and elaborates more on the group in technical terms. The hero watches the boy take a seat at the head of the table, dead center and across from him. So what you're saying is that this is where they stick the newbies. Hawks grabs his own chair since everyone else is getting comfortable. He may as well settle in for the long haul, since this is beginning to look like it'll take a while. The ghoul shrugs. Considering I'm the founder and a newbie myself, that sounds appropriately correct, and seems pleased when his revelation that he's Aogirai's leader surprises Hawks. The hero is once again struck by how somebody so young could embed themselves within the underworld of villains so deeply. He's especially shocked by how the boy managed to gain such a high position of power. Tell me more. He leans forward a little to properly hear all the details. And they call me curious. Chitose laughs at her own joke from across the table. Hawks has half a mind to force a chuckle but is relieved that he doesn't have to when nobody else does. Oh. Can I be the one to tell him? Can I? Ito jumps up with her hand raised over her head. With her arm outstretched as high as it can go, she wiggles in place full of eagerness to speak. Suddenly, one of the silent members decides it's time to speak up. He's as composed and as stoic as his leader, with just as much of a commanding gait to how he stands up so effortlessly proud. We don't know if he can be trusted completely just yet. Tartarus speaks through his red mouthpiece but his voice doesn't come out muffled at all. The words weigh heavily on Hawks. He's got a point. Dabi casts Hawks a suspicious sidelong stare while considering Tatara's input. But their leader holds up a hand to silence them, as well as preventing anybody else from chiming in. Tatara sits back down as well as Ito. Hawks is surprised by how the kid can command such respect from the bunch. You should already know about our cause thanks to our publisher, and he finds himself giving the boy his full undivided attention. That is, until the ghoul nods towards Ito. I'm the author. Ito expresses her pride with a display of what looks like jazz hands. The hero isn't all that stunned to see a book placed on the table in front of him. He's seen it before. He knows about the secret messages encoded inside. Though he is amazed by how, yet again, someone so young can make such an impact. I gave Ghoulie a signed copy. Ito leans her head on a propped hand to stare fondly in the ghoul's direction. You like to read? Hawks turns his gaze towards the ghoul too with a hint of amusement. He isn't done trying to successfully tease the boy just yet. Plus, the joking around helps ease the tension and quell his anxiety about being undercover. Don't you? The ghoul stares back with still no reaction to the playfulness. Not so much, Hawks shrugs before opening up the book in front of him. He doesn't actually read anything on the pages as he flips through. I did get the gist of the agenda though. You follow the philosophy that there should be a free usage of quirks as a basic human right. Pretty noble stuff. Some wouldn't think so. Geaton also finally breaks his silence to chime in. White eyes glow from within the shadows casted by the hood concealing his face. Hawks doesn't bother staring into the orbs for too long. Well, you do emphasize liberation over regulation. The hero tries defending those who oppose the Meta-Liberation Army's beliefs. Part of him is hoping he may be able to appeal to the group. Or at least, to their leader. He's just a kid after all. We can't change what quirks we were born with. Designating people as villains over something they can't control is pitiful. Not to mention how heroes are kept in action due to prohibiting quirk usage. Do you think heroes would be all that needed if civilians were allowed to use their quirks in order to defend themselves? But the ghoul's response on behalf of Geaton and the rest of Aizawa doesn't leave much room for argument if his tone is anything to go by. Hawks catches Dobby's gaze. The villain covered in burns looks away, piquing the hero's interest a little. But he lets it slide. He turns his attention back to the ghoul and nods, all valid points. But what are you going to do about it? Something is better than sitting around and doing nothing. The ghoul flicks his hand as though he's brushing the question away. He's disinterested in answering. Or maybe he's hiding his true intentions. But Hawks won't let it go that easily. So young and you've already got it all figured out? He hopes that goading the kid will get him to slip up. The hero prays that his risky move gets answers instead of getting him killed. You sound as though you don't sympathize nor empathize with our cause, but Geaton is the one who takes the bait. The villain's tone is ice cold, accusation a frosty bitter bite. I didn't say that. Hawks holds up his hands in a placating gesture. He waits for the attitude to de-escalate before continuing. I'm just shocked by your leader is all, seeing that nerves are high-strung amongst the group now but the ghoul still hasn't fallen for the emotional trap. Hawks takes the full plunge into his self-dug grave. And I'm still wondering what the plan is. Nobody says anything aloud, only speaking to each other through quick glances. But eventually, Tatara and the Tokyo ghoul come to some sort of unspoken agreement. We're going to declare war. The Aizawa leader finally reveals their agenda. War? In the streets, though the implications of high-staked conflict only provokes more questions to spawn in the hero's mind. First and foremost, he's concerned about where the conflict will be taking place. Tatara narrows his eyes, squinting at the hero with a look of irritation. The battleground is yet to be chosen. His answer about the location sounds like a bold-faced lie. But Hawks knows better than to dispute it with how much tension he's already caused there to be in the room. That's the plan? Charge into battle and hope we win. He instead opts for a different approach to gaining information. Any amount of intel is worth knowing, like what sort of strategy Aizawa has in mind or what kind of plan of attack they may use. There's a bit more to it than that. But that's all you need to know. But Geaton is still giving him the cold shoulder. The villain makes it crystal clear that Hawks still has to earn their trust before knowing more. Hawks relents, much to his disappointment. Right. I'm the new guy. Almost forgot. He tries not to sulk too much as he accepts that he won't be learning anything else that's useful. No offense, Ito contrasts his mood with a cheery interjection from across the table. And he can't help but accept the gesture to get back in everyone's good graces. None taken, he forces a smile to show them all that he harbors no hard feelings. The Tokyo ghoul abruptly gets up, chair legs screeching against the floor's tile. If we're done here, he hastily moves to leave but Dobby stands up to block his path. The ghoul looks annoyed by the obstruction but Dobby doesn't back down. You're excusing yourself. Dobby looks concerned for the boy's well-being but keeps his distance. Hawks notes the dynamic, finding their relationship interesting. Then again, everyone appears startled by their leader's sudden decision to leave. Even Noro with his silence, possibly mute hawks theorizes, and his full face covering. I have another headache. The ghoul clutches the side of his head. He digs his dark fingernails into his contrasting bright hair. He appears anxious now, desperate to leave the room. Wordlessly, Dabi accepts the reasoning and steps aside. But before the ghoul can make it out of the room without any other interruptions, Ito chases after him. She tries grasping onto his arm, but he shakes her off. "Think I can make it better for you?" She tries calling after him with her best attempt at what sounds like a stuck tone. But he doesn't stop his stride towards the exit, nor does he bother looking back. "You just make it worse," the ghoul growls under his breath as his walk becomes a stagger. Unbeknownst to his team, he feels like there's more crawling around in his head than his thoughts. Let him rest. Tatara prevents Ito from following by waving her back over to the table. There's still things we can discuss without him, and Hawk's own momentary concern is forgotten for the time being. His priority as an undercover hero to gather intel and having the potential to discover more about the villain group's operation has him returning his attention to the villains at the table. Besides, there's not much Hawks or any of Aizawa can do for the ghoul as he staggers into the restroom. He's away from prying eyes and ears, but that doesn't relieve his suffering. The throbbing in the boy's skull has him banging it against the door. Just in case anybody hears the commotion, he turns the latch and locks it. There's so much sweat coming from him that his dampened hair is starting to cling to his skin. The ghoul stumbles, catching himself on the sink. He leans on the bathroom appliance, using it as a crutch. It's hard to breathe. He rips the leather mask off of his face and discards it for the time being. Strong intakes of air has him panting heavily. His chest heaves in and out. He closes his eyes and focuses on the oxygen he swallows. And only after he's got his breathing under control does he raise his head to have a look at himself in the mirror. His reflection doesn't match his physical appearance. Not entirely. A wide-eyed boy stares with his mouth agape, green hair matted down the same as the ghoul's snow-white locks. The eyes of the reflection are also an emerald color. Not like the ghoul's dark chasms with contrasting crimson at their center. When he tilts his head one way, his mirror self turns it the other. Suddenly, a burning sensation floods the left field of his vision. He cries out as the searing strike stabs through his eye, reflexively grabbing at his face and rubbing around the edges. The ghoul catches a glimpse of himself in the mirror again with his remaining good eye. He sees what has happened. One eye is his and the other no longer has the Kakugan state active. Panicking, the ghoul scrambles for his mask and pulls it back on. The eye patch plugs the leak. He looks at himself in the mirror again, willing his reflection to show himself. It does. And faintly, he forgets his own name. He's not the boy he saw. That was Izuku Midoriya. The scrambling of his mind has ceased for him to not care anymore. The ghoul unlocks the door and exits the restroom. He finds Redestro waiting for him outside. "Are you all right?" The head of the Meta Liberation Army raises a brow. "I'm fine," the ghoul hisses with frustration. After snapping, he reins in his anger and tries to ask coolly, "What is it?" "I was just wondering if you informed them about your plan to infiltrate Tartarus yet," and Redestro doesn't dwell on his well-being much to the ghoul's relief. Redestro instead focuses on the objective the ghoul had come to the villain organization's leader about in the first place. "No," he shakes his head in denial. "I'm saving that for the day of, because not even Redestro knows about the true purpose of infiltrating the prison. The Meta Liberation Army leader believes it's to break out members of his cause to have more numbers in the upcoming war. But in reality, he wants to reach all for one." Aizawa is disquietingly aware of the security system Nizu has in place at UA. What should bring solace in light of recent events now hangs heavily over his head like a guillotine. Since despite being a teacher at the educational institution, he has no validation for entering Chiyo's office currently. The nurse's medical supplies glint under the fluorescent light of the room when he flicks the switch to the bulbs. The underground hero has no doubt Nizu will review the camera footage if he's not currently watching them live, the principal always acutely conscious of things. He's bound to be caught and questioned if not immediately. And yet, he commits to why he's risking entering the medbay. A large metal cabinet that appears to be for filing records at first glance resides at the back of the room. Aizawa knows better, having contributed to the container's contents himself. Nizu wondering why the teacher has entered the nurse's station unscheduled is one thing, but the principal will be beyond wonderment when he sees what Aizawa takes undocumented. Using Chiyo's spare key that she keeps hidden under the plant she leaves on the windowsill, the underground. Hiro unlocks the cupboard. Vials glisten when exposed to the room's light, plastic bags as equally radiant. The bright red liquid within reacts to the illumination akin to when the sun hits water, almost aglow. Blood bags and DNA samples stowed away in case of an emergency. Should somebody require a transfusion or anything along those lines, the school is more than prepared. They're labeled. The names of donors, blood types, student and teacher IDs, all the fixings are written out for convenience and safety. The practicality of Chiyo's organization is part of why Aizawa and the healing heroine had gotten along so well over the years. It's also a saving grace of time and trouble for him to select whose blood he came for in particular. Aizawa slides a tube from its rack, handling it carefully so that it doesn't break. Once the vial is pocketed in one of the compartments around the waist of his hero uniform, Aizawa closes the cabinet and leaves. Meanwhile, blood is being spilt. Mirio Togata wipes the copper taste off his lips with a swipe of his thumb. He'd been knocked on the training mat so many times now that his usual optimistic smile has been replaced by a frustrated frown. The elder hero who had taught Togata's predecessor darts from wall to ceiling before landing in a poised crouch on the floor. Gran Torino, no taller than the height of Togata's leg, stands up. The old man glares through the domino mask covering his face, dissatisfied with his student's performance. Again, Gran Torino snaps at Togata angrily. Relentlessly, the two have been training non-stop like this. The elder hero's yellow cape flaps through the air, trailing behind him as he propels himself at extreme speeds. Togata has time to barely react, Gran Torino moving within the blink of an eye. Gran Torino soars like a jet on takeoff, impact like a missile launched from one. Togata blocks with his elbows, the kicks pounding his bones. All Might's successor had been ordered to fight without the usage of his quirk to make the fight more strenuous. No permeation. No one for all. Using only what he built in the gym, Togata's muscles tense to shield his innards from Gran Torino's barrage. After All Might's fall, Togata has no choice but to push himself beyond his limits. No longer can he wait to replace the symbol of peace. There's no time to prepare anymore. He has to be strong enough to stand as tall and firm as All Might now more than ever. It's his duty after having one for all passed on to him. Under the tutelage of Gran Torino, Togata plans to save over 1 million lives. And to stop just as many villains. Gran Torino rockets from one end of the room to the other. The old man is more than spry for his age, curving through the air like a bullet. Togata tries to track the movement as best as he can, straining his eyes. He saw the way that the Tokyo Ghoul moved on television. The centipede-like limbs alone match Gran Torino's speed. If Togata wants to be Lemillion and bring the villain to justice, then he needs to become just as fast. The muscular blonde yells as he gives it his all, reaching out to grab his opponent midair. Togata had hoped to snatch Gran Torino in the middle of momentum. Instead, he grabs a fistful of nothing. Yet again, a yellow boot smashes into the blonde's jaw. And Togata is knocked onto the training mat. Luckily, only sweat splatters the soft cushioning this time. Though red specks from previous landings have made their mark. Togata grunts in aggravation, slamming his fist down on the padding. He already knows what his trainer is going to say before he hears it. Again, Togata is back on his feet before the order even reaches his ears. He uses his calves to push off, going on the offensive this time. A thick layer of glass, polymethyl methacrylate, separates spectators from the intensive training. The clear barrier is the same type of material used in aquariums or zoos. So when Togata gets slammed into it, the glass doesn't shatter or even crack. Tamaki and Nijire share a collective wince upon witnessing the impact up close. The two close friends of Togata had been watching from the sidelines for quite some time now. They're beginning to become concerned. Behind them, a third person arrives to join in. Light footfalls echo and alert Tamaki and Nijire. All Might's sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, steps in between the two to get a close look. He's still going. The hero keeps his gaze fixed on Togata's training despite addressing the two people at either side of him. He hasn't stopped once. Tamaki grimaces in sympathy of his friend's pain. Nijire walks around Sir Night-Eye to place a hand on his shoulder in consolation. Witnessing the strain Togata is going through for himself, Night-Eye hums in contemplation. After a moment of consideration, the hero raps on the glass to get everyone's attention. Gran Torino stops beating the hell out of his student long enough for Night-Eye to then enter the room and speak. That's enough. His declaration earns scowls from both Togata and Torino. I can keep going, Togata tries arguing. Though Night-Eye can see the way the boy's body shudders as it tries desperately to remain standing. He hasn't achieved his goal for today just yet. Gran Torino folds his arms across his chest with a shake of his head. He still hasn't caught me. Sorahiko. I said enough. Night-Eye glowers at the senior through the lens of his glasses. Gran Torino is about to glare back, but he finally notices Togata's current worn-down state. The old man huffs before walking off. Night-Eye returns his attention to Togata. Hit the showers and get dressed. The hero committee is about to announce Endeavor as the new #1. The change to the Billboard chart is being given a huge presentation. Within a stadium, heroes will be taken to a stage for the first time at one of these events to boost morale. Reporters join a crowd of cheering fans as music hypes up the reveal. Whoever isn't attending the event in person is watching it through a live feed. The world waits to see what a hero listing without All Might will look like. Ranking at number 10, Ryukyu takes the stage. She waves nervously as the crowd goes wild, applauding and whistling in support. She's followed by number 9, a hero clad in samurai armor, Yoroi Musha. And then number 8, a washing machine. The crowd's cheers diminish a little at that one. Kamui Woods and Crust rejuvenates the awe factor immediately after though. Whoops and hollers only get louder when Mirko and Edgeshot join the stage. Backstage, preparing for his turn when his announcement as number 2 comes, Hawks paces impatiently. He's not fretting over the wait until his shining moment of stardom though. He's stressing over the absence of the heroes he's supposed to meet before going on stage. Sir Night-Eye had arranged with him beforehand a brief rendezvous, saying the underground hero Eraserhead and a detective would also be there. Thankfully, Night-Eye remains true to his word. The hero arrives. Along with a few extras he hadn't mentioned would be part of the meetup. Cutting it a little close, aren't you? Hawks tries funneling his nerves through a comedic filter to calm himself down. You're the one who wanted to do this here and now instead of at Night-Eye's agency. The detective doesn't appear to be in the best of moods to joke around though. Hawks can see from the lack of shaving and eye bags that the officer must be working around the clock just as him. Actually, that was at my discretion. We can't risk spies or prying eyes and ears in any place too public. Night-Eye comes to his fellow hero's rescue by taking the heat of the detective. But he's not just a scapegoat. He truly did arrange for the Intel DLVY to be here of all places. And yet, you chose the most public places of them all. Eraserhead holds a dry tone but his slightly raised eyebrows are inquisitive. Hawks figures he'll return the favor and cover for Night-Eye this time. Exactly. It's too combust and full of heroes with a high security detail to boot for the villains to watch or listen in. This is my one opportunity to share with you the intel that I've learned. He knows full well the strategy behind picking such a peculiar time and location. So spill it, one of the unmentioned attendees chimes in. A spiky-haired blonde in a uniform standing beside Eraserhead. A prospective hero attending the school most likely. Who's the kid? But Hawks questions the boy's presence anyways. He's likely a first year. Second year at best. Not like the much bulkier blonde beside Night-Eye. He has a connection to a person of interest. Don't pay him any mind, but Eraserhead brushes off the matter as no big deal. As a matter of fact, he looks keen to change the subject as soon as possible. Okay, Hawks refrains from prying though. He figures the underground hero could just be concerned that they'll run out of time before intel can be shared. Aizawa is a subset of the Meta Liberation Army just like we thought. And they're planning something big. Hawks starts talking out of his own concerns over being pressed for time. How big? The detective plucks a notepad from his coat pocket to write stuff down. Hawks waits for the officer to flip to a blank page before replying. A war. The hero tries gauging everyone's reaction as he conveys the most dire of revelations. As expected, they range from surprise to worry. When? Where? But the detective recovers quick enough to ask more questions for his notes. Already he's jotting something down. I don't have high enough clearance to know that yet. Hawks shakes his head with a disappointed sigh. But listen to what I do know. The one leading Aizawa is the Tokyo Ghoul. He moves on to the next big piece of information instead. He's leading them, which seems even more shocking to Eraserhead than the prospect of a war. Hawks stares side longingly at the underground hero, sensing a deeper connection to that part of the investigation. Perhaps the mystery of the Uta student has been solved as well. What do you know about him? Especially since the blonde boy jumps at the mention of the Tokyo Ghoul like a dog on a bone. Bakugo! Eraserhead catches the boy by the crook of his arm to stop him. There's an exchange of glares between them, something unspoken. But before anyone can say anything more, the speaker system announces that their meeting is over. And now, introducing number 2. Hawks. The stadium roars behind the curtains to the stage as Hawks is called out. The hero winces, not wanting to leave. But he doesn't have a choice. Sorry, that's my cue. Hawks hopes what he's left them with will be enough before walking into a sea of adoring fans. This isn't over. Night Eye is the first to speak once Hawks is gone. He adjusts his glasses before casting a look towards Tsukauchi. See what you can uncover about this war. I'm assuming they'll need to arm themselves if they're not gathering numbers. You can leave that to me, but Eraserhead steps forth to turn the attention towards him instead. As an underground hero, he knows full well how to operate the underworld to gather information. I'll hit the usual spots. Any potential leads are usually funneled through particular places that became common habitat for criminal scum, and it's better not to scare them away with a cop snooping around. I'll try finding the ghoul then. Tsukauchi narrows his eyes at the underground hero. Neither of them are bound to have any luck considering they had difficulty at the start of the investigation, but he had expected Aizawa to jump at the opportunity to find his problem child. Night Eye places a hand on the strong shoulder of the burly blonde he brought with him, steering the boy away. I will continue preparing Mirio and the others at my agency for the inevitable battle then. He sounds as stressed as everyone there but keeps a stoic gait as he escorts the future hero. There's a lot on his shoulders too, with nobody placing a consoling hand on either one. Aizawa walks away with his own aspiring hero. Or so the boy had seemed to be. Once the two find themselves a private corner, Bakugo's face begins to partially melt away. Gray goop uncovers a feminine voice beneath. Himiko Toga's quirk had camouflaged her using the blood that the underground hero took from Ua's medical supply. Now what? She asks. The underground hero raises a brow as though the question makes no sense. Didn't you hear me? We're going to investigate some arms dealings. He's finally found a use for the girl with a criminal background. The headset fits snug around his ears, not like the underground hero's goggle straps that chafes the skin. As much as he hates sitting on the sidelines, he has to admit that the alternative is better in this case. Eraserhead listens through the wire that Himiko Toga is wearing beneath her clothes as she saunters into a black market for weapons. She goes unsuspected of anything and he doesn't have to lift a finger. The known criminal blends into her environment, stopping by a few knife stands to seem natural. But she and the underground hero both know that the Meta Liberation Army will be using gear much deadlier than blades. He listens closely as she finally tries the first of many posts selling firearms. The blonde Villainous approaches a cephalopodic man. The fellow criminal's head resembles the mantle of an octopus, tentacles with suction cups hanging down from his face. A red hood that matches the villain's papillae-covered skin covers his eyes. Himiko tries to make their gazes meet despite the covering. A harpoon gun? Something pointy like a knife that can be shot. Tempting. She pretends to be interested in one of the weapons being sold to further rein in the seller's attention. 6,000, the vendor does reply but still doesn't bother to lift his gaze. The price is also double the cost of what a legal sale would cost. Not cheap. Himiko's expression must convey her thoughts because the villain adds, not negotiable. Take it or leave it. Himiko holds up her index finger, wagging it back and forth while tooting. I didn't say I was gonna buy it. I said it was tempting to buy. She flashes her pointed canines with a wide grin. But the arms dealer doesn't smile back. Then don't waste my time. He waves a hand to shoo her away like some pesky brat he doesn't want distracting him. Don't be like that. Himiko tries not to sound like she's whining too much to avoid that brat label but still doesn't give up. She casually browses the broader selection of weapons. I'm sure there's something here you can convince me to bring home. Her eyes roam the crates containing explosives. Most people already know what they're looking for, but the gun merchant isn't convinced by her act just yet. Beneath the hood that shields his eyes, he watches Himiko with a critical gaze. Himiko pretends she doesn't notice the judgmental stare. What about the ones who don't? She keeps hoping that her nonchalant attitude will sway him. They don't exist, but the salesman doesn't fold easily. Suddenly, Himiko's own earpiece buzzes to life. Hers is much smaller, meant to go unnoticed. Made more for espionage than comfort. Steer him on topic. Eraserhead tries helping her direct her conversation in the right direction. Himiko covers her mouth with the crook of her arm, pretending to sneeze. I'm getting there. She uses that brief moment to whisper her response to the underground hero. When she lowers her arm and redirects her attention to the villain, she asks, "Do you sell in stock to anyone?" That gets the arms dealer to look up at her. Only when there's a large group. He glances around as though searching for someone standing behind her. When confirming that she's by herself, he asks, "You representing someone girly?" Now's your chance. Eraserhead's voice buzzes in her ear again. Unless one of my associates already came by. Himiko shrugs to act as though it's not such a big deal. Now that she's got his attention, she switches tactics to seem disinterested. I'm with the Meta Liberation Army, and hopes her lie works. Can't say they have. The weapon seller strokes one of his tentacles like it's part of a beard. Hook, line, and sinker. The anthropomorphic octopus has been caught. Too bad not dealing with the Meta Liberation Army means he's useless to them. Still, the arms dealer tries to be polite now in order to win her over. Perhaps I should have introduced myself sooner. I'm Innsmouth. How can I be of service to you? On second thought, I'm gonna try looking around some more. Himiko backs away into the crowd of other criminals mingling the market. Innsmouth doesn't even get the chance to stop her before she slips into the sea of villains. Smooth. Eraserhead didn't have to see her vanishing act to know she abruptly ended the conversation with Innsmouth. His tone is a balance between being impressed and disapproval of her actions. It was a dead end. I wasn't gonna stand around wasting time, Himiko mutters under her breath so nobody but he can hear her. She weaves in and out between other people roaming the area. You can't go checking every stand either. Not only is there too many, but that'd be bound to raise suspicion. The underground chastising her earns an eye roll from the blonde. It's not like he can see her do it. I'm not hearing any better ideas, Himiko grumbles. Under ordinary circumstances, if he were in front of her, he probably wouldn't be able to hear the comment, but the comlink is close enough to her mouth to pick up her voice. Eraserhead hums as he considers the truth behind her remark. It takes him but a moment to make a suggestion. We could take turns. Going in shifts might work. He considers swapping between the two of them to avoid getting caught. But Himiko has paused in the middle of the market with something else on her mind. Hey, that's the 10th time I saw a gun stand with one of those cases. She notices that there's a common container with each vendor, which also catches Eraserhead's interest. Must be a third-party seller. I doubt everyone there stole from the same place. He hopes it's a lead and asks, "Does the box say anything?" Himiko tries to get closer to read the kanji without squinting. Detnerat. The logo and text belongs to a company. A familiar one. The same enterprise selling books that promote the Meta Liberation Army's cause. They never needed illegal weapons. They had them in stock already. Eraserhead realizes the business must have warehouses full of firearms. They're arming their troops already. He's already hurrying to meet Himiko at their rendezvous point. For what? The blonde begins moving at a brisker pace to get there as well. She glances at each vendor as she passes them. The stands are crowded. She already knows the answer. It's to build an army. And at the forefront of that army, Aizawa gathers for another meeting. Hawks strolls into the room to find everyone else waiting for him. All eyes land on him when he comes through the door. He can even feel Noro's stare through the villain's creepy mask. Am I interrupting something? Hawks tries to break the tension with a forced smile. Not at all. He's only partially relieved when Curious is the only one to return the gesture. How goes moonlighting as a hero? Her own day job interviewing people gets the better of her. Business as usual. Hawks thinks back to his quick meeting with Night Eye and the others before shrugging off the question and trying to throw it back at them. What about you all? Any off hours? I play online Go sometimes. Ito is the only one to indulge the hero. She earns a few looks, some of them glares. What? She shrinks in on herself until all that's left is embarrassment. Never a break here, Geaton responds coldly to the question. And the same should go for you if you're devoted to our cause. He's still clearly not warmed up to the turncoat hero just yet. Hey, I've got a public opinion to maintain. Cut me some slack. Hawks holds his hands up in a placating manner while trying to defend himself for being tardy. He can only hope that they aren't suspicious of him, his paranoia getting the better of him. Typical hero for ya, Dabi mumbles under his breath as he crosses his arms. He still advocates for Stain's cause more than the meta-liberation armies. But the Tokyo ghoul puts a stop to the discussion, standing up. Hawks is right. His reputation is important to us. It'd be foolhardy to throw it all away. The hero is relieved that their leader speaks in his defense. I agree. As much as I hate to admit it, Hawks is even more surprised when Tatara also backs him up. Though the Aizawa subordinate could just be going along with what the ghoul is saying. Forget it. We shouldn't waste time on this crap, Geaton growls as he waves a hand to push the matter aside. He's agitated more than usual, already fed up with the group's conversation. Jack Frost here has a point, and Dabi doesn't help to quell that anger. The nickname earns a glare from Geaton. Can you tell us why you called this meeting already? But Dabi doesn't seem to notice or care. Sorry that it's on such short notice. The ghoul nods in understanding of everybody's frustration though. Hawks shudders when the ghoul's gaze meets his. But I'm left no choice other than to take such precautions, especially when he hears the next sentence out of the Aizawa leader's mouth. And here I thought we were beginning to bond. Hawks sighs as he realizes it's going to be a lot harder than he initially imagined to gather information for a counterattack. We can always do trust fall exercises. Ito hops up with a raised hand as she tries to make a suggestion. Though Dabi is quick to oppose the idea, I am not trusting any of you whack jobs to catch me. Takes one to know one. Geaton glances at the fire user with disdain in his eyes. Dabi returns the glare and holds it a while longer. That's enough, you two. Tatara stands up to maintain order. He matches the ghoul's aura, even his white hair a similarity of its own to the Aizawa leader. Once the group is quieted down, their boss clears his throat and begins again. As I was saying, they flinch when they hear his own agitation leaking through. In preparation for the upcoming war, we have ourselves a side mission, but Hawks is put even more on edge. The sudden announcement of a detour worries the hero, especially when what looks like a warp gate opens up. If you'd follow me, the ghoul confirms the portal is indeed a means of transportation by stepping into it. I love surprises. How fun! Ito charges after him without a hint of hesitation. Though the others are just as apprehensive as the hero. Wishing to win them over, Hawks follows after Ito, hoping that proves something to the group of villains. I hate surprises, Dabi grumbles in complaint. Though his protest falls on deaf ears, the others already following Hawks' lead. Dabi disappointedly goes with them. Greetings everyone, he's shocked to see a familiar face on the other side. A wisp of purple smoke, the culprit for the warp gate. A fellow former member of the League of Villains that Dabi had believed to be dead. But what's far more disturbing is the scenery of where they've all been relocated. Shifting of tides so dark that they lost their blue tint rise over a drop-off, the black waters beckoning whoever dives in to drown. Spears of rain stab the earth, pricking the group like quill needles. Mud and muck clings to their feet as they sink into the ground, a wet burial in process while they're still alive. Trees have lost all their green, withered down to brittle bark and pointed branches. All of Aizawa turn towards their leader for answers. Most people would expect someone to break out of this place. Well, Aizawa will be breaking iron. The Tokyo ghoul only prompts them to continue looking around. The environment is merely but a threshold to an even worse place. Walls that may as well be made of brimstone reach over the suffocating slashes of the sea's liquid talons. Barbed wire runs over the top of the barrier, the wall's own set of claws. Oh, it's you again. Ito seems to be the only one unbothered by the view. She instead fixates on the warper. What the hell is Kurogiri doing here? For which Dabi is grateful since he's able to momentarily forget about where he's been dropped off. Only momentarily though. His eyes are drawn back to the colossal castle buried in the depths of the ocean. What even is this place? I'm sure you're used to the flames. The Tokyo ghoul chuckles as though he just made a joke. He trudges through the mud and towards the cliff that stretches out towards the structure ahead. The deepest region of hell is where we're headed, and he announces their destination. Only Hawks is able to recognize it, his dread at their sudden drop-off enhanced tenfold. Tartarus. He exhales as though he'd been holding his breath under the monsoon all this time. Waves as thick as lava crash into the structure amidst the vast stretch of sea. Steam wafts from where rain breaches the surface, hissing under the hot glare of spotlights scanning the water. Dark clouds circle overhead, mirrored by the ocean as it whirls in broad destructive strokes. About 5 kilometers from the mainland, the massive detention facility resides in open waters. The only accessible route to the prison is a long narrow bridge, heavily guarded and secured with clearance checkpoints. Anyone that goes in doesn't ever come out. Hawks soars overhead, feathered wings trembling under the turbulence of high-velocity winds. It's even harder to fight the pressure pushing against his flight with added weight. Riding atop his back is the one crazy enough to have come to the prison willingly. The Tokyo ghoul, though still just a teenager, is rather heavy. Hawks half expected Aizawa's leader to lead a suicidal charge, but the boy proved himself more strategic than that. An attack from above, dropping down into the facility, it's something only the hero as a member could do. But of course, Hawks wouldn't be entrusted to the task of breaking into Tartarus alone. Despite ranking as the new number 2 in the hero listings, not even he could manage to pull off such a deed. The other Aizawa members will be launching their own assaults. Giton, the one wearing a parka, adapts to his environment. Rather than an aerial strike like the hero, the villain freezes particles in the water below to create a path of ice. A bridge of his own making leads a simultaneous attack from beneath. Had Hawks not joined up with the villain group, he wonders if that would have been the only additional approach up their sleeve. On the pre-existing access route, the others create a diversion by attacking straight on. Even in the downpour of rain, Dabi produces flames that illuminates the bridge in blue long-casted shadows of Aizawa's members. The fire is kept burning and increases in magnitude with the aid of Tatara manipulating it. Hawks had learned much too late that the villain's quirk is a form of pyrokinesis. Paired with Dabi, Tatara and he make a destructive duo. Drones constructed to defend the compound melt from the extreme heat and combust when their wires spark from the inside. Living guards don't fare any better, their blood-curdling screams doing nothing to extinguish the flames engulfing their bodies. Ito, Dabi calls out to the mummified femme fatale skipping along the burning bridge, "You're up." Hawks glides just beyond them, blanching as he watches the petite girl's transformation. The bandages wrapped around her frame begin to tear and rip like her hooded cloak as she increases her mass. Spires start protruding from the villainous back, glowing a red hue. The rest of her bulked body is as pale as the hero. Ito had morphed into a one-eyed monstrosity, her size and scale now matching the prison's front gate. Hawks only now recognizes the beast as the infamous villain known as the Owl. Ito charges into the thick bronze barrier between her and Tartarus, quaking the material and bending the area of impact so that she leaves a huge dent. Hawks has no doubt that all it will take is a second charge for the Owl's usage as a battering ram to work. He faces forward, willing himself not to look back and witness it any more than he already has. Instead, the hero spots Gitan's assault from the bottom of the prison. Walking the path of ice with him are Noro and Curious. Hawks blinks once and then twice. Right up until the bitter end of their planning, he had been kept out of the loop. He hadn't been informed of Gitan receiving backup when they were told they'd be splitting into pairs. Curious produces handfuls of pebbles from her coat pockets as they near the jail's wall. Gitan spreads his ice from the sturdy structure that he's made to the rampart. The wall now weakened, thanks to the combined effort of teamwork, Curious is able to create a hole when she throws her rocks at the iced area. Curious has a quirk that allows her to detonate anything she touches, the pebble projectiles functionally explosives. Once she makes a gap big enough in the wall for she and her villainous friends to breach the compound, the raid on the facility begins. More guards reside beyond the barrier, armed to the teeth. Gunfire rains down on the trio more than the actual monsoon. Gitan throws up a shielding of ice for he and Curious. Noro, however, takes the bullets head-on. The villain staggers back from the amount of lead filling his body, but he doesn't fall. The smile on Noro's mask taunts the guards as they keep shooting at the villain who refuses to die. Instead of stumbling back, Noro begins swaggering forward. Slow steps stomp towards the security soldiers as they empty their rounds. Shells clatter against the ground. Not just from their chambers. Bullets begin falling out of the holes they made in the villain. Noro's quirk not only gives him an intense pain tolerance, but a zombified type of regeneration. The swaying of what should be a corpse gains velocity, moving at a brisker pace. Then, Noro rushes the guards. The sudden sprint catches them by surprise. A startled shout from one gets cut short, a blade sinking into their throat. Hawks looks away, unable to watch. As a hero, he wants to intervene. However, if he were to try, he doesn't think he'd be able to stop them all alone. So, he instead follows through and begins his own assault. A downward swoop that uses the wind's force as an added boost gets him past the wall's turrets and into the compound. For extra measure, Hawks uses his own quirk to let loose a few of his feathers to destroy the wall's defenses. The Tokyo Ghoul unleashes his centipede-like appendages to commence their attack upon landing, crushing border bots easily. Behind them, the bronze gate falls. Hawks forces himself not to glance back, focusing on eliminating security drones. All of Edrai reunites now that they've breached the compound, each strike squad meeting in the center of the entrance's plaza. And just in the nick of time, the alarm sounding to indicate the interior of the prison has gone on lockdown. Blast doors are quadruple layered and electrified as more defense drones robotically maneuver to protect the gates. Ito cackles with glee, voice malformed by her transformation. Then she proceeds to swipe wildly at the mindless machines, destroying them. Whatever robots get past her are frozen and shattered by Gitan, the rain serving as perfect ammunition for the villain's quirk. One gets close to Curious, but the Villainous is prepared for it, her bracelet transforming into a blocky gauntlet capable of bashing the machine inwards. Hawks hadn't considered Detonarit supplying the group with support gear, but now he's reminded of that problematic possibility. We go at the next opening. The hero snaps out of his thoughts when he hears the ghoul shouting orders. Momentarily, Hawks wonders what the Aizawa leader means. However, he soon puts it together when another round of guard bots roll out. The seals that slide open to release defense drones act in intervals. Each time those flaps flip upwards, that's an opportunity to get inside the prison. The ghoul confirms the hero's deductive reasoning when he shouts, "Now! Out of my way!" Dabi unleashes an inferno that incinerates the collection of drones. Thanks to that clearing, everyone is able to move unrestricted to the prison's opening. Smoke obscures their location on the security cameras as well. Ito shrinks back to her regular size in order to fit through the jail's opening, spires receding from her back and singular ice splitting into two. Tatara hops up, followed by Noro and Gitan. Hawks is worried that he's falling behind, but manages to catch up right as Curious climbs in. She turns around and reaches out, lending him a hand for support. "Come on!" The Villainous grabs onto the hero and pulls him inside. The access hatch slams shut behind him just as he makes it. It's thanks to the criminal's effort to aid him that he managed to tag along. Appreciate it? Hawks flashes her a smile to show his gratitude. Though the expression isn't visible in the lightless space until Dabi creates a flame from his palm. By then, the hero has stopped grinning and gasps at what he sees. They've entered the processing plant for the drones. Conveyor belts carry parts around as helper arms put those pieces together. The construction site is massive, unlit and damp due to its location on the bank of the ocean. Mildew fills the air and mold climbs corners as water drips down onto the machinery. Sparks suddenly fly, helping Dabi illuminate the area. Hawks spots the location of where the bots get their shielding welded on. But where the others are looking is the maintenance door to get further into the compound. We have to keep moving. Tatara urges them all to continue their raid. The ghoul nods in agreement, and they hurry to push past the construction site, breaking into a jog. Hawks pauses when he sees Curious and Ito lingering a little. A blush dusts his cheeks below his visor when he sees why. Ito's clothes were torn when she transformed, so Curious is lending her the jacket that she brought with her. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire draws him back into the dire situation. Automated machine guns that have been mounted to the ceiling open fire on the group once they enter a corridor. Noro takes the hits with no problem, reacting to the injuries with no more than a flinch. However, Geaton isn't fast enough to create an ice barrier this time, one of the bullets grazing his shoulder. The villain cries out in pain as he grasps the wound. Hawks reacts instinctively, using his wings to throw daggered feathers at the ceiling turrets. "You alright?" The ghoul falters and shows some concern for his comrade. Geaton groans, still clinging to the spot where he was grazed by a bullet. Blood seeps through his fingertips, the ice villain not applying enough pressure. PP. Dabi on the other hand mutters his disapproval at how dramatic Geaton is being. He earns a glare from his ally, but he doesn't budge, returning the look with a dry stare. Geaton uses his quirk to frost the flesh wound, chilling the gun scrape. The villain hisses through his teeth as the ice does its work. Once he's stopped the bleeding, Geaton gives a shaky nod towards his leader and dismisses Dabi's disapproval. "I'm fine." The ghoul appears to be apprehensive at first, but responds with his own nod. "Let's keep going then," and helps Geaton to his feet while ushering the others forward. As they run down the hallway, a barrier begins to lower ahead of them. The security system is trying to block their path. Before it can completely shut though, the centipede protrusions belonging to the ghoul lash out and clasp onto the metallic door. The constricting forces struggle against one another momentarily, but it's the system's lock mechanism that gives out first. The centipede appendages push upwards, lifting the barrier. The gears that work the door buckle and break under the pressure. Instead of turrets or drones, the group is met by a living security detail this time on the other side. Hawks worries for their safety, but is mildly relieved to see these guards have been provided with better body armor than the ones at the front entrance were given. When Curious smashes her cubed gauntlet against one's chest, they get knocked back, but don't fold. Dabi and Tatara's combined forces also don't seem to phase the protective gear. The material is more than fire retardant. Though there's still Ito, Noro, and the ghoul himself. Fearing the safety of the guards if those three let loose, Hawks springs to action. The hero whips a sentryman with one of his wings, clipping their helmeted head and jogging their brain. It's better to knock them out than for them to die, he figures. Hawks swiftly slides across the room to deliver another decisive blow to the next guard's legs. It makes them topple and exposes their nape where the helmet and protective back padding disconnect. Hawks drives his elbow into the area of weakness, making them go limp. That leaves four more that have their guns drawn on him. Hawks unfurrows his feathers, the less than delicate plumage spearing the weapons and driving them out of the guard's hands. Hawks isn't fast enough to stop Noro from attacking one. The villain is just backing him up, but he still feels guilty for not handling it alone. Especially when Hawks hears the wet squelch of a blade sinking into flesh. A guard just died because the hero wasn't capable of doing more than disarming them. Hawks curses himself as he watches the body topple over, now a lifeless corpse. The remaining few are swept aside by a larger centipede appendage belonging to the ghoul, the impact rattling their armor from how strong it is. Hawks hopes the blunt force only shattered a few bones and didn't kill them. He glances at the security camera mounted above him, flashing it a quick pleading look for them not to send more guards. It's not just a risky move on his part should the Aizawa members notice, but it's less than likely for the people manning the security system to notice themselves. Still, he can't help but take the chance and try to risk it. It doesn't hurt to try, he tells himself. Then he's following the villains deeper into the compound, prepared to hurt more people should anyone get in their way. Hawks is surprised that they aren't busting everyone out. They pass a lot of the cell doors, not bothering to give them a moment's glance. Since they went through all the trouble of breaking into the most heavily guarded prison ever, the hero figured the villain group would make it worth their effort. And yet, it seems Aizawa has a very specific selected few in mind. Hawks worries who out of everyone kept in Tartarus will they seek to release. Criminals with a wide range of quirks are locked behind the jail's walls. The villains are divided up among 6 cell blocks, depending on the danger that their quirks represent and the severity of their cases. Considering Aizawa has gone past half of those cell blocks, Hawks can only assume the group is after the worst of the worst. The more dangerous the individual, the deeper they are kept within the prison. The deepest level of the prison is B10, located 500 meters below sea level. Where are we headed? Hawks tries his luck a little and hopes his suspicions aren't true about how deep they're going to go. Dabi finishes roasting a few security drones before reconjoining with the group as they venture into the next level. B10, and the Tokyo Ghouls answer confirms the hero's dreaded theory. Aizawa is hoping to release the strongest, deadliest, most dangerous of convicts. Considering the team's lineup is already formidable, Hawks doesn't want to imagine what the additional members will be like. But the thing is, even when the group gets to B10, they stroll past the cells there. Hawks holds his tongue, trying not to ask any questions. He can see Curious has just as much barely contained curiosity. Eventually, the team comes to a stop. It's a dead end. Or so it seems. Behind the yellow visor covering his face, the hero's eyes widen in terror. He knows exactly who Aizawa is after now. The ghoul tears the secret covering from its hinges using his armored limbs to get at the most secured villain of them all. Hawks plucks 2 feathers, one from each wing, and extends their length. Manipulating their nature, the plumage is sharpened into sword-like blades. The hero moves to get in between the high-security cell and Aizawa. He plants his feet and stands his ground. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you do this." He's forced to blow his cover under these circumstances. Shock flashes across Ito's face, short green hair swaying with the motion of her frantic glances towards the others. Everyone else remains silently still, containing their surprise if they're even surprised at all. The ghoul keeps one eye trained on the hero, Dabi and Tatara on either side of him with scowls on their faces. Noro and Curious watch with their heads tilted, waiting to see what happens. "I knew it," Geeton growls as he tries to fix his posture in order to stand up straight. Though the villain's wound won't let him, forcing him back down. "Tfini traitor," he hisses with anger while backing away so that the others can move forward. Not only is he injured, but his quirk is practically useless without water or ice to manipulate. The villain can do nothing but wallow in anger and sulk in his corner. "I really wish I'd gotten that interview before it was too late." Curious stepping ahead of the others draws the hero's attention. He can see her lips have morphed into a sly smile. She's confident that she has him beat. Hawks follows her gaze to his left hand and realizes that the reason why she's so cocky isn't just because she has a team of other villains behind her. Back when Aizawa had initially breached the prison's barrier and they needed to get into the compound, he recalls a moment when she had the opportunity to use her quirk on him. She grabbed his hand to help hoist him into the drone hatch. Anything the Villainous touches turns into a landmine that she can later detonate. Hawks acts quickly, swinging with his right to use his feathered blade as a cleaver. The smile on Curious' face drops as she exhales in disbelief. The hero sliced clean through flesh and bone. Hawks had chopped off his own left hand. The limp limb falls to the floor, where it vanishes in a miniature explosion that doesn't affect the rest of the hero's body. "Why, you're insane," Curious exclaims. She tries running, but Hawks hits her with the hilt of his makeshift sword, rendering her unconscious. The Villainous slumps to the floor, knocked out. Chitose. Ito rushes to her friend's side in concern. Hawks readies his remaining hand, fending off the villains with his feathered blade. The stump on his left drips as it bleeds. He breathes steadily, trying to slow the rate of his blood loss. That's right. You don't want to mess with this cuckoo bird. He hopes that they won't see through the fake bravado but knows full well that they had him beat even before the hand handicap. He's dreadfully outnumbered and his quirk doesn't bode well within such an enclosed space. The Tokyo Ghoul raises his arms, signaling on either side of him to his allies. Dabi, he calls to one and then the other. Hawks had almost forgotten about the fire users. Judging by their leader's decision, the ghoul must know the hero's weakness is that his wings are prone to being extremely flammable. And I was just starting to warm up to you. Blue flames ignite along Dabi's arms and spread towards his shoulders as he approaches the hero. Hawks wants to give a retort about how cringe-worthy the villain's pun is, but he's much too concerned with the threat that Tatara poses when Dabi's flames move pyrokinetically. Hawks darts to the side, avoiding the first burst of fire. But he doesn't get so lucky with the second barrage. Flames lick his wings and already burn the tender flesh beneath his feathers. The hero tries going from defensive to offensive, slashing at Tatara. But his makeshift sword gets blocked by Noro, a blade sliding out from the villain's sleeve to deflect the attack. Hawks backsteps and redirects his swing so that his feathered dagger aims for Noro instead. The sharp feather slashes the villain across the chest. But just as quickly as blood is shed, Noro heals. Leave him alone, bird brain. Ito suddenly charges in and rams Hawks from his side. Fortunately for the hero, it was a reckless spur-of-the-moment decision from the Villainous. She doesn't have her quirk active, so her size and weight barely does anything to harm him. He shoves her off as rough as he can before pursuing Tatara. But the pyrokinetic villain sees the attack coming this time, retaliating with a kick that nails the hero in the gut. Hawks doubles over, but not before bringing up his feathered blade as a countermeasure. His instinct saves his life, the makeshift sword blocking a strike from Noro. Hawks swings with all the strength he can muster, knocking Noro's blade away. Then he pushes forward, feathered sword stabbing the villain through the chest. Impaled, Noro staggers back a step. Hawks doesn't relent. He pulls back on his weapon so that it slides out before swinging again. This time, the hero beheads the villain. Noro, Ito cries out from her place on the floor. But her panic appears to be misplaced when the headless body doesn't topple over. She's shocked to see Noro waving around as though he's searching for something. When the body bends over to pick up his decapitated head, she realizes that Noro truly was searching for something. The zombie-like villain reattaches his head, twisting it on like it just needs to be screwed in, regenerative quirk doing its work. That's enough. The Aizawa leader watches as his subordinate recovers but quickly returns his attention to the hero responsible for the beheading in the first place. Centipede appendages sprout from the ghoul and pursue Hawks. The hero tries cutting one of the Kalapida limbs down, but his feathered blade doesn't go through the armored plating. He barely has time to avoid a second centipede before he's caught. Hawks is hoisted into the air, slammed into the ceiling. The impact leaves an indent. Then he's brought back down into the ground, visor lens cracking and part of the corner chipping off. One of the centipedes that coiled itself around the hero's arm bends it back at an awkward angle, breaking the bone that joins it with his elbow. Hawks hollers as he's carried across the room and rattled against a steel wall. The same treatment goes for a leg that another centipede has snared, snapping it at the knee. Then Hawks is propelled to the opposite side of the room where he slumps over in pain. As the hero slips into unconsciousness, he thinks to himself that he was at least able to put up a fight. The villains would agree that Hawks hadn't earned his position as number 2 for nothing. Curious is only now waking up with the help of Ito, the hit to her head making it difficult to recover. And Noro would have been eliminated had it not been for his quirk's ability. Quite frankly, the ghoul finds it impressive that the hero had lasted as long as he did against the villain group. But now with Hawks out of the way, the ghoul returns his attention to the reason why Aizawa had bothered to infiltrate Tartarus in the first place. Once the additional blast doors are pried off and there's only polycarbonate glass in between them and their prize, Dabi recognizes the person they're breaking out waiting for them on the other side. Chained, bound, latched, and locked to a bolted chair is none other than the devil himself. The demon lord breathes with the help of a support system, but he's still ever so powerful of a presence. The man who defeated All Might waits to be released. All for One raises his head, meeting the group's gaze despite having no eyes. All for One grins when the Tokyo Ghoul shatters the clear barrier like it's made of natural glass. Centipedes make quick work of the ceiling turrets, as well as rip away the restraints containing the evil incarnate. Kurogiri had done exactly as ordered and all had gone according to plan. The procedure to rewire the ghoul's brain had worked, making him the new perfect vessel to replace Tamura now that All Might is dead and the usage of Shimura's grandson won't affect his arch-nemesis. But in the meantime, All for One places a hand atop the ghoul's head to pat it, happy to see his loyal pet has returned to him. The thrumming of his heart is the first indication to him that he's still alive. The painful second is the throbbing of his skull. Only when he opens his bleary eyes does he believe it though. Hawks no longer lay crumpled up like a bird fallen from its nest, but instead flat on a stretcher. He'd been moved by paramedics shortly after the prison break, still in the process of being carried to an ambulance. The hero leans forward, squinting as red and blue lights blind him. His yellow-tinted visor had been removed when they performed a medical check. As quick as he had been to try sitting up, he lays back down. Phantom pains register as he's hit with memories of what happened, Aizawa's successful mission and evasion with All for One striking him as hard as the Tokyo Ghoul had. Hawks has his path to the ambulance intercepted, the sudden stop jolting him awake as he eases in and out of consciousness. Hold on. A familiar underground hero holds up a hand to halt the medics before using that same hand to signal for an equally familiar detective to come over. He's awake. Eraserhead and Detective Tsukauchi approach Hawks from either side of his stretcher. Are you able to speak? The detective winces when he catches sight of the hero's injuries. Hawks stirs as he tries to reply, mouth practically swollen shut. Despite the lack of vocalization, Tsukauchi takes the movement as a sign of acknowledgement at the very least. The detective quells his concern and asks, "What happened?" Hawks struggles to say something, swallowing his own saliva in an attempt to make it easier. After some more strain, he eventually manages to croak out, "All for One." "We know." Tsukauchi hardens his expression. Mouth set in a grim straight line. He doesn't say anything more despite thinking a whole lot of thoughts. The detective shoots the underground hero a quick glance that's met with a similar look. Both of them are still reeling from the shock of what's transpired. It's just a matter of which of them will power through it currently. When Eraserhead doesn't ask anything, Tsukauchi continues to inquire alone, "Was it Aizawa?" Hawks closes his eyes. The glare from the ambulance lights too much for him to bear. Without much else to see, it's easier for the hero to visualize the memories inside his mind. Jichgul did this. He remembers being thrown around like an animal's chew toy and can't suppress the small shudder that runs through his aching body. Tsukauchi and Eraserhead share another glance. Something unspoken gets conveyed between them. Then the detective is looking at Hawks again, trying to determine the ghoul's involvement. Though it seems obvious as he asks, "He tried to kill you?" Eraserhead narrows his eyes as he directs his gaze towards Tsukauchi, just short of glaring at the detective. If Midoriya wanted him dead, he'd be dead. The underground hero speaks with a tone meant to remind the officer of all the crime scenes they'd seen while working the Tokyo Ghoul's case. But Tsukauchi hears a different tone coming from the underground hero. He hears the same type of tone that Aizawa uses during his day job as a teacher while referring to his students. It's the defensive type of voice a father would use to defend their child. Or he just got lucky. Tsukauchi hisses a warning for the underground hero not to push the issue, though the detective isn't so sure himself whether he's referring to Hawks as the lucky one to not have died or Midoriya to not have killed the number 2 hero. Tsukauchi tries lightening his tone to be as gentle as he'll allow himself to be when broaching this part of Aizawa anymore. "I know you care about the kid." But Aizawa interrupting makes it difficult for the detective not to raise his voice. But we're way past feelings at this point. Tsukauchi talks over the underground hero. While still having traction, he continues. "If you can't overlook your personal attachments, then I'll have to take you off the case. He busts out the big guns and hopes he won't regret making such a threat. Aizawa looks shaken by the warning as expected. But the underground hero quickly recovers, tough expression covering up his betrayal as a face mask. "You can't do that," Eraserhead speaks evenly as though he's trying to negotiate. "I can and I will," but Tsukauchi doesn't waver. The detective meets the hero's gaze with a firm but compassionate stare that he refuses to break. Aizawa holds the gaze. "Not so long as I provide results," and produces a folded photo from one of the compartments around his waist. Tsukauchi raises a curious brow before taking the picture and unbending it. Detnerat is supplying criminals with weapons using their own private stock. The underground hero explains that the black market armory in the photo is what he's uncovered before gesturing to Tartarus and adding, "And this is just a distraction." Tsukauchi looks up from the picture in his hands, staring at Eraserhead incredulously. When he sees that the underground hero is dead serious, breaking out all for one is a distraction, the detective can't take it anymore. Aizawa holds up a hand to stop Tsukauchi from blowing up. The gesture doesn't do much to pacify the detective's anger, but it does give the underground hero some time to explain. Maybe not purposefully, but it is distracting you from the fact that there's still an army of villains we'll have to fight as well. Aizawa's hand starts to lower itself when he sees Tsukauchi's expression changing. "If we can cut off their weapon supply, then we can stop them in their tracks. I can only spare so many officers." Tsukauchi rubs his temple with his thumb and index finger when he realizes the underground hero has a point. The detective looks at Hawks. The hero has long since passed out during their conversation. "And which would you think is more worth prioritizing after what happened in Kamino Ward?" Tsukauchi waves for the medics to cart the hero away while returning his attention to Aizawa. "I agree that All for One is a major threat." Eraserhead watches Hawks be put into the ambulance with a somber mood. Only after the back of the vehicle's doors slam shut and it begins driving away does the underground hero return to his usual uncompromising state. But we don't know where he is. Something reminiscent of resolve overcomes his features, not like we know where we can grab these criminals' cargo. Tsukauchi can't contain his initial bewildered reaction. He thinks himself as crazy as Aizawa since the underground hero is actually making some sense. "Fine," the detective sighs as he finally caves in. "We'll do it quietly then." He reaches into his overcoat to grab a pack of cigarettes, needing to blow off some stress. "Last thing we need is to cause people to panic." The first puff of smoke matches the clouds hanging overhead. Aizawa looks up at the sky, where the rain has dried and the night has become fogged up like a glass mirror. Nizu still plans for the Yuta festival to proceed as usual. He returns his gaze forward to address Tsukauchi while recalling the hero school's agenda. "It'll be our own distraction." Little does the underground hero know that the Yuta festival falls right into All for One's plan as well. The demon lord steps into Redestro's office, sporting a suit without a tie that somehow seems more fashionable than what the business owner's outfit looks like. Trailing behind the villain is his pet ghoul. Before Redestro can even react, he's struck down by the animalistic attack dog. And All for One takes the man's office chair as a throne. When the phone line rings, the Tokyo ghoul answers it like a secretary. "I'm sorry, but Detnerat is under new management. You may want to call back at a later date." The professionally polite and courteous tone doesn't match the being that just obliterated the Meta Liberation Army's former leader. But when the ghoul holds the phone out for his master to take, his next vocalization does sound properly placed. "It's for you." All for One grins as he accepts the phone call. Perfect timing, already aware of who is on the other end of the line. Another boy forcibly controlled by the villain's powerful influence resides behind you, A's less than protective walls. A traitor to the hero school that worked for the League of Villains and continues to work for the Demon Lord is about to leak crucial information about the upcoming school festival. Yes, sensei." A timid quivering voice agrees with the ultimate evil. "It'll be the perfect place and time." The war declared by Redestro is about to take place a lot sooner than planned. The time and place for the battleground has been determined. The army of villains has been amassed. The Yuta Cultural Festival is where the final fight between good and evil shall transpire. It's as though someone has their eyes on him. Watching. Waiting. However, every time that Aizawa turns around, he only sees the iris of fire that looms overhead in the sky above. Paranoia has him constantly glancing upwards. Clouds move in shoals, equal parts of the firmament shades of blue. The windowed structures of you, the glint and glow, the tangerine mountains touched by the bright sunbeams. But below that, there's a pink pigmentation. The sun is starting to go down. So the fact that Aizawa can't shake the feeling of somebody staring him down means that there's something other than that out there. The cultural festival goes as it does every year. Classes crowd one another's stands as they try besting one another in friendly competitions. Performers entertain the masses and laughter fills the air. The same as every year. Except, this time, the air feels heavy to Aizawa. It's practically vibrating with raw, untamed energy. In all his experience as an underground hero, he senses the feeling as one of danger. The other teachers seem to have noticed too, standing upright and appearing more alert of their surroundings. Only the students and their visiting parents go about their day obliviously. It's a wonder the festival hasn't been called off, but the underground hero supposes gut instinct isn't enough of a validation to cancel everybody's fun. Somewhere among the masses, Himiko had disguised herself in order to chaperone Eri around the festival. Aizawa wonders if the girl's own experience as a villain has alerted her to the same feelings he has or if she's as ignorant as the rest of the crowd. He hopes for both the girls' sake that Himiko sensed danger and is working on getting Eri away. It takes all of his willpower not to search for them himself amidst the horde. Nizu had stationed him by the barrier and he has no intention of leaving his post should something transpire. Not so long as he can hold off whatever the danger is that he senses should it come through the front gate. The beating of a drum comes from a broad wooden stage. The dramatic build gets some of the crowd to venture over, interest peaking as they gather to see what's about to be unveiled. Aizawa spots Todoroki preparing just beyond the stage curtain, his class ready to put on some sort of musical performance. Shinso also notices the hero student, flashing an encouraging thumbs up, the two having gotten close since the disappearance of their mutual friend. Todoroki returns the gesture, albeit awkwardly sideways. But the feeling of somebody watching the teacher watch them returns full swing, redirecting Aizawa's gaze to what's above. The crystal sky cracks, a split where the bright blue darkens. A wisp of purple seeps through the slit and then the entire layer holding back that murky fog shatters. Aizawa's eyes widen when he recognizes the warp gate as the same one from the USJ attack. Just like the first time villains infiltrated you today, the security system goes out and there's nothing to warn everyone of the ominous doom about to drop down upon them. Aizawa's incoherent yell isn't even fast enough to reach the crowd before villains do. What's only describable as monsters rain down, hell reflected in the heavens. Malicious cackling overlaps people's screams of horror. Gunfire erupts and explosions detonate almost immediately, the updraft of destructive force blowing Aizawa's hair in his face. He forces it away so that he can see, gritting his teeth together in frustration. What's waiting for him in his path between the crowd and himself suddenly comes into view. The underground hero dry swallows, throat turns stale as he becomes at a loss for words. The Tokyo ghoul, black leather comprising a villainous appearance of attire, stands in his way. The ghoul's singularly exposed eye radiates red from the darkness that's consumed him. Akatani, Aizawa breathlessly utters his disbelief as he tries comprehending the boy's transformation since the last time that they saw one another. Dark-dyed hair has now become completely bleached, white locks blowing in the ashen wind. A fire has broken out. Stands for food and games burn behind the ghoulish visage. Catching an intake of smoke in his lungs, Aizawa nearly chokes on his own words. Izu. The ghoul takes a slow, steady step forwards, almost tentatively. Then, suddenly, that same foot presses down deep into the ground with an amount of force that wasn't in the motion previously. The ghoul pushes off with an immense exertion of effort and darts forward, leaving Aizawa with little to no reaction time. The underground hero can't raise his arms to block quick enough. Nor can he bend or twist with the right speed to dodge. The only thing that saves Aizawa from being steamrolled is tripping backwards due to the extreme shock of the ghoul's rapid movement. A few strands of hair get caught, but his scalp is safe from being scraped thanks to the fall. Aizawa gasps as he lands flat on his back, catching his breath in his throat. He sees movement pass over him and out of his sight, instinct taking over to roll over and regain his footing. When he gets upright, he realizes that it was the ghoul that landed behind him. He was rushed. He's about to be rushed again. Okay, he staggers to the side as the distance is closed. This time, a nail scrapes Aizawa's cheek like a razor-sharp claw. The underground hero puts a guard up, arms defending his face as he jumps back. He doesn't get the chance to brace for the punch that pushes through his block and smashes his nose. Aizawa nearly trips a second time, fumbling with his footwork as his head gets jarred. His vision swims and his hearing is underwater. His face is wet. It takes the copper taste on his tongue once the drippage seeps through his lips that Aizawa realizes the liquid pouring from his broken nose is blood. The underground hero had taken punches from strength enhancers before, but to be damaged this badly by a hit from a kid really shakes him up. Aizawa drops low, allowing himself to go down with the force of the blow rather than resisting it to stay upright. When he hits the ground, he rounds his shoulder to roll his body and regain his footing. The ghoul's gnarly fangs gnash together on his mask get right up in Aizawa's face, forcing the man's back to bump into a burning food vendor. The fire scorches the fabric of the underground hero's suit. Aizawa hisses at the heat and ducks down before moving to evade. Stay low. That's his plan. Keep himself at an equal level or lower himself beyond his opponent's height. Give his enemy less body mass to hit. Realizing that he's currently a hero versus a villain and not dealing with the boy he had grown fond for, Eraserhead kicks into gear. The underground hero's hair raises over his head, eyes flaring red. A kick sweeps over the hero, missing its mark. Keeping low has his enemy underestimating the range of attack. Eraserhead returns the favor with a quick jab to test his own reach. The punch falls short. He quickly retracts his fist and takes a step back to prepare for the ghoul's retaliation. A sloppy throw. It's wide. It leaves the villain exposed. The underground hero shifts his weight to go for an uppercut, pushing in. Suddenly, Aizawa's teeth clack together as something presses up beneath his bottom jaw. The earlier attack was a feint. The villain and the hero exchange blows, each landing a hit on the other. The underground hero backs off, feeling the shock of that surprise punch. That all you got? He's starting to see the ghoul as someone other than who he had become accustomed to. There's something about the impact that feels like it came from a real enemy. I barely even felt that, and the ghoul regards the underground hero's restraint as something to scoff at rather than understand the meaning of. It's not that the boy became detached to Aizawa. It's that the ghoul never knew him at. Eraserhead growls as he throws restraint out the window. No longer holding back, he unwinds the capture cloth wrapped around his neck. The ghoul raises an arm to intercept it, the fabric wrapping around the villain's wrist. The hero tugs. The villain falls forwards. Killing the innocent, Eraserhead drives a knee into the ghoul's face. When bended back, the villain leaves his stomach open for a gut punch that the hero doesn't miss. Feeding as you desire, the underground hero lands a punch that causes the villain's mask zipper to cut his lip open. Eraserhead drives his foot into the ghoul's chest, knocking the wind out of the villain. Children have lost their parents by your hands. The hero continues his assault with 2 jabs to the abdomen. The villain swipes an arm, lashing out desperately in an attempt to counterattack. Eraserhead ducks under it before using his capture cloth on the outstretched arm to flip the villain. The sadness, a hard strike to the left cheek, the loneliness, a stronger blow to the right side, the emptiness, and a finishing uppercut. Aizawa stands over the ghoul, eyes still radiating red. The feelings of those left behind. He grabs the villain by the front of his shirt to pull him up. Have you ever imagined what that's like? Embers float around the 2 fighters, landing in between them where blood drips into a small puddle. Aizawa then moves the ghoul backwards with a rough shove. He closes his eyes, quirk reaching its limit the same time that his emotions do. Or were you playing me the whole time? Tears begin leaking out as Aizawa vents his frustration. Without Eraserhead's quirk active to suppress the villain's abilities, a thought screams even louder in the boy's head than the underground hero can shout. Embrace the ghoul. It's feeding time. A savage screech tears through Aizawa's cry as the ghoul rips open the zipper covering his mouth. The villain springs to be skybound, mouth wide open. When the ghoul lands, his teeth find themselves buried in Aizawa's arm. Blood gushes forth and the monster takes a bite out of the hero's flesh. Aizawa rips his arm away, losing a chunk of it. Then he's knocked on his back by the ghoul's elbow. The villain has regained the upper hand, blood-stained teeth morphed into a gruesome grin. But then that toothy smile falters, corners of the mouth twitching as his eye loses its dark expression. Another horrific scream escapes the ghoul's throat as he throws himself backwards. Aizawa watches helplessly as the boy scratches at the base of his skull, trying to claw out his own brain. The ghoul falls to his knees, heaving heavily. The underground hero glances over his shoulder to see if there's anybody else within the vicinity that can help or needs help. But his heart skips a beat. Please run, eyes drawn back to the boy in front of him where he hears the strange, desperate plea. Aizawa isn't so sure that he actually heard it until the pleading comes out a second time. Please. Run. Just more labored. The emerald eye that Aizawa sees when the boy looks up doesn't belong to the ghoul that he had been fighting. If you don't, and the voice that had been speaking before no longer sounds threatening as of now, I'll kill you, there's a trembling tone that belongs to someone who's afraid of themselves, just like the boy had been when they first met. Aizawa tries to get up by propping himself up on his arm, but realizes too late from the sharp stabbing pain that he used his injured one. You can't fight in that condition anyway. The kid notices Aizawa's strain and continues begging, please get out of here. Aizawa falters, unsure of what to call the boy. He tries leaning forward to say, Akatani? G.O., but flinches back when he's opposed by a vicious snarl. The boy's face is contorted into a furious expression that reactivated his Kakugan. But slowly, the rage dissipates. And the boy is back to sheer desperation, please. A single tear rolls down his exposed eye as he cries out, don't make me take another life. Not yours. Aizawa wobbles as he forces himself to get up. He wants to go over to the boy and wrap him in a hug. He wants to be there to help. After all this time, he doesn't know how he can just walk away. And yet, Aizawa turns his back on the ghoul. And he walks away. He knows that Akatani can't control himself. That Izuku has long since been mentally broken. And that there's nothing he can do for the boy right now. Aizawa searches through the fire and smoke of the burning festival for Eri and Himiko instead. If there's one thing that he'll do right, that he won't compromise for, it'll be ensuring those girls are safe. He considers calling out for them, but stops short, thinking of the villains he might attract instead. And in the event that they do hear him, he wouldn't want them getting hurt trying to reach him. Aizawa carries onwards, avoiding the flames as best as he can. The ghoul's head burns like hell just the same. Sweltering heat brings him to his knees, but his mind is elsewhere. The battle taking place at the festival surrounds his internal one. Izuku Midoriya finds himself at the mercy of what he's become. A monster. A ghoul. Centipedes as thick as pythons slither the same as snakes, circling him as though he's their prey. The boy's green hair whips his face as an updraft comes from below. The chambers of his mind have begun to open, hot air turning him red. Staring back across the stretch of subconsciousness, a near-splitting image of himself is in a similar predicament. Akatani Mikumo, the identity made to replace Izuku Midoriya, has materialized as his own living being with his own set of thoughts. Centipedes close in on the twin, skittering on many legs. He too has to shield himself from the updraft of the opened ID well, black hair blowing about. Akatani becomes paralyzed with fear when he sees what begins to emerge from the depths of his shared psyche. The centipedes lead into the chamber, connected like cords running to a server. They're a hive mind of the ghoul that begins to raise himself up. The leather stuck to his body is as nauseating as the insects. What terrifies Izuku and Akatani the most, however, is that he shares the same face as them. The only real difference is the bleached white hair and sadistic smile. Red eyes radiate with malice rather than green liveliness, seeking only death. Don't forget who is in control. The voice that leaves the ghoul's mouth compels the other personalities to bend their wobbly knees. They realize from the way the ghoul Sounds that this creature claiming residency in their body is not the same as them. The centipedes that had been toying with the twins wrap around the boys like hardened lassos, capturing them. They scream. The ghoul cackles. Izuku and Akatani are reeled into the chamber, fish with hooks in their mouths caught on a line, about to be stuck in a barrel. The dark chamber is a familiar hell worse than the flaming festival. The dungeon is where this personality developed. This is where torture transpires. Fingers on the floor, raw and decayed. Dried blood beneath torn toes. Bound helplessly. Akatani howls, a caterwaul of anguished throe. Izuku experiences the same paroxysm, writhing while bawling. Both boys cry out, but only the centipedes clawing at their flesh can hear them. Within the festival's inferno, another explosion erupts. It takes but a moment for Katsuki Bakugo to fly through the flames with feral ferocity. The blonde boy looks at the ghoul ahead of him, daunted by the gnashed teeth and pale hair hue. Kaken. Izuku recognizes his childhood friend, but his childhood friend doesn't recognize him. The ghoul reaches towards his face, blackened nails sharpened as scalpels. He claws at his flesh, shredding the skin and ripping muscle tissue. A layer gets peeled off as though his identity is but a mere mask. What lies underneath had been wearing the face as one. All for one grins from within the exposed part of the ghoul's face. He assimilates the boy's body while opposing the boy's past. Do you really believe you can defeat me? Sakura trees dance to the festival's music, pink petals getting blown into the crowd by a protracted breeze. Eri is captivated by the cherry blossoms as her long white waxen hair gets caught up by the wind. Himiko, on the other hand, feels the heat wafting through her blonde locks. She recognizes the warmth as one different from the sun's radiation. Quickly, but also subtly, Himiko slips Eri's hand into her own. She locks their fingers together so that they don't become disconnected when she pulls the smaller girl against the crowd's traffic. The duo of girls fight the current as they head towards the exit. Himiko senses danger in the air. She tugs Eri in the opposing direction of that feeling. But it's too late. The light from the sun is blotted out by a swirling dark cloud. Fog floods the oxygen and everyone's joy is shrouded in shadows. The blonde recognizes the familiar warp gate, but there's nothing welcomed with this reunion. Himiko lifts Eri, moving without hesitation. Before anybody else can, before the screaming breaks out, she begins to run. Shoulders deck her as everyone flees in the opposite direction, but she doesn't give in to the current. Himiko braces herself and pushes through. Villains that Himiko has never seen before begin to descend upon the festival. Eri shrieks as tents start to catch fire and corner stands explode. Havoc hurries at a pace much faster than Himiko can carry the girl in her arms. Gunfire erupts, the blonde ducking down when she hears shots ringing out. Himiko curses the heroes for not doing anything to stop the chaos, especially since the villain attack is taking place on Yuda's home turf. An explosion comes too close. Himiko gets knocked off her feet, the ground beneath her shaken extremely hard. The blonde tumbles to the ground. But she doesn't let go of Eri. Himiko holds the smaller girl tighter to her chest, taking the brunt of the fall with her back. Himiko doesn't stay down for too long, fully aware of the danger surrounding her and what could happen should she leave herself and Eri vulnerable. She gets to her feet, still holding Eri close. And then she sees the familiar burnt face of a villain. Civilians flee from the slow-paced Dabi who doesn't pay them any mind. He's got his sight fixated elsewhere, occupying his gaze with a searching turn of his head. Whoever he's looking for must not be Himiko, since he's just as shocked as her to be reuniting. The two pause, gauging the other's reaction. Their semi-staring contest gets interrupted by a girl wrapped in bandages who comes skipping into the fray. Her purple cloak billows in the smoky wind when it isn't dragging in the dirt. "Oh, did you find us a pair of playmates, Dabi?" The villainess spots Himiko and Eri. And Himiko can't help but feel nauseous at the sense of familiarity between herself and the femme fatale. Dabi holds his gaze a while longer, mulling over a response. Then he turns on his heel, jacket flicking with emotion, and waves the set of girls off. "I've got my own score to settle." Dabi disregards them all as he heads for the inferno that's consumed the festival. And Himiko is left to defend Eri alone against the bandaged Villainous. If she didn't harbor resentment for Dabi before, then she does now. Regardless of whether or not refusing to aid the villain was a courtesy of her former friend, he still left her to fend for herself, and she won't forgive it so long as Eri gets put in the crossfire. Himiko sets the little girl down. "Stay behind me." She protectively places herself in between the child and the villain. "But isn't that sweet?" The hooded Villainous pps her head to the side with an exaggerated lean that makes the gesture one of mockery. Then, the cloak falls off and her bandages begin to tear. Gauze is torn apart by spires that rip through in jutting growth. And the petite villain morphs into a horrific beast whose fangs drip with drool. "I could just eat her up," the monster cackles while salivating out of its mouth. Himiko slides the box cutter that she keeps hidden out from under her skirt. The small blade glints against the light of the flames, formulating a ring around her and her opponent. "You can try." She flashes her own fangs in a mutual display of predatory intimidation. The soles of her shoes dig into the earth despite the light steps of her feet as they begin to circle one another. Then, Himiko draws her blade up. The upward swipe misses the beast's singular eye by the width of a pinky finger. Then the monster retaliates with a savage swing of its own. Himiko leans back to duck under the sharpened talons. The creature slashes at air as the blonde does a handstand and then bounces off her palms to land back on her feet. Seeing that she's being pushed back and that they're getting closer to Eri, Himiko moves forward with an offensive front. 3 rapid sweeps of the box cutter has the beast rearing away to recover the distance. The monster laughs, "How fun," returning the favor with heavy swipes of its claws. Himiko bends and leaps over the giant arm, her own arm lashing out reflexively to draw blood. The scent makes Himiko's nostrils flare, her nose twitching. The sight makes her tongue tingle with the urge to get a taste. Himiko shakes her head to clear her instinctive thoughts. She casts a look behind her at the terrified girl that she's trying to protect, maintaining a clear head. The one-eyed cretin pps its head, gauging Himiko's restraint. "You're holding back, aren't you?" The Goliath sounds almost disappointed. Almost. Suddenly, the beast moves faster than before, snatching Himiko by the throat. "Too bad. I would have loved to fight you in your prime." And then slams the blonde into the ground. The dirt shifts under the impact as Himiko exhales all the air from her lungs. "Maybe we could have even been friends." The monster pinning her down grins ear to ear with pointed teeth while relishing the dominant position. As if. Himiko struggles against the strength that's holding her down but has no chance of overpowering the beastification of the Villainous. Instead, Himiko uses her box cutter to stab haphazardly at the arm. Shallow cuts begin to add up and the monster lets the blonde go with a roar. The brutish beast backs off, clutching its wounded arm close to its chest. "Hey, what's your name?" The villain takes interest in her opponent even more, considering a hero would never act so bloodthirsty. Himiko." The blonde staggers back due to her own injuries before standing up straight and answering boldly, "Himiko Toga." The monster's singular eye broadens, twinkling against the sun's ray beams. "Himiko," the prior grin returns tenfold, "Ghoulie mentioned you." And Himiko nearly drops her weapon from the shock. She falters, "Akatani?" The transformed villain nods its head. That single eye stays locked in, sizing Himiko up and down. The critical gaze lingers on her thighs and hips before moving on to her modest bust and face. "So you're my competition," the creature growls. Disregarding the hostility, Himiko fixes her own glare on the other femme fatale. Picking up on the implications of their relationships to the ghoul, Himiko feels a twitch of anger. "What did you just say?" She dares her enemy to repeat herself more than asks to hear what she already heard. The amped-up size of the monster girl's shoulders shrug. "Sorry, but I don't like sharing and I really like Ghoulie." She shifts her weight to favor the side with her arm that hasn't been cut up. But Himiko raises her blade with the intention of making a matching set. "I'm gonna carve you up." Her yellow eyes burn more than the fire that's closing in on them. The monster girl falters at the threat, taken aback at first. But then she goes back to grinning, giggling a bit. "I can see why he talks about you so much." The beast charges at the same time as Himiko. They catch one another, each a cut on the opposing shoulder. Then they break off. Dirt picks up from the ground from their rapid movements. They move fast, going for another strike. Himiko digs her knife into the beast's leg before getting backhanded across the cheek. The blonde's buns come loose, pins flying out and hair becoming a disheveled mess. Himiko ignores the pain ebbing across her face and retrieves her box cutter in order to retaliate. The villains cut one another again. Himiko twists with an aerial maneuver over her opponent before dragging the blade of her box cutter down the enemy's back. A high-pitched screech has Eri covering her ears while Himiko returns the roar with a war cry of her own. The blonde stabs once, twice, and then a third time into the monster's large abdomen. A fist slams into Himiko's own stomach and sends her flying. The blonde bounces across the ground, shouting upon each landing. The monster jumps into the air, arms raised back and primed to come down with its fall. Himiko rolls to the side, dodging the landing of the beast. The updraft of dirt provides the blonde with a cover long enough to get up. Then, still using the obscured vision of her enemy to her advantage, Himiko uses an old trick. Himiko hides her presence, the opposite of releasing bloodlust. It's as though she vanished completely. And she drives her box cutter into the villain's side, right where the liver is. Himiko is about to pull back, but her arm gets caught by her larger opponent. And all it takes is an extreme amount of applied pressure to break the smaller limb. Himiko cries out as her bone is shattered. The villain barks with thrilled laughter while hoisting Himiko up by the limp limb and then slams the blonde down into the ground. The blonde GGS as blood rushes up through her throat and out of her mouth. She's brought back around in a full overhead swing to land on the other side of the beast, taking another major blow. The beast would have continued slamming Himiko into the dirt if not for the distant explosion that draws its attention. An eruption akin to that of a volcano destroys the front gates of Yuta, shards of debris shooting across the sky like a meteor shower. The flaming fragments of the wall strike the soil surrounding the festival that's become a war zone, some of the pieces coming close to the monster holding onto Himiko. Himiko uses the distraction as an opportunity to reclaim her box cutter and sneak a stab under the monster's arm. The blade sinks into the beast's armpit. But Himiko is much too weak to commit, the single stab all she can contribute to her escape attempt. The beast slams Himiko down one more time before plucking the knife out and discarding it. "You're so right," the creature cackles. "We should allow dearest Ghoulie to decide which of us he wants." And then it begins to stomp in the direction of the massive explosion that had flung wreckage across the battle site. Wait. Eri's small voice barely carries over the sounds of war. She shrinks in on herself, somehow becoming smaller than she already is. She watches as her big sister gets dragged away into the inferno that's only grown more wild since it started burning the festival. Just when she thinks she's all alone and is about to cry, Aizawa comes staggering and hacking through the thick smoke. "Eri," he calls out when he sees her with his bloodshot eyes. Eri rushes over to him, wrapping her arms around his leg as she wails. When the stage curtains peeled back, Shoto Todoroki had been expecting the crowd to be screaming, just not like this. Civilians topple over one another as they scramble away from a dark void in the sky. People climb hand over foot to not be trampled on, clambering about in an awkward panic. Instead of cheering with enthusiasm at the top of their lungs, everyone is crying out in horror. Shoulder-decked and then knocked around some more before losing balance amidst the horde is Hitoshi Shinso. The insomniac locks eyes with the hero student as he goes down, a silent call for help among the loud yells. Shoto gasps, exhaling the feeling of initial shock. Then, his training towards being a hero kicks in and he jumps into the frenzy to save his friend. Behind him, Shoto can hear the class rep bellowing orders. He ignores the shouting, allowing it to blend in with the rest of yelling. Shoto instead focuses on finding his friend. People shove and push, not caring how rough they are towards others, undiscriminating regardless of age. Shoto nearly gets overpowered a few times by people of larger or taller stature. At one point, the hero student has to return the tough treatment by brushing back against the hard shoulders. An explosion goes off somewhere. The detonation could have come from any direction. All Shoto knows is that it buys him some time to get deeper into the sea of civilians without anyone fighting him since they all falter in fear. Suddenly, an elbow catches Shoto's jaw. The scarred boy bends his head back with the blow, startled but able to repel some of the force. He whirls on the one responsible, expecting to see a panicked parent or someone along the lines of that. Instead, he finds himself face to face with a costumed goon. A villain. The thug wields a machete, raising it over their head. Shoto braces himself, raising his arms reflexively to shield his head. Before the blade can swing down though, something hits the villain instead. A pebble bounces off of the criminal's helmet. The villain grunts before spinning to face the perpetrator. Shoto is shocked to see Hitoshi standing tall, wielding a second bigger rock to throw. "Hey!" the Gen Ed student calls out despite having already gotten the villain's attention. Hitoshi tosses the rock, but this one misses its mark. Regardless, Hitoshi doesn't lose his bravado. "Why don't you try picking on me instead?" The purple-haired boy tries goading the criminal with a gesture that ushers him to come close. The villain points his machete like an accusatory finger. "You wait your turn dash." But he never gets to finish his threat. Hitoshi smirks, his quirk taking effect. The criminal successfully brainwashed, the controller nods in the direction of Yuda's gates and orders, "Go take a hike somewhere else," to make them leave. Shoto massages his jaw, wincing from the stab of pain he feels when speaking, "You're okay," but he'd rather be the one that took a blow than Hitoshi, relief settling over his features when he sees his friend didn't get run over by the stampede of panicked people. "You came for me." Hitoshi is just as surprised to see his friend among the chaos. He hadn't expected anyone to risk their life by moving themselves into the anarchy, let alone for him. Of course, but Shoto nods as though it's a simple gesture that nobody would second-guess. "Thanks." Hitoshi allows a small smile to grace his lips. Though his happiness doesn't last for long. He's reminded of the severe situation by returning his gaze to his surroundings. "So what do we do now?" He doesn't even see the hero student performers anymore. The stage has burned and toppled like much of the area's structures. "Evacuate like everyone else." Shoto glances in that same direction before turning himself the other way to lead them through the bedlam. Hero teachers have their hands full with some of the more notorious villains of the invasion to help anyone escape. It's up to them to do it themselves. Hitoshi begins following Shoto through the crowd, twisting and turning to slip past anyone in the way. He glances over his shoulder one last time to make sure there's nobody that they're leaving behind. That's probably a good idea. Son of Endeavor. And that's when a woman with blue skin seemingly comes out of nowhere. She singles out Shoto, holding out a microphone for him to speak into. Hardly the time for a scoop, Hitoshi doubts the lady is actually a reporter. Her request is more rhetorical than literal when she asks, "Care for an interview?" "Who's she?" Hitoshi leans close to his friend so only he can hear the low whispered question. "Probably another villain." Shoto confirms the Gen Ed student's suspicions with an equally low decibel growl. Frost starts spreading from the hero student's fingertips as he protectively steps in front of Hitoshi. "You should get out of here." "Leave her to me." "I'm not gonna abandon you." Hitoshi shakes his head incredulously. He looks around for something to use as a weapon, fortune favoring him when he finds a wooden plank. The boy wields the blunt object like a bat, standing beside Shoto. "Then you can die together," but the strange female villain isn't their only threat. Hitoshi whirls around to see a man snuck up behind them. Another criminal. This one wears a red mouthpiece and a white cloak with equally colorless hair. Hitoshi moves in reverse until his back bumps against Shoto's, each of them covering the other's blind spot. "Oh, great." The Gen Ed student grumbles in complaint over the predicament as he faces down a villain. "I told you to go." Shoto hisses in mutual displeasure as he occasionally glances back to make sure his friend is fine fending off the newcomer. Nobody has made a move yet, but it's only a matter of time. "Kid's right. You should have ran while you had the chance." The villain opposing Hitoshi gradually steps closer. "Can both of you just shut up?" Hitoshi raises his weapon a little higher so that he's prepared to take a swing. His waist twists the same time as Shoto's so that they're closer together with their guard as he says, "How am I supposed to get into the hero course if I can't stand shoulder to shoulder with the current students?" Shoto blinks when he hears that, but remembers Hitoshi's dreams to become a hero thanks to the declaration. He stops looking back, very well, and trusts his ally as an equal. The hero student darts forward the same time that Katsuki Bakugo does during his own battle. The brash blonde barrels at the Tokyo Ghoul to unleash a barrage of explosions, each detonation a massive output from the palms of his hands. The ghoul shields himself with a centipede, but the appendage is more than a sacrificial limb. Plated armoring leaves the limb unscathed from the blasts. Fire snaps at Katsuki. The same time a second Kalapata does. Like a living firecracker, the hero hopeful takes to the sky via controlled bursts in order to get away. "You effing idiot!" Katsuki shouts through a mixture of pain and anger as a scalopendridy lances his side. It's hard to twist in the air, maneuvering with the injury now especially difficult. Why the F would you join up with DMN villains? Just cause of your FING quirk? The blonde just barely dodges the next set of centipede pedipalps. The ghoul's visible eye flares red from below, tracking the hero student's movements. "Who do you think you're talking to right now?" A low growl escapes his throat as his appendages pursue the explosive teen. "Your childhood friend?" The inquisitiveness is so eerily calm before the angry bite. "He's gone." That Katsuki flinches back and lands on the ground. All that remains. Wind picks up dust between the two fighters as the ghoul presents himself. "Is me." Katsuki sneers at his enemy, raising a palm as though he's aiming a cannon. The blonde grasps his wrist with his other hand, stabilizing himself and positioning his aim. "Yeah, well, all that remains is a real sheet stain, and a concentrated blast beam shoots out from a single point, AP shot." The ghoul raises a centipede in front of himself as a shield. The laser pounds the armored limb. And does nothing. Smoke billows from where there should have been a scratch at the very least. Katsuki throws his hands back and uses his next set of explosions to propel himself forward. The ghoul prepares for a follow-up attack. But the blonde stops short, instead creating a sphere of light between his hands. The explosion is a large-scale flash rather than a burst of flame, blinding the ghoul momentarily. "Stun grenade." Katsuki shouts the move's name to further distract his enemy while circling around the centipedes in his way. The ghoul yells in a fit of anger while whipping at his blinded peripherals with his armored limbs. Instead of hitting Katsuki, the appendages slice through the air. The hero student took to the sky again, aligning himself with the villain's placement from above. His location rediscovered now that the ghoul's vision has recovered, Katsuki begins propelling himself faster. He moves in a circular motion, creating a flaming tornado that confines the ghoul in a ring of fire. The cyclone begins building up oxygen as fuel for an incoming explosion much stronger than the previous blasts. The ghoul roars with rage a second time. Howitzer impact. Katsuki collides with his target at the exact time he releases the built-up explosion. With the effectiveness of an actual missile, the shockwave destroys the site's surroundings. Yudate's barrier bursts open, the fragmented parts dispersing in a heated scatter of debris. Flames stretch across the land, scorching grass. And a crater of ash is left in the wake of destructive force. As smoke clears away from the blast zone, Katsuki pushes himself to his feet. His equilibrium is off, making him stagger as he tries to remain standing. The palms of his hands slicked with sweat are now also drenched in blood, hands singed from the extreme overuse of his quirk. Red liquid also leaks out from his nose, dribbling down his chin. What SCKS is that he can see his opponent didn't take any visible signs of equal damage. Centipedes unfurrow from a cocoon of their own making, armored plating having shielded the ghoul from the blast at the last second. The villain remains untouched, but the glare in his singular exposed eye harbors resentment. The Kalapata are discolored, shells chipping slightly due to the scalding heat. Though that doesn't appear to matter when more of the limbs sprout to replace those. One of the new centipedes shoots out, aiming to spear straight through Katsuki. The blonde sees it coming for him, but his legs just won't move. The ache in his hands is too much, not willing to excrete another detonation. Accepting his fate, he begins to close his eyes prematurely. Just as the centipede is about to stab into his stomach, the rapid succession of coolness alerts him to the extreme sudden temperature drop. A wall of ice erupts between Katsuki and the Kalapata. The glacier's shield takes the brunt of the impact. Shoto Todoroki and Hitoshi Shinso stand side by side, having arrived in the nick of time to rescue the blonde. Half and half. Katsuki opens his eyes to see his bifurcated classmate and then Hitoshi, eye bags. The blonde stumbles forward, Shoto catching him before he can fall. The F are you two doing here? Katsuki tries to hide his concern behind an angry snarl. But the two newcomers are too fixated on the ghoul to care. Katsuki notices the rags they have on, uniforms torn in areas. The duo must have been through the ringer themselves before getting here. They're just as much rearing for a fight as he is. Katsuki's sneer shifts into a grin as he shakes his head. Whatever. Since you're here, may as well be helpful and F this BSTRD up. Shinso, get Bakugo out of here, though the grin drops just as quickly as it came when he shifted into the insomniac's arms. The blonde's head whips from one boy to the other as he tries to figure out what's happening. When he realizes that he's being carried away from the fight, he tries fighting back. But I'm not finished yet. He pushes against Hitoshi despite the boy's best efforts to hold him up. I can still fight. The insomniac refrains from rolling his eyes at the pathetic display. Sure. That's why you'd have been turned into a shish kebab had we not shown up. Why not head back and die? He continues to drag the blonde away from the battlefield since the hero student is significantly weakened from his fight. Katsuki takes offense, expression morphing with rage. Why you? But Hitoshi snuffs the fire in the boy out with his quirk. Katsuki becomes brainwashed, stiffening in the Gen Ed student's arms. Just cooperate with me. The insomniac tiredly gives his command so that the struggling ceases. Under the brainwasher's influence, Katsuki complies. Hitoshi sneaks a glance back over his shoulder for himself though. He wishes he could stay and help Shoto as well. Especially since the ghoul that he saw didn't look like the Akatani Mikumo that he knew. Shoto creates more ice constructs, each one bigger than the last to take stronger hits from centipedes that equally increase in size. The ghoul remains at a distance, extended limbs keeping the hero student at bay like tentacles. Shoto switches sides, an eruption of fire, coming from him to ward off a centipede that tries snaking around the part of him that can't create ice shielding. He grits his teeth, forced to fight a way he wishes he didn't have to. Why did you lie to me and Shinso? Shoto shouts as bitterly as the frost nipping his arm. But the ghoul doesn't answer, mind seemingly elsewhere. Shoto can't hide his sneer over being ignored. Explain yourself. He raises his voice unlike he ever has before as he pressurizes that rage into an output of ice. The glacier that erupts reaches for the clouds, freezing the centipedes in its wake. The ghoul looks ahead, suddenly snapping back to attention after witnessing the powerful display. However, before receiving a response from his old friend, Shoto gets interrupted by a burst of blue flame. The fire pushes the boy back, singing parts of his school uniform. He raises an arm reflexively to protect himself, covering his eyes. When he lowers it, he sees a villain with burns covering their body. The perfect creation showing off his perfect quirk. I see. Dabi grins despite the resentment in his tone. Azure flames flicker from his fingertips before stretching in huge arcs that force Shoto to protect himself with an ice barrier. The latent heat evaporates the verglas instantaneously, steam bursting out and blowing through the villain's hair. Dabi runs his hands through his black locks, the dampness washing out the black dye and revealing white pointed hair. But you've got to admit that your big brother's quirk ain't so bad either, right? The villain laughs as he reveals his relation to his sibling. What? Shoto's heterochromic eyes widen in shock and recognition of the villain in front of him. The years have not been kind to his brother since his sibling's vanishment. Burns litter Dabi's face, staples holding sagging skin in place. But it's undeniable now that Shoto really takes a look. This is his long-lost relative, Tuya. I've been looking for you. Dabi stalks towards his younger brother like a predator about to pounce on prey. The villain scoffs. It's not like any of you gave me that same courtesy. Still in shock, Shoto is unable to reply. He opens his mouth, stuttering as he tries to get something out. His mouth is dry. When more blue fire barrels towards him, his throat burns and he's forced to close it shut. Shoto grits his teeth as he intercepts the flames with ice again. This time, fire wins out. The ice shatters and the hero student is knocked back. Suddenly, the ice pieces begin to levitate. Shoto looks around hopefully, thinking backup may have arrived. What he sees instead makes his stomach drop. Another villain, this one wearing a parka, is using the hero student's own ice against him. Geaton lands beside Dabi, the duo a duality of Shoto's quirk. I don't need your help, though Dabi doesn't seem to want the assistance. A fight with Endeavor's son isn't something I'd want to miss. Geaton ignores his ally by summoning more of the ice that Shoto unknowingly provided the villain with. Dabi looks like he wants to argue more, but just scoffs instead. Shoto switches sides, forced into a corner. He can't use his ice against Geaton, so he resorts to his fire. The flames aren't as hot as Dabi's, but they do the trick of blocking barrages for the time being. Shoto knows he can't win at the rate he's fighting. He's outnumbered, and even if he weren't, he's not so sure he'd be able to beat just one of them. But he can stall. He stalls for time. He tries holding them off long enough for somebody to back him up. But if the hero student thought the villain gathering couldn't possibly get any worse, he was wrong. The earth shaking from heavy stomps is the only warning he gets to the arrival of a bleeding behemoth that carries an unconscious blonde girl. The one-eyed monster tosses the body across the ground, taking in the scenery with a broad smile. Well, what have I walked into here? The beast booms through a malformed voice. Dabi notices the injured blonde, pausing his fight with his brother to address the monstrous villain. Damn it! Ito, what were you thinking? His eyes are constantly shifting from the creature to the blonde, concern evident in his expression. It's a lady thing. You wouldn't understand. Ito waves off her fellow villain without the same worry. Dabi frowns, clearly wanting to say more. But Ito is already moving to reclaim her quarry. I thought Ghoulie would like to see who the better woman is for himself. Ito rears her fist back, prepared to deliver the final blow. Shoto then recognizes the blonde as the girl Akatani had been acquainted with. He glances in the ghoul's direction to see if the boy is going to intervene. But the ghoul is back to being dazed, absent-mindedly plucking centipedes from their frozen captivity. Shoto forces himself to face forwards when Geaton attacks, blocking with flames. Dabi appears just as indecisive as to what he should do as Ito prepares to kill Himiko. A red blade carves through the air, spearing Ito's primed fist. The monster shrieks at the interruption, spinning to see who dares to intervene. Surprising everyone, the number 2 hero Hawks flies down. The crimson dagger had been one of his feathers. Hawks looks between the transformed Ito and Himiko before meeting the ghoul's gaze with a grin. You sure know how to pick 'em. Remembering the sorry state they had left the hero in, Geaton and Dabi are just as dumbfounded as Ito. What? Surprised to see me. Hawks holds up a robotic hand to show he's made up for his limbs lost before the prosthetic fingers fold into a fist. You can't keep a pro down for long. As though on cue, the number 1 hero Endeavor arrives in a flurry of flames. An orange glow silhouettes the hero as he looks over at his 2 sons. The hero falters, seeing one injured and the other returned from supposed death as a villain. Behind him, the number 9 hero Ryuko glides down in the form of a dragon to oppose Ito. And lastly, Lemillion rises from the ground using permeation, alongside his mentors Sir Night-Eye and Gran Torino. Night-Eye adjusts his tie, loosening it in preparation for combat. Lemillion locks eyes with the ghoul, fists tightening as he recalls seeing the villain present during All Might's battle in Kamino Ward. Then, as though revisiting that haunting moment, the villain above all villains presents himself. Walking on invisible stairs, all for one steps through the sky's parted clouds. Grano Torino stomps his foot down when he sees the man who murdered people close to him. It seems as though we've all gathered, all for one speaks from above the collection of heroes and villains. Good. He slowly floats downwards to be in the middle of them all, then you can all die together. Lemillion releases a war cry as he jumps towards the man who murdered his predecessor. One for all generates power to his fist, rainbow streaks of electricity illuminating the punch. The blow collides with all for one's open palm, blocked with relative ease. The demon lord chuckles, amused by the attempt to land a hit. But despite not budging the villain king, the backlash from the power output does destroy the surrounding area. Fires are blown out by the massive pickup of wind, and any glaciers intact shatter from the air pressure. Structures crumble and bodies are blown backwards by the destructive current. The Tokyo ghoul is jolted back into attentiveness, centipedes sheltering his body as he tumbles across the wasteland. He stands back up immediately once he finishes rolling through the dirt, clothes scuffed. The blast had blown him away a significant distance from where All for One overwhelms Lemillion. Slowly stepping back in that direction, he dusts himself off. Hey! But a shout gets him to stop. He turns his head, staring back out of the corner of his eye. Hitoshi Shinso breathes heavily, chest heaving. The ghoul twists his body then, turning fully to face the purple-headed boy. We already both know who you are. Why bother leaving on that mask? The brainwasher bravely stands his ground in the face of danger as centipedes skitter towards him. For a moment, he doesn't think he's going to get a response. But then, the ghoul's abnormal eye glazes over. The red epicenter bulges as the veins that stem from it spread further. The darkness fades a bit, almost returning to normal. Almost. Within the mind of the ghoul, Hitoshi's brainwashing has seized control of the centipedes, tying down Izuku Midoriya and Akatani Mikumo. The feeding frenzy has been put on hold, both boys lying in their own blood as they heave heavily through their mouths. Akatani slowly raises his head, ignoring the throbbing that tries to push it back down. He sees Izuku has stopped moving completely. Is this really all we are? His voice comes out raspy and weak, but he knows his other self can hear him. It's pitiful. Disgraceful. He snarls at himself, angry that it took being this puny for him to even come into existence. You're a baby. Suffocating inside a bottle, his head falls down, but he keeps his chin up so he can keep himself directed towards Izuku, the other version of themselves. The one corrupted by All for One. He floats in suspended animation, mocking them from above. He ridicules them both. Die already. Die. His own shouted words of hatred reaching their ears too. Izuku finally moves. Not to try getting up though, but to curl further in on himself. His fetal position struggles for air, head down, too afraid to breathe the same air as them or to dare look up. Akatani stares, bitterness remaining but a sense of self-pity making him realize he can't be the aggressor like All for One. Don't you remember? Akatani tries a more delicate tone that gets Izuku's attention. The green-haired boy's ear lifts. He's listening. My salvation. Akatani stops himself when he sees the boy turning his head away and makes a correction. Your salvation. I don't want happiness. Izuku mumbles almost incoherently through bruised, bloodied lips. Tears push at the crust around the edges of his eyes like water blocked by a dam. Kill me. The boy begs for the pain to stop. Even though the centipedes have paused their torture tactics, he's still in absolute agony. Akatani feels himself growing weaker, seeing his other self give up. If Izuku quits, the host, then he shall cease to exist anymore. Don't show anybody who threatens your peace of mind any mercy. He tries getting through to himself no matter how futile. Accept the ghoul in you. Izuku curls in more, covering his ears. I'm talking to you, wuss, Akatani snaps. Die, die. The projection of All for One above them is the only one bothering to fight for control. His marred face peers through the torn visage of themselves. Izuku Midoriya and Akatani Mikumo, each part of the face on either side, All for One split down the middle. Die me. Izuku twitches when he hears the hate-filled hiss. The word echoes through his mind, die. Izuku snatches All for One by the throat, a sudden strength surging through his worn body as though his quirk has overridden the injuries. Shut up. Izuku cuts off the strew of orders to die by choking out the illusion. He begins reclaiming self-control, tightening his hold on himself. Akatani grins, feeling the same strength Izuku does channel through his own body. Akatani forces himself up so that he can grab on too, helping himself strangle All for One. There you go, you piece of shit. The twin begins to offer his power fully to Izuku. The two begin to merge. Vigilante. Villain. He removes the labels he's made for himself and combines them. Good, but it could be anything. Izuku smiles as he accepts who he is. I just want to die heroically. Hitoshi's control becomes overridden, centipedes blossoming in the real world as their master reclaims ownership. The Kalapata stretch across the land and wrap around the physical existence of All for One, the desire to snuff him out completely from existence swelling to the surface. The villain is slammed into the floor from his blind spot, taken by surprise. I am a ghoul. Izuku announces his return with a roar that reaches everyone's ears. Beneath him, All for One writhes as centipedes begin sinking their claws into him. Izuku bends down to his knees, leaning close so he can whisper in his former master's ear. Just as he had been asked while in a similar state, he asks the same question now: what is 1,000 minus 7? All for One bellows an incoherent noise as he tries fighting against the opposing force, but he's just pushed back down. The centipedes strengthen their hold, tightening and layering themselves. The sound of bones popping overcome the villain's strained grunts. Across the way, Himiko gradually regains consciousness. She raises her head, a blurry figure the first thing that she sees. Izuku rips off his leather mask, his face underneath becoming the ghoul. Each eye is exposed in a full state of Kakugan as his hair begins to bleed black from green roots. The streaks hang over his face as he lowers his head to look down at Himiko, their eyes meeting. Izuku begins to blur again as Himiko starts shedding tears. Her voice cracks as she pleadingly hopes she's reunited with her love. Is that you? Ahead, blue and red lights are little more than smudgy illuminations in the slanting rain. Beneath their glow is the white bodywork of a police car, gray bullet holes that mar the sides in a streak poking holes in the ivory vehicle. Even lower, the tires on the near side are both burst, the cruiser listing like a sinking ship in the gradually rising pool of rainwater. Aizawa hoists Eri higher despite the aching protest of his shoulder strength sapping. It's not like he can switch sides, considering his other arm has a bite wound that would make carrying the girl impossible. Instead, the underground hero totters through the flooded remains of A's broken barrier with the goal of setting Eri on the near police car's hood for arrest. He passes through the high beams in front of the black grille to the other side, surprised to see a familiar face crouched down behind it. Detective Tsukauchi jumps up, both hands gripping a pistol that he aims for the underground hero's head. Tsukauchi's rectangular eyes expand when he recognizes the man on the other end of the gun's barrel. Christ, Aizawa. The detective drops his line of sight so that the firearm is pointing downwards and not at his ally. I almost shot you. Put that thing away before you hurt somebody. Aizawa's own eyes are blown wide open due to how close he came to having a bullet put between them. The rain helps with how dry they've gotten, but he blinks a few times for extra measure. They're bloodshot, but then again, so are the detective's eyes. Looks like someone beat me to it. Tsukauchi notices the arm of Aizawa's that's hanging limply to one side. A huge chunk of flesh is torn out, exposing muscle tissue and a glimpse of bone. Blood has soaked into the ripped fabric of the sleeve, moist from rain as well. You all right? Tsukauchi grimaces as he watches the limb sway lifelessly like an old swing. I'm fine, Aizawa hisses when he's reminded of the searing sensation in his arm. It had gone numb so long ago that he thought it had become detached. Now that the pain has returned, he becomes fully aware of how immobile it is. Eri's the one we need to look out for, but his main concern is still for the little girl that he has with him. Tsukauchi looks back up, seeing that Eri has curled up into a ball from her seated position on the car's hood. Realizing that she must be scared, he tucks his gun back into its holster. Right. The bulletproof body vest he's got on makes his movements awkward as he tries to open the passenger door. She'll be warmer in the car. Aizawa's own movements are just as labored. He barely manages to scoop up his adoptive daughter with his one good arm by using his remaining strength. Come on, Eri. We're almost out of here. She cradles her head into the crook of his chest, tiny horn pricking him. I think I have shock blankets in the trunk. Tsukauchi hurries around to the back of the vehicle while Aizawa tends to the small girl. It takes a few tries, but the detective manages to pop open the car hatch. I lucked out finding you here then. Aizawa gratefully accepts a set of 2 sheets. He wraps one around Eri before draping the other over his own sagging shoulders. But I was really hoping for a car that would actually work. He leans against the car's frame so that he can stay upright a while longer. Yeah, well, the villains that tried keeping me and the rest of the precinct from getting in clearly didn't have the same desire. Tsukauchi brushes up against the other side of the vehicle where bullet holes are more defined. He too has trouble maintaining enough energy to keep standing. If only we'd been quicker to grab their guns. Aizawa grips a handful of the blanket hanging over him to vent his frustration. Even with the notice of Hawk's undercover fieldwork and the black market espionage, they hadn't been fast enough to prevent the worst outcome. It wouldn't have made much of a difference. Tsukauchi shakes his head in dismissal though. He places a consoling hand of assurance upon Aizawa's shoulder to give him a wake-up shake as well. It's not your fault. And besides... The detective looks at the stretch of land beyond the U-A barrier. The war zone continues to erupt with colorful explosions. Armies blend with one another, still fighting. The sudden arrival of rain hasn't put out all of the fire. Right now, it's a battle of quirks. Tsukauchi tries not to sound as grim as he feels about the view of hell. When the sky's overcast begins to darken even deeper, his frown becomes more pronounced. The storm cloud shifts to a shade of a purple, but rain no longer falls from the gloom. A lot like when the sun was blotted out and villains descended upon the festival, a warp gate begins opening. Tsukauchi pushes off the police cruiser, drawing his weapon and taking aim. Aizawa snaps to attention as well, shrugging off his shock blanket and using his good arm to unfurl his capture cloth. The portal morphs into a silhouetted figure, a humanoid of smoke. Kurogiri opens his yellow eyes, narrowing in on the detective and the underground hero. Going somewhere? Kurogiri asks in a chillingly calm and polite tone of voice. Eri releases a shriek from the car as Tsukauchi unloads a round from his handgun in response to the question. The idea is that if there is a body somewhere obscured behind all that smoke, the bullets will hit their mark. Instead, a stray shot dings the metallic collar brace around the villain's neck. Aizawa lashes out with his capture cloth at that same moment, snagging the villain before he can warp away or retaliate. Kurogiri's wafting fog fluctuates from the sudden assault on him, exposing a familiar face to the underground hero and confirming that there is indeed a body underneath. The corpse just isn't what Aizawa was expecting. He balks when he recognizes his childhood friend, Shirakumo, long thought to have died ages ago. Kurogiri struggles against the scarf that's bounded his arms and legs together, grunting in response. Aizawa tugs on the line, tightening the cloth's hold. The villain is unable to resist the strength of the fiber's wound in the material. He can't open a portal to get away so long as Eraserhead's quirk is active either. Release me, Kurogiri growls through Shirakumo's lips. Aizawa reels in the villain so that Tsukauchi can apprehend him. Not gonna happen, Aizawa snaps in anger. Twice now he's had people close to him turn towards the side of villainy. Why? Why would you join the bad guys? He has to fight the urge to let loose all of his pent-up emotions. He's at the verge of his breaking point with this recent revelation, but he won't allow himself to cry, not while he needs to keep his erasure quirk active to ensure the villain won't try to escape. I exist solely to serve my master. Kurogiri's cold response sends shivers down the underground hero's spine. As though the mention of the devil is cursed, a distant gregarious sonic boom comes from the direction where All for One battles a grouping of heroes. Aizawa realizes then that Akiden Izuku must have been brainwashed the same as Shirakumo. And Izuku must have broken free of the mind control since he's joined the heroes in their fight, the distant war waging with him on their side again. Tsukauchi knocks Kurogiri over the head with the butt of his gun, rendering the villain unconscious so that Aizawa can turn off his quirk. We'll worry about all that later. We've got bigger problems right now. He moves Kurogiri to be handcuffed while casting Aizawa a pitying look. Aizawa rubs at his dry eyes, trying to moisten them with the trimming of tears. We'll just add it to the long list. What is it now? The underground hero turns pale at the sight of what's rumbling in the distance when he raises his head to look up again. A collection of zero-pointers the size of skyscrapers roll out like militarized war machines. Nizu must have ordered them to join the battle as a line of tanks to assist the heroes. However, the bulky bots have no sense of what's in their warpath, crushing whatever or whoever gets in their way. It's a desperate play. A last-effort attempt to overcome the odds. Aizawa is startled by the sharp cough that comes from behind him, somebody there trying to gain his attention. When he spins around to see who snuck up on him and Tsukauchi, he's shocked to see a tall man and a short woman sharing extravagantly coat-tailed outfits. Is now a bad time? This duo of gentle criminals had the same idea to attack the school festival but had gotten there just a little too late to be the first to actually do it. A tangled nebulous of centipedes and malformed muscle passes overhead. Within the grip of each pincer, All for One modifies his body into a dimorphia of transformative quirks. Arms with bone spears sprouted every inch drill into the armored shelling of the tentacles that have wrapped around him. Yet, the ghoul's Kalapata refuses to release the demon lord. More limbs burst forth, reinforcing the hold on the villain. They twist and contort additional arms that All for One has also grown to counter the appendages coming from the ghoul. Eventually, the spiraling mess of grotesque disfigurement becomes too large to remain aerial. Heroes and villains alike are thrown off their feet from the heavy impact of the landing. Lemillion plants his heels into the ground so that he doesn't slide back more than a few yards from the collision. His mentors, Sir Night-Eye and Gran Torino, aren't as prepared. They fly upwards, nearly going skybound. Lemillion catches them before they can. Why is the ghoul helping us? The one-for-all successor grits his teeth as he strains to fight against their push. Beside him, Ryuko in her dragon form crashes into the already crumbled surface below. She gets back up, shaking herself off. Who cares? The heroine refocuses on Ito in her owl monster form across the field. I'd rather he be on our side than have to fight him too. Then, the dragon darts forwards with fire rising in her throat. Ice bombards Lemillion and his allies as Shoto battles it out with Giton. Mighty glaciers reach for the heavens all the way from the depths of hell, a blue blaze just ahead of them from where Dabi engages the hero student's father. Endeavor releases an inferno of orange vibrance that casts a spectrum of gold when connecting with Dabi's hotter flames. The ice monuments surrounding the two fire users melt instantaneously, a burst of steam concealing them in a thick foggy cloud. Giton roars with rage as he chucks remaining shards of verglas at Shoto. Lemillion turns to provide reinforcements, but a massive gust of wind prevents him from doing so. Hawk stretches his pinions to their max wingspan, red plumage shooting out in a mass array of pointed daggers. Noro from the Aogiri group had also arrived on scene, pursuing the number 2 hero. The villain gets pinned down, speared in various places of his body. But he twitches from his stabbed imprisonment, bending his head forwards to keep going. Lemillion watches with wide eyes from behind his yellow visor. You dare to disobey me, boy? All for One's heinous howl redraws the one-for-all successor's attention to the demon lord's duel with the ghoul. The ultimate evil severs one of the centipede limbs, constricting one of his various arms, splitting the Kalapata in half. Blood hits the floor in a puddle, splashing across the shattered pavement. Lemillion takes a mighty step forward. But Night-Eye catches him by the crook of his elbow. Don't! The boy's mentor stares pleadingly behind the cracked lens of his glasses. Lemillion can see his predecessor's sidekick is worry-stricken. Like All Might taught him, Lemillion flashes a broad smile full of bright pearly white teeth. It's going to be okay. He gently brushes his mentor's hand away instead of prying it off. Then he returns his positioning to face All for One, back to Night-Eye. The smile vanishes as he says, I am here now. One for all courses through Lemillion's veins, the color spectrum flashing along his body in rainbow streaks. The boy's red cape trails behind him as he zooms forward at maximum output. Smash! And his fist connects with his quirk's age-old arch-nemesis. The blowback is strong, shocking everyone with an electrical discharge. The ground caves in even further, a sinkhole dragging the ghoul and his quarry downwards with Lemillion. Mirio, Night-Eye cries out as he watches the boy drop below his vision. He's about to chase after his student, but a huge pillar being thrown his way stops him dead in his tracks. Before it can barrel into him, he's rammed by something else. Someone else. Gran Torino tackles his ally out of the way, chunk of cement missing them both narrowly. Be more careful, Mirai, the elder hero gripes. Though he too appears just as shaken by the disastrous situation. Once this is all over, I'm having my much-needed retirement. He grumbles to himself despite Mirai being more than close enough to hear him. Ryuko slams into Ito, each of their transformative type quirks challenging the other. The legendary villain, Owl, cackles with delight. Ito enjoys the challenge as the dragon heroine spits fire from her mouth. Claws dig into one another's forearms, nails dragging down flesh, sure to leave lasting scars. Ito lunges forward with her fangs, taking a vicious bite out of Ryuko's shoulder. The dragon roars before snapping back, jaws clacking together as she instead swallows air. Ito moved at the last second, breaking their wrestling match in order to dodge the attack. Himiko stumbles across the war zone, tripping over potholes along the way. She follows along the outer rim of the grudge match between monstrous fighters. After watching Izuku get dragged underground, she started trying to race over to where the hole is. Instead, she put herself in the crossfire of Ito and Ryuko. Himiko jumps back when the dragon hero slams into the floor beside her. The one-eyed owl stands in triumph, jeering at the fallen fighter and the blonde. "That all you got, beaches?" Himiko hisses a curse word under her breath. Her yellow cat-like eyes flicker back and forth, searching the gravel beneath her for something sharp. She finds a stone that's pointed at one end. The blonde grabs the improvised weapon before getting into a stance, preparing for her rematch with Ito. Fortunately for her, Ryuko stands back up, also ready for another round. Ito grins ear to ear. "That's more I like it," clearly enjoying the challenge. Himiko and Ryuko yell incoherently in response, their battle cries drowning out their enemies' taunts as they charge. Ito meets them in the middle, swinging downwards. Just below their battle, the fight between All for One and the ghoul continues. Along with Lemillion's valiant efforts to help, dirt buries the three as they try killing the other. Centipedes twist around the ultimate evil, squeezing with all their might. Lemillion rains down a barrage of blows, each one slamming into the villain's abdomen. All for One releases a guttural roar before releasing a shockwave that separates them. Another landslide, this one falling on top of them all, makes it hard to dig through the dirt. An air cannon from All for One blasts Lemillion back, his cape snagging on a piece of shrapnel and tearing. Then it's the ghoul's Kalapata versus the demon lord's spring-like limbs again, augmented muscles battling the centipede's strength. Soil surrounds them as they press against one another, contractions in their appendages increasing seismic shocks. An impact recoil shatters the shell of a centipede, the limb writhing as All for One overpowers it. Izuku yells as he feels the pressure pushing past his tentacles and into his body. Lemillion hears the scream, rushing back in to rescue the boy with an assisting punch to All for One's marred face. Suddenly, a hard flame fan generates a wall of fire, All for One using a quirk to establish a defense. The centipedes are unfazed by the heat, pushing through to continue their assault. Lemillion activates his birth quirk, phasing through the flames unaffected and winds up for another punch. All for One reels back, shocked by the persistence of the boys. Lemillion smashes the villain through a layer of earth, digging a tunnel beneath the grounds of Yue. The ground trembles from the shockwave, what's still intact threatening to crumble. Izuku sends forth another strew of centipedes, lashing out in violent swipes. All for One counters with crescent razor blades, his own limbs quadrupled to match the Kalapata. The appendages slice through the other, pincers against talons. Whatever centipedes aren't cut down are sprayed by a goo, the generated muck dissolving the hard-cased covering. All for One's acidic substance also burns through the ground, extending the tunnel for him to gain distance between himself and his enemies. One of the arms wrapped by a centipede snaps inwards, allowing the villain's hand to grab the armored limb. The palm splits open, a mouth morphing so that it can bite the appendage. Teeth grate against the shell, neither breaking as the two opposing forces keep grinding the other. Suddenly, the molars crunch. The centipede burrows through the hand, shredding the flesh. All for One yells as another arm sprouts from that one, attempting to stop the ferocious feeding. The ghoul pushes past his own defense while the villain is distracted and sinks his fangs into the man's leg. Could keep him there. Lemillion ducks under a desperate swipe from one of All for One's many fists as the ghoul pins the villain down. The one-for-all successor pulls his arm back as he continues to bend low, priming himself for an uppercut that the demon lord can't escape from. Power. Mario feels the satisfying connection of the man's chin against his knuckles as he gives the swing all he's got. All for one sails straight through the plates above them, breaking open a hole and freeing them from the pit. Rain welcomes them, the droplets washing away the grime that they're covered in from being buried alive. Izuku climbs out, many of his injured tentacles breaking off. When he reaches the top of the rubble pile, only 4 Kalapida limbs remain. Lemillion bounds to ground level, landing beside the ghoul, also disheveled and wounded. Hawks soars overhead, robotic arm transforming into an electrocannon. The weapon generates a blue orb that sparks at its center a tinge of white. Then the energy sphere shoots straight into Noro. Izuku watches his former ally take the hit. The villain becomes consumed by the electricity, body spasming. Smoke wafts from the fried flesh of Noro before he falls to his knees, unable to remain standing. This is the end of the line. Hawks dive bombs with a feather extended to the full length of a sword. Noro becomes beheaded by the blade. Noro's mask flies off, shattering into a bunch of pieces. His ponytail comes undone, long hair spilling with his brains when his head collides with the ground. The villain's decapitation reveals a mummified face without eyes or a nose. Izuku would have felt sick had he not surprisingly seen worse. And it's not like he stayed staring for long when there's the ultimate evil to battle. All for one returns the same time Noro is defeated, swatting Hawks aside like a fly instead of a bird. Pests. All for one growls as he stomps on the number 2 hero's prosthetic arm. The mechanism shatters as though it's made of glass rather than metallic alloy. All of you are pests. The villain then kicks Hawks across the field with that same amount of force. Like a boom of thunder, everyone can hear the hero's bones break. Everyone except for Ito, who's having too much destructive pleasure of her own. She slams Ryuko into the ground for what must be the 1000th time. The one-eyed beast cackles as Himiko tries rescuing the hero by jumping onto Ito's back. The blonde stabs Ito with her improvised stone knife, cutting and carving as much as she can to inflict damage. The monster girl grabs Himiko and tosses her off. Himiko bounces across the pavement, scraping her arms and legs along the way, adding to her pre-existing wounds. The blonde winces in pain as she tries to sit back up. Out of the corner of her eye, she spots Izuku. The boy stares back at her. The two become mystified, relieved to see the other in what feels like a moment of peace amidst the war. The rain seems as though it's falling in slow motion, time standing still. They had caught glimpses of one another before, but not like this. It's as though in this crucial PRD of combat for each of them, they're finally not alone in their fights. A connection crossing the span of land is made between their gaze. Himiko turns her head when she hears Ito roaring. The malformed Villainous has her mouth opened wide. She's about to bite Himiko's head off. The blonde bends back, but she has nowhere to run. There's no escape from her impending death. Himiko brings her arms up, a futile attempt to block the beast. That proves not so futile. Ito sinks her fangs into the fellow girl's arms, ravaging them. Himiko cries out as her arms get mangled by the ferocious bite. Himiko! Izuku moves to help her. But all for one barrels into him, carrying him off and away from his endangered girlfriend. Lemillion is left momentarily dumbfounded before chasing after them. Himiko lets loose an abject wail, not caring for how she sounds or looks as she gets thrashed around by Ito. Her bone protrudes from her arm, jutting out in splintered sections. She tries using it as a makeshift spear, jabbing it into her enemy's eye. Ito releases her hold on the blonde's arm, crying out as she's blinded. Himiko pulls back with her bone knife and stabs again, but this time with her stone knife. Ito bellows again. The monster stumbles back, grasping at the blood oozing from her absent eye. Ryuko snaps awake in that moment, dragon wings flapping as she flies into Ito. The heroine takes the villain into the sky in one swift sweep. Then they plummet. A free fall carries them back into the ground just as quickly as they left it. Dust covers the area, forcing a cough out of Himiko that has her spitting up specks of blood. When the dust settles, she sees Ryuko and Ito have stopped moving. Blood loss got to them both. She turns her head, looking for Izuku. Instead, she sees Dabi battling Endeavor. Dabi's burns have increased tenfold, not a part of him left uncharred. The output from his blue flames begins overwhelming the number one hero. His father bends a knee, struggling to stand as he overheats from the exhaust of his own fire on top of the blue inferno. Despite the intense pain Dabi feels from his quirk's backlash, he laughs with absolute euphoria, his father's torment more than making up for it. Not bad. This is what you could have seen sooner had you shown up when I was waiting for you. Had you not abandoned me, this power would have been all yours and not just mine. But now, burn on the receiving end of my superior strength. Die, Dad. Dabi increases the intensity of his heat even as his fingertips melt away. Endeavor grunts and ungs as he pushes through the fire, right up until he's in his son's space. The number one hero grabs a hold of the boy's seared shirt, the fabric ripping away. Dabi sneers, repulsed by the desperation in his father's face. He expects the man to throw a weak punch, but instead his father falls into him. The damaged dad wraps his arms around his son's waist, pulling him into a hug. I'm sorry, son. Endeavor strains to speak through his bubbled and blistered lips. What are? Dabi falters just long enough for his flames to diminish a little. He tries to return them to their extreme high temperatures. It's too late to apologize. But it's also too late for him. Endeavor ignites his hell flame first, pushing past his limit to reach his highest temperature. I know that I'm too late. The hero grapples the villain as he uses his ultimate move. I know that it shouldn't have taken me this long. No. I should have never been such a failure. It was too late for me the first time I ever laid my hands on you, your mother, or your siblings. Prominence burn begins overtaking the two of them. Dabi screams at the top of his inflamed lungs, struggling to slip free. The boy's father tightens his hold, hugging his lost son closer. There is no forgiveness for me. No retribution good enough to make up for my mistakes. All that I can do for us now, my son, is have us burn up. And finally be put to rest. The flames cook the two Todorokis down to their bone. I hate you. Dabi somehow formulates words through his agonizing rage-filled scream. The rest of his cry drowns itself out, burning out his vocal cords as fire literally destroys his throat. Then, the hero and the villain are vaporized in a nuclear blast. The explosive burst of flame envelopes the area, a volcanic eruption unstabilizing the terrain. A detonation unlike any other that reaches the sky evaporates the rain and clears the clouds. Sparks fly from the main source of hellfire, casting the battlegrounds in a warm glow that illuminates the other fallen heroes or villains. Some of those bodies are too close, caught in the blast radius and equally burned away. Shoto pauses his fight with Giton to look in the direction of the fulmination. He, like everyone else, can tell there are no survivors from that amount of power output. Dad. Tuya. His own voice catches in his throat to the point of nearly choking. He wishes to cry and mourn, but he's reminded of his shared company when Giton tries attacking him during his moment of distraction. Shoto's left eye flares as red as his hair when it locks onto the ice villain. The crimson color matches the flames that spread alongside his father's side, the fire a new level of power channeled by pure rage. Shoto strikes out, blinded by his anger. The flames thaw through Giton's ice immediately, and villain's parka gets incinerated. Giton shouts in surprise as the flames burn his chest, and the heat strikes him even harder. He passes out, and the villain falls in a smoking heap. Shoto's fire dissipates, steam wafting off of the side that distributed those flames. A single tear treads down his scarred cheek. Smoke hisses as the cold water touches the hot skin. Then he too falls unconscious. Hitoshi, having traveled back to the site after getting Katsuki to safety, sees his friend fall over and runs towards him. But off-site is where the real battle goes. Izuku and all for one crash into the wilderness beyond you. Trees topple as the two tumble through the undergrowth. Roots get torn from the ground as each of them ferociously ram into the other. The two dig their own graves, dirt kicking up on either side of them as they exchange blows. Izuku whips his enemy with one of his armored tails. Another limb tries doing the same, but gets stunned mid-motion. All for One blows the centipede apart with a move of his hand. Izuku feels the pain from the extension of himself, shouting as Lemillion arrives. All for One stops short as he's about to deliver a blow to Izuku. He suddenly senses a shift in the energy surrounding them. Something about One for All within Mirio has changed. What he feels is true. Along the way, Mirio was visited by the ghosts of his predecessors. All Might had given a rousing speech with words of encouragement. And the other past users had agreed to lend him their strength for one final battle against the ultimate evil. A smokescreen covers the forest, and Lemillion begins to float. A tendril of black elasticity snaps out, snagging All for One. The villain barely has time to react as he's roped in and struck by a hard kick containing stored-up kinetic energy. The combination of previous user quirks delivers a nasty blow to the villain who's sent spiraling. The black tendril reins All for One back in for another strike. All for One recovers though, morphing his fist to counter. Izuku flies out from the foliage, his own tendrils wrapping around All for One. The tentacles work with Lemillion's black whips to loop the villain around. Then Mirio delivers a punch to the demon lord stronger than the previous hits. All for One GGS before receiving another heavy blow. Izuku tugs on the villain with his extended limbs to swing the ultimate evil up and around. The ghoul hits All for One with a kick that batters him towards Lemillion, who catches him with an uppercut. Lemillion's black whip forces the villain back down with a rough pull so that he can get in yet another punch. As All for One gets yanked back towards Izuku, he unleashes a shockwave of pent-up shock absorption. Enough! The villain's roar is a resounding boom that overlaps with a gregarious clap of thunder. Izuku's tentacles get torn limb from limb by a vicious swarm of suddenly sprouted blades, All for One's front and back exposing another quirk transformation. Lemillion blocks with his elbows as he's barreled into. And the three combatants are flung across the sky yet again. A path streaks through the clouds as they're flown back into U.A's grounds. The three fumble and roll across the pavement on their landing. The ground beneath them continues shaking even after they stop tumbling. Izuku looks up, seeing giant mechanical behemoths rumbling in their direction. U.A's reinforcements, he presumes. Lemillion grabs Izuku and pulls him out of the way so that they roll past. All for One opposes the machines with his full transformation. He's even more unsightly than Ito when she turns into her owl form. What are the 0-pointers during the school's entrance exam engage the villain? However, despite their large stature, the Goliaths don't last long. All for One destroys them all in less than 4 seconds, shredding one like it's paper and tearing another in half while completely disintegrating the others. Mirio looks on in horror at how easily the villain disabled the machines. Izuku, however, makes up for the loss by engaging the villain himself. Even without the usage of his Kagun, the ghoul attacks. And that proves to be a fatal mistake. All for One spears the ghoul through the chest with an augmentation of bone, impaling Izuku. Mirio gives it his all, the stockpiling quirk in his system giving him an extreme boost of energy. However, he still doesn't make it in time. As he closes in on All for One and the boy held in the villain's captivity, he realizes that he's too late. One of the jagged ends from all the bones jutting out at Mirio cuts across his chest, slashing out the bolded number, white outlining tainted by raw flesh. Blood specks the visor he stares through as he watches Izuku get caught on one of the pointed tips. The ghoul is speared midair and all the number 1 hero's successor can do is watch helplessly. Mirio yells as loud as he did the day All Might died, an excruciating shout that strains his vocal cords. Then he wasn't there to do anything. Now he is, and he's still as powerless as ever to save anyone. Izuku coughs up blood before sliding backwards and coming off of the bone pike. His arms and legs flail as he falls. Mirio is about to move to catch the ragdolled boy, but he's stopped by All for One's cartilage quills. The demon lord's marred eyeless face still glares into the soul of One for All's new user. Don't worry, his previous expression of displeasure morphs into sheer satisfaction as he raises an enlarged sharpened finger to point at All Might's successor, "You're next." Mirio pulls back, avoiding the rapid rate of growth that comes from that same extended finger. The appendage chases him through the sky, an aerial dogfight that requires more than just floating. The rising hero grits his teeth as he perseveres the extent of exertion his body will allow, phasing through the bone daggers that he can't dodge. When he gets close to the source, all for one's body, a collection of spores begin to detach from the villain's skin. Mirio's danger sense warns him far too late that the foreign floating fungi are practically airborne mines. The detonations catch him by surprise. Mirio exhales as the breath gets knocked out of him, but keeps himself braced for the next line of attack. All for one lashes out, sharp appendages cutting corners of Lemillion's suit. The one for all successor pivots mid-air to attempt a counterblock. Mirio's visor gets shattered, the only thing that shields him from a bullet. Mirio blinks, shaken when he sees the gunshot came from All for One's mouth, a barrel where the man's tongue should be. Lemillion quickly moves his head to the side to strafe the next shot, but the bullet still grazes his cheek. One for All floods the boy's system and he slams into the villain like a tidal wave, closing the distance between them as a form of retaliation. But All for One doesn't budge, his body bulking up in response. The resistance presses against Mirio as he shoves with all of his might. Shock absorption takes all of the pressure for the villain, and All for One simply pushes back to send Mirio plummeting to the same grounds as Izuku. Lemillion crashes into the earth like a comet, creating a crater. The remaining articles of the cloth that hangs from the boy's shoulders rips free, red tattered cape blowing away in the wind. All for One lowers himself, gently floating to the ground across from his fallen enemies. Looks like All Might chose his successor poorly. The ultimate evil begins combining a variety of quirks to morph an arm into an atrocity of destructive prowess much like the superweapon he made of compiled weapons the night he killed his rival. The villain doesn't have to turn his head to sense the presence of the ghoul, but he does anyways. All for One indicates with his face the disappointment he feels as he says, "So did I, apparently. Who knew that Buffoon and I would have something in common?" Mirio strains to sift through the rubble around him, the soft surface making it difficult to stand. All for One prepares the final blow, weakened opponent right where he wants. Drill points spin as they excrete acid from the fiendish foe's knuckles, bone quills vibrating with pulsating augmented muscle. Just as the fatal fist is about to collide with Mirio, a yellow and white blur darts in between the colossal cannon and the blonde boy. The experienced elder that trained All Might takes the hit instead. Gran Torino's body tears in half, each equal parts searing from the acidic properties. Gran. Mirio sees everything in what seems like slow motion. The older hero gets ripped apart, intestines spilling out with his shattered ribcage. Torino's upper half is about to collide with the hard floor, but Mirio catches the corpse remnant before it can. Tears prickle at the blonde's eyes, but he doesn't dare close them. Why? He stares into the eyes of the man's domino mask as he feels guilt over the sacrifice. "It's okay, kid." The senior's speech is slurred and weak. The man's face becomes as ghostly white as his hair. "I can finally see Tashinori again. And Nana." His throat croaks as he drowns in his own blood. Mirio rests his forehead against the fallen heroes, choking on a sob at the same time as Gran Torino's last coughs. Sorahiko. Mirai watches his old friend die in his student's arms. The former sidekick falls to his knees, legs giving out. Even with his quirk, there's no way he could have possibly perceived a future so terrible. The cracked lens of his glasses begins to fog as he sheds his own tears. Night Eye wails, head hitching backwards as he screams into the sky. Through his bifocals, the glassy surface is broken the same as his heart. All for One laughs at the display of mourning, relishing in their suffering. A pointless sacrifice. His malicious grin matches the malice that radiates from the malformed arm that murdered the hero. But do not fret, the weaponized fist PPS back and primes for a second attack. You will soon be joining him. And oh! Mirio rears his own fist forward at the same time that the cannon punch is launched. When they collide, All for One feels the recoil from how strong the resistance is. The amount of sheer power is only comparable to that of All Might in his prime, if not transcended to another level. His sacrifice won't be in vain. Mirio continues pushing into the punch so that the shockwave erupts from the middle of their collision and is not opposed to his position. How is this possible? All for One struggles to brace himself against the might of Lemillion's forceful fist. One for All channels into the punch, energy radiating in a colorful display that opposes the dark streaks of black and red the demon lord emits. Mirio grinds his feet into the ground, remaining sturdy. The immovable object and the unstoppable force duke it out in one crucial blow. All for One raises his other arm, a near replica of his currently active one beginning to morph into existence. A second ultimate weapon. Mirio tries to move so he can prepare to counter it, but he's forced to arch his back instead when the original fist shoves harder against him. Enough with your futile attempts to prolong your death. All for One hurls the death cannon at Mirio. Suddenly, the fist is repelled mid-motion. Rebounded by an elastic aerial barrier, All for One is broken away from Mirio. A man in a purple jacket lands beside Lemillion, having used his quirk to rescue the boy. "Are you all right, young man?" The stranger doesn't take his eyes off the evil in front of him despite his clear concern. Before Mirio can question who came to his rescue, he sees Eraserhead and a short girl with red hair heading their way as well. No matter if he recognizes the man that he's with or not, he accepts they're here to help. "I'm fine." Mirio slaps his trembling muscles so that his body stops shaking. "Good." The mustache man smiles as he crouches into a stance. "I'd always preferred to have been a hero and now is my chance." The girl watches him with literal hearts in her eyes, cheering him on. "I love you, gentle. Be a hero." And her support seems to somehow boost more than the man's morale. Mirio's rescuer starts to glow, empowered by the declaration of love. "Right?" The gentle hero grins. He and Mirio share a quick exchange, nodding in mutual agreement to rush All for One. The two split up, attacking from either side. "You are foolish to intervene." All for One waves a dismissive hand to blow the newcomer away. However, Gentle bounces on air as though it's a solid surface and repels himself from the blast like he jumped from a trampoline. Much more to the Demon Lord's surprise, his own attack gets rebounded and comes back at him. Aizawa is about to provide support from the sidelines with his own quirk, but suddenly spots something else in his vision. Somebody else. Midoriya, he recognizes the mop of green hair among the bloodied mess and begins running over to the unmoving body. "Izuku, kid." When he gets close, he slides to his knees beside the boy. The girl that he's with follows him, not yet noticing the body. "Hey, wait. You were supposed to erase?" She stops short when she sees Aizawa tuck a hand under the injured boy's head. She brings her hands up to her mouth, stifling a gasp. "You hear me?" Aizawa tries shaking Izuku awake first. When that fails, he presses an ear against the boy's chest to listen for a heartbeat. Despite the stab wound, he confirms the problem child is still alive, though faintly. "Stay with me, kid." He glances around the battlefield hoping that someone with medical services is nearby. The war that wages around them drowns out their own desperate struggles. A violent sea of death overwhelms the destroyed grounds of UA. Waves of villains and heroes crash into each other. Fighters swallow one another in their frenzy like sharks. Nobody stays afloat for long, many of the last standing challengers sinking with exhaustion. Aizawa's gaze falls, landing on his mangled arm. He then gets an idea. His limb is beyond repair. It'll likely be amputated anyways if he survives the war. Izuku's mouth hangs open, ragged breaths coming through his lips rather than his nose. Aizawa draws the combat knife that he keeps on him at all times. "Hey, what are you doing?" And ignores La Brava as he digs the blade into his arm. With nothing to bite down on, Aizawa screams. He doesn't stop cutting though. He slides the knife back and forth until it cuts clean through. And he loses his arm. "Eat." Aizawa pants his own heavy intakes of air as he holds the severed limb out for Izuku. He moves it closer, ushering the ghoul with a shake of the arm. Izuku's nostrils inhale the scent of the raw meat. Then he begins to finish what he started, biting down on the limb. Slowly, the ghoul starts to wake up. Red tendrils sprout from the base of his back, predatory organ restored to its original state. Emerald eyes shrink and darken as red as the blood smeared around his lips. He recovers enough that the stab wound on his chest begins to close up, regenerative healing doing its job. But he's still unable to stand, wincing as he tries to sit up. Easy, Aizawa warns him not to push himself, easy now. La Brava pukes behind them, taken aback by the cannibalism. You two are crazy, she wheezes in between vomiting. Izuku, the redhead glances up to see Himiko running over to them. The blonde brushes past La Brava to join Aizawa at Izuku's side. When she sees the underground missing a limb and the weak ghoulish state her boyfriend is in, she immediately catches on. One of her own arms damaged to the point of no return, she finishes the job Ito started and tears it off. Have a part of me too, she cries out as she passes him her limb. Oh God! You too? La Brava just before bending over and emptying more of her stomach. She loses her balance when becoming lightheaded, falling on her backside. What the hell is wrong with you people? She murmurs before retching again. Izuku devours his girlfriend's arm, completing his healing process with the help of the fueling food. Once he's done, he stands up and she sits down with Aizawa to rest. Thank you. Stay here now. His Kakugan eyes are assuring for the first time ever as he says, it's my turn now. And I am here. All for One snatches Gentle out of the sky and tosses him downwards the same time that Izuku goes up. La Brava opts for being at her injured loved one's side, switching roles as the ghoul enters the fray. What the? All for One doesn't expect the savage boy to return with a bloodthirsty vengeance. Liquid tendrils move with more flexibility than the centipedes did, countering the villain's defense and pushing through. Also surprised to see Izuku alive and well, not to mention capable of fighting again, Mirio lights up. Good. Lemillion rejuvenates his spirit and joins the boy in his assault on the villain. Let's keep it up. All for One grunts and growls as he tries to evade the ghoul's attack. Anytime he dodges one though, he's pushed into a battery from the other. Lemillion pummels the villain, relentlessly pounding at the demon lord. Izuku shares the same sentiment, contributing to the onslaught. Anytime that All for One tries to escape, he's met with a beating. There's no fleeing from them. Rather than attempt to avoid them, All for One changes his strategy. He endures the hits. Each grating strike is embraced until he has them close enough to grab onto. Such problematic quirks, he seethes through blood-stained teeth as he applies pressure to the grip holds he has on them. I think I'll take them both for myself. No. Mirio tries to resist by prying at the hand keeping him in place. As for Izuku, he's tired of hearing this motherfucker speak. The ghoul lashes out, sinking his fangs into the throat of All for One. The villain, caught by surprise, gurgles through his leaking neck and spews an equal part of blood out from his mouth. Seizing the moment, Lemillion channels all he's got into a single fist for one final blow. While the ultimate evil is downed and delayed, he goes for the finishing strike. Unable to have another chance like this, One for All gives itself a self-sacrificing nuclear output. United States of Mirio throws his full power at All for One's face. And delivers a punch like the one from All Might that deconstructed the villain's face. A radiant burst of light sweeps over the battlefield, ceasing the calamity all too suddenly. And when the dust settles, Himiko Toga is standing with his fist raised high over his head, honoring the end of One for All's age-old battle against All for One. Both unstable powers have been extinguished. All for One lays dead. And with him, he also took the ghoul from Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stares at his bloody hands with wide green eyes. With his quirk gone, he no longer wishes to see himself covered in red. Through the glass, there is no clear blue sky. The sun does not shine on him, his only source of light comes from the flickering fluorescent bulbs mounted above his head. Each blink of darkness draws his attention to the wiring meshed into the window. The pylon fencing separates him from the people on the other side of it. Eri and her guardian Aizawa sit side by side, the detective Tsukauchi Naomasa lingering awkwardly behind them. Izuku sits up straight and smiles, trying not to show any bleak body language that will raise concerns. Hey kid, Aizawa tries mimicking the boy's expression as though the window is a mirror and not a looking glass. The two spare a second of silence, gauging the other. Then Aizawa clears his throat to ask, how are you holding up? Can I still call you I or R? You Aizunai now, Eri climbs out of her seat and into her foster father's lap. She clambers closer to the barrier between her and her brother. Izuku chuckles, the tension broken by how adorable and innocent his sister is. You can call me whichever you want, Eri. He speaks gently to her before returning his attention to Aizawa, and it's not so bad here. You hear a lot of complaining about prison food, but I'm just happy to be eating regular meals again. Good to know that you're staying optimistic. Aizawa nods when he hears the boy's sincerity. He glances down the row of visitation windows as though looking for somebody before asking, "Have you seen Himiko lately?" Eri perks up at the mention of Izuku's girlfriend. "Tell big sis I said hi." She too begins searching the prison for the blonde's whereabouts. "I will," Izuku assures the girl so that she'll settle down. He then slouches in his seat, becoming slightly despondent. The guards keep males and females separated, so we rarely see each other in passing, but it's better than nothing. Aizawa understands the boy's body language when Izuku explains the situation. "Sorry, Izuku." Aizawa also falls back in his chair. He lets out a disgruntled huff. "I tried getting you a lighter sentence, but I had my hero license revoked that I don't have the same influence that I used to." He glances over his shoulder at the silent detective as though Naomasa is partially to blame. "Don't apologize, I should be the one saying sorry for damaging your reputation like that." Izuku leans forward when hearing the consequences of his actions also led to Aizawa being punished. A guilt-ridden frown overcomes his face. Aizawa shakes his head, denying the boy's self-blame. "It's not like I would have been able to do much hero work with my impairment anyways." He gestures to the stub where his arm had been before forcing out a chuckle. "If anything, you saved me from having to fill out all that retirement paperwork. Come on, you could always get reinstated and get a prosthetic like Hawks." But Izuku doesn't share the same sentiment. "Hawks is still recovering from the war and I'm not so sure that I'm cut out for working tech." Aizawa waves the idea away with his remaining hand before settling that same hand on Eri's head to ruffle her silvery hair. "I'd much rather stick with a human touch and focus on raising Eri." At that, Izuku relents with a returned smile. "You always had a way with kids, I guess." He shrugs in acceptance of the man's decision. "I'd beg to differ." Aizawa looks up to meet the boy's gaze with a deadpan expression, which gains an eye roll from the kid. "Are you still teaching at least?" Izuku puts one leg over the other as he tries to get comfortable. "I'm being held accountable for my actions just as much as you," but Aizawa's answer makes getting comfortable rather difficult. "I took blood from a medical cabinet there, part of what made the judge's conviction stick. Especially when the justification has to do with him." "Sorry." Izuku hangs his head in remorse. He hopes that the movement counts as an apologetic bow. "Honestly, I'd do it all again if it meant I could get it right a second time." Aizawa sighs as he dismisses the apology, along with all the other times Izuku tried to take the blame. Izuku stays silent for a while after that, lingering in self-induced angst anyways. Eventually, curiosity and concern gets the better of him that he lifts his head again. "So you're not training Shinso anymore?" He blinks when he sees Aizawa hesitate to answer. Aizawa scratches the stubble around his chin as though contemplating his response. He still visits after class 4. Remedial sessions. Izuku suddenly understands why the former teacher had been so hesitant when Aizawa spares another quick glance towards Naomasa. He's devoted to becoming a hero, but the news about Shinso striving towards his goal brings a small smile to each of their faces anyways. Good. Izuku slumps in his seat with partial relief. The other part of him is his apprehension to also ask, "What about Togata?" One for all burned out when defeating all for one. Aizawa recaps the end of the war and the ultimate evil's defeat before sharing his own thoughts. Maybe it's for the best. Such sheer forces of power shouldn't exist. Izuku can't help but nod in agreement. He feels the same way about his own quirk having been taken. But he too remains on the path to becoming a great hero. He kept his birth quirk and honed it pretty well. Aizawa's share of bad news does come with good though. Good. Izuku allows himself to feel a sliver of satisfaction. "I just wish I could have known him better and done more." Well, that goes for everyone really, but only a sliver. Aizawa raises a brow, noting the boy's reserved demeanor. "Has Todoroki visited you?" He figures it's his turn to ask some questions. Izuku shrugs in response. I don't think he's ready to have that conversation yet. To be honest, neither am I. He fiddles with his fingers while looking down at them. He studies his nails. The dried blood that had turned them black now receded. The time will come. Aizawa wishes he could reach through the glass barrier to hug the boy or at least lay a consoling hand on his shoulder. He instead settles for words. You know, I have my own frenemy I've been putting off visiting. He hopes that sharing his similar situation will help somehow through relatability. Really? Izuku raises his head in surprise. Aizawa nods. Kurogyri, and he explains what was discovered after the villain got taken to Tartarus. Turns out he's a bioengineered Nomu made out of one of my high school pals. Wow. Izuku's eyes widen as he registers that information. He would have never guessed such a thing after working with the villain himself. All for One was a real scumbag. Izuku shakes his head free of those memories to spare himself the frustration. Apparently he can be worse than what any of us thought. Aizawa nods in agreement. Suddenly, Naomasa clears his throat to interrupt. We should wrap this up. He informs them that their visitation hour is running out by tapping the watch strapped to his wrist. Sure. Aizawa sighs in disappointment, but shocks Izuku when his smile returns. Aizawa turns towards his adoptive daughter to ask, Eri, you want to show Izuku what you drew? Which gets a kick out of the girl. She nods vehemently before unfolding a piece of paper. I made this for you. She presses it against the glass for her brother to see. Colored in crayon. It's him with his red tentacles as a stick figure. It's you when you get out, for when you show everyone you're a hero and not a villain. Her proud smile is so radiant that he nearly thinks her quirk is making her horn glow. Tears threaten to spill from his eyes as Izuku looks at the drawing she made for him. Thanks, Eri. He quickly wipes them away before smiling back. That means a lot. Aizawa ducks his mouth under his scarf to hide his own simper. See you around, problem child, and stands to leave. Bye, Akanai. Eri pulls her paper away so she can follow her guardian out. One hand takes his hand while the other waves back at her brother. Yeah, Izuku suddenly feels like the sun is shining on him as he watches the girl with a bright future leave him behind. And he's grateful for Aizawa as he says, see you around. The white patch of cloud gradually dissipates as it passes overhead, like a turning page catching the setting sun. Watching from behind his window, finally able to see the sky again through the glass, he can't help but wonder how many other days have passed just like this. Just outside, a crowd is fading with the gradual glow of morning light. The city is moving on, what would account as a darker time becoming illuminated by street lamps and other lights that radiate the night in the sun's absence. A new chapter has begun as the story comes to a close. Izuku allows his face to have the semblance of a smile as he takes it all in. His hearing may no longer be heightened, but his ears still twitch at the sound of his wife's shoes clacking against the tile floor. Izuku breaks away from the window to face her instead, not noticing his reflection in the glass grew a sincere simper when sensing her presence. Himiko is still as gorgeous as ever, her blonde hair kept in the same bun style she had as a teenager. The only difference about her appearance is her lack of a school uniform, opted out for a barista's outfit, and the absence of an arm. She drapes her remaining limb over her husband's shoulders, pulling him into a half-hug while sharing his smile. It's almost closing time, honey. Himiko nestles the top of her head against his chest affectionately. Izuku bends his neck to plant a kiss there, rubbing soothing circles into her back. This has become relatively ritual at the end of their workdays. She'll tiredly lean against him for support and he'll always be there to keep her remaining upright as she had done for him during their beginning. Almost, he whispers consolingly while watching the clock mounted to the wall. After he and Himiko served their sentence, they had thought it'd be difficult to find work. However, Yoshimura gladly welcomed Izuku back to Antiku and even offered Himiko a job as well. Later down the line when the owner was ready to retire, he sold the coffee shop to the couple and they became married before running the store together. Antiku holds many fond memories as the boy grown into a man sweeps the cafe with his gaze. Izuku uses his free hand to grab the coffee mug that he placed on the windowsill. The painted cup shows the number 1 hero, Lemillion, in a similar pose to that of All Might's iconic arm raise. He takes a sip of the java just as the door chime indicates the arrival of a last-minute customer. Himiko's sagging shoulders tense against his own, suppressing a groan. But then Izuku sees who it is, recognizing the familiar face. An underground hero wearing a baggy black uniform walks into the cafe, heavy combat boots slapping against the hard floor. The man looks just as tired as them after working a long day, heavy bags hanging under his lazy eyes. Stubble dots the chin that he tries to keep tucked under the gray scarf wrapped around his neck. Overgrown hair springs up over his head like he just rolled out of bed. Still a coffee addict? Hitoshi Shinso smirks when he sees the opportunity to tease his old friend. Speak for yourself. Izuku sports a smirk himself when he lowers the coffee mug away from his mouth. Despite all Hitoshi's jesting, he knows the underground hero is just as much of a caffeine drinker as he is. Without even asking, Antiku's new owner knows to brew and pour a mug for the late customer as they talk. Dadzawa wants to know if you'll watch Eri this weekend. Hitoshi watches Izuku busy himself behind the counter at the brewing station. He pulls out a chair for Himiko at the nearest table and grabs a seat for himself while he waits to be served. I'd do it, but my hands are full with hero work. He and the blonde that he occupies the spot with sink into their chairs due to equal exhaustion. Izuku looks to his left. The picture that Eri drew for him long ago is framed and mounted on the cafe wall. He smiles fondly, seeing his former self depicted heroically somehow. But his wife beats him to it with answering Hitoshi's request. Of course we'll watch our little unicorn. He hears her rejuvenated with excitement to see Eri again, and can't help but feel a burst of energy from the anticipation as well. It'd be our pleasure. Izuku nods in agreement with his companion from behind the counter. He then returns his attention to preparing Hitoshi's drink. Even though his eyes are on the ingredients being moved around by his hands, he still addresses his friend to ask, speaking of Eri, how is she doing in her classes? Hitoshi chuckles as though Izuku said something funny, earning an eyebrow raise from Himiko. Shoto makes for a tough teacher, but she's hanging in there. He looks at her as he answers the question despite Izuku being the one who asked. Himiko's frown is just short of a pout when she hears the youngest Todoroki is being hard on the girl that she's so protective of. I warned him about being too cold to her. The blonde's hand mimes stabbing with an invisible knife. Hitoshi notices the motion of the absent blade. It's a bad habit the woman has that reminds him of her past, making him sweat drop. I'll keep him in check. He knows better than to cross her or allow anyone else to slip up and make a mistake though, since she'll likely cut anybody up that messes with Eri. The underground hero is grateful for the woman's husband when Izuku comes over to the table carrying a cup of coffee to interject. And Kaken? Have either of you heard from him yet? The barista hands Hitoshi his drink before taking a seat beside his wife. Ah, you know how he is ever since Mirio took number one. Hitoshi waves his hand at the mention of the hero with an explosive attitude. He takes a sip from his coffee, testing its warmth before answering. He's staying abroad in America until he gets his mojo or whatever to compete for the top spot. The underground hero rolls his eyes when he recalls Katsuki's dramatic vow to return and become the best. Sounds like Kaken. Izuku's smile is a combination of fondness and humor as he nods along. Suddenly, Hitoshi glances up at the muted television behind them, his face frowning. Izuku turns around to look at it as well. The news station currently runs a report about a vigilante that's been running around lately. The Black Reaper has been drawn by a sketch artist based on witness descriptions, a one-eyed ghoulish figure. The headline's border casts a red glow across Izuku's eyes as he too sees the news report. Commissioner Tsukauchi and I were hoping to stop this guy before he gained too much publicity. Hitoshi grumbles into his cup before taking a long swig. He sighs afterwards, setting the mug down. Looks like we were too late to stop the press from sinking their teeth into yet another vigilante story. He shakes his head in somber disappointment. Izuku shares a quick glance with Himiko before leaning back in his chair with a smile. Well, whoever he is, there's a twinkle in the former ghoul's glassy eyes that matches the sky above Antiku's roof. I hope you catch him someday.